All right, I think we're good, right?
I'm just waiting for the cue right now.
Right. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the City Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting right now, 7:16 p.m. Wednesday, July 14, 2021. Roll call.
Yes. Mayor Ta,
Here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilmember Do,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho,
I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo.
Here.
Okay, all members are present.
Thank you so much. Next, we have salute to the flag will be Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen. Invocation will be City Attorney. And please stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, please raise the flag and join me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bow your heads. Father in heaven, we thank you for the opportunity to once again come and conduct the city's business. We ask for your blessing on this meeting, for wisdom and grace to be able to conduct and discuss these issues in a civil manner. We pray that you would help us to have the wisdom that is needed in order to make decisions that benefit the entire community. We commit the evening to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen and City Attorney. Next, we have report from City Attorney, please.
There are 3 items on the closed session agenda. We only discussed the first one. The other 2 were pushed to the end of the meeting for discussion. That was the real property negotiation discussion, and direction was given to staff. There's nothing further to report.
Thank you. Ex parte communication. We don't have any from any council member. Next, we have report from City Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Staff has a couple of requests regarding items tonight and the order of the items on the agenda. Staff would like to move the City Manager report to follow the City Clerk report. There's a lot to report tonight that our City Manager would like to share. We'd also request that the Mayor and Council move item 6.1 to after oral communications and before the consent calendar. We have a special guest for that item, so we'd like to move that up. We'd also like to switch items 5.5 and 5.6. That being the case, we feel that potentially what happens with 5.6 may affect 5.5, so it just makes more sense to switch the 2 items. That being said, we would require a motion and a second to make those changes tonight.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
A second.
All right, we have the motion and second as recommended.
Yes, and that was a motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Do. So roll call vote, Councilmember Do,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, anything else from City Clerk?
No, not at this time.
So I'll go next, Christine.
Yes.
Okay, so now report from the city manager. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council again. I'd like to report a few items of general interest to you. First, I'd like to start by introducing our new Human Resources Director, Jody Greiner, who started with us, joined our team Monday. So I'd like to welcome her to the team, and I would like her to say a few words to just introduce herself. Go ahead, Jody.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jody Greiner. First of all, I'm very excited to have joined the City of Westminster and look forward to accomplishing a lot of great tasks. Just a little bit about myself. I've been in human resources for about 25 years. I'm a generalist in which I've done everything from payroll, employee relations, labor relations, benefits. So you name it, I have touched it or managed it. Yeah, so I have come in and everybody's been really wonderful and have some really great ideas for the city that we'd like to accomplish going forward. So
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your introduction and you're welcome.
thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you, Jody, and
Welcome.
welcome to the team.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jody. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, Jody.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item I have is as far as our police chief recruitment, the application period closed July 2nd. We have a total of 20 applications. The consultant narrowed it down to 11. Those are broken as follows. We have 5 chiefs who applied, 2 assistant chiefs, 1 captain, 2 commanders, and 1 lieutenant. The plan is next Monday, staff will be going through those applications with the consultant, and an interview panel will be formed later on to have the interviews taking place. So that's the latest on that. Also, another item of interest, Erin Bax, our interim finance director, has been promoted to finance director. Congratulations, Erin. Erin has been with us for many, many years. So again, welcome to the team, Erin. And then also Jake No, who was assistant public works director, has been promoted to public works director / city engineer. So also I wish both of them well in their new endeavor. And I'm sure most of you know by now, City Hall is fully open now. We are open from 7:30 till 5:30. However, paying bills at City Hall stops at 5 o'clock. So if you want to pay any bills, please be here by 5 o'clock. But otherwise, City Hall is open from 7:30 to 5:30. And then the last one I would like to mention is Ward Street is under construction between Hazard and Edinger. Traffic has been narrowed from 2 lanes in each direction to 1. The project is going very well. However, try to avoid the area if you don't have to be there driving wise. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, city manager. Next, we have oral communication.
Yes, this is the time of the meeting where members of the public may address the city council. Members of the public had the opportunity to provide e-comments 24 hours prior to the meeting if they are unable to speak, in which I will read those. I did receive a couple of requests to speak as well. So what generally will happen is I will read the e-comments first. We will go to those who requested to speak, and then anytime or any member of the public who would like to speak, just raise your hand in Zoom. So at this time, I would actually like to ask our interpreter, Tina, to explain that it's 5 minutes for members of the public to speak and to, raise their hands.
Also, Christine, can we ask them to speak, and if she's going to translate, to speak in short sentences so she allows her time to translate?
Yes.
Dạ, kính thưa quý vị, trong cái buổi họp này nếu mà quý vị muốn phát biểu ý kiến thì quý vị có thể phát biểu, và cái thời gian quý vị phát biểu là 5 phút. Khi quý vị phát biểu và quý vị cần thông dịch thì làm ơn quý vị nói từng câu một hoặc là nói từng đoạn ngắn để thông dịch viên có thể dịch lại bằng tiếng Anh cho hội đồng thành phố lắng nghe để họ hiểu được cái ý kiến của quý vị nhé. Xin cảm ơn quý vị. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will start with e-comments. So we received a comment from a Juan Pham, and it states, it was in Vietnamese translated, and it states, I, Juan Pham, a Vietnamese veteran, want to express my opinions below. I want to continue building the Quang Tri Monument. I want to, let's see. I want to change its location because there's less space at Freedom Park. I want to postpone the construction until the Vietnamese veteran groups and the construction committee agree to work together. And they should have at least 60 to 100 Vietnamese veterans in the committee. Next one is from James Su, advisor of the Coordination Center of the ARVN in Southwestern USA. States, as the city attorney, you should be, well, this was addressed to the city attorney, but CC'd me. As a city attorney, you should be able to see all the wrongful matters that Mayor Tri Ton, Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen have acted and done. They are abusing their authority as a mayor and a vice mayor. At the same time, being members of the Quang Tri Victory Foundation and mayor, vice mayor of the city, clearly it's conflict of interest. We ask for further investigation into this violation in the near future. Today, we rightfully request and demand you remove them, both from the voting right in the city council matter regarding the Quang Tri Victory Foundation matter. And again, that's from James Su. Okay, next one is from Hung Nguyen, and it states, I'd like to support Council Member Carlos Monzo to remove all existing except Vietnam War Memorial. The city belongs to all residents, not only Vietnamese. Okay. This one is from Alan V. Ford, and it states, with majority supporters for the building of Quang Tri Monument, I'm requesting the mayor and council to vote yes to let the committee continue to build and complete the project by September 16, 2021, the unveiling. Let's not fight amongst each other anymore. It doesn't make the city look good when we all are fighting amongst ourselves. Would you mind opening your heart and love one another? Life is too short. We only live once. God bless. For Dr. Kimberly Ho, your dad in heaven would be so happy when he knows his daughter approved the project in honoring his name. Next one is from Lê Nguyen. And we summarized it because it was written in Vietnamese, but the gist of it says, I was shocked when I heard that lawyer Van Tran had threatened that he will sue the Westminster City Council for the construction of the Quang Tri Monument. I'd like to represent the majority of Westminster residents. There's no reason why people should beg the Monument Committee for being able to attend or give opinions to this project's design and plan. This project was started by the four, Van Tran, Lan Quoc Nguyen, Mayor Ta, and Vice Mayor Nguyen, then asking for donations from people. The Monument Committee should give out the evidence to prove that they are not doing it for profit. And then that's all I've received for e-comments. Those are all available on the city's website under the agenda. As far as requests to speak, let's see, we do have quite a bit of requests to speak. City also received some petitions that are Save the Quang Tri Citadel Monument, and these are just statements from various residents, but it basically states mayor and members of the city, Westminster City Council. The Westminster City Council unanimously voted 5-5 to approve the building of the Quang Tri Citadel Monument in December 2020 to honor the soldiers of the Army Republic of Vietnam and the United States Armed Forces. Residents in this community and throughout the world strongly applaud the council decision because the monument will bring pride and honor to the city and to the thousands of surviving veterans who fought in this historic battle to liberate the Citadel from the Vietnamese communists in 1972. Now, 6 months after your approval for the monument, we heard rumblings from a few disgruntled veteran organizations and individuals to stop the construction of the monument, making unsubstantiated and frivolous excuses. Their belated attempt to disrupt this well-meaning project is shameful. Therefore, we request that you continue to hold firm and reject any effort to impede the completion of this monument in September. The monument and its symbolic meaning are much larger than any individual or particular group that want to stop it. Those who oppose this monument will face the wrath and ridicule of the Vietnamese community, not only locally, but around the world. Thank you for your continued support and for standing strong with the vast majority of your community. And this is from quite a bit of residents, and this is available also on the city's website. So back to request to speak. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call your name and 5 minutes to speak. So first speaker is Miss Jody Boyd.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. This is Jody Boyd. I am the founder of the Cake Community Foundation, CAKE, and that stands for Compassion, Action, Kindness, and Empathy. Our focus is on our homeless individuals. We're literally working at the sidewalk and street level, Several times a week, we go out and we provide them with very healthy sack lunches, fresh fruit, and fresh bottled water. We also, from other community members who have gifted to us clothing and shoes and socks and little care kits, we also pass those out to anybody who is homeless and would like one. And we are having a lot of success. Now, I do want to speak very specifically regarding our homeless issue. And specifically under item 3.3, which is the CityNet report. I would like to ask the mayor, every sitting member of the city council and our city manager, when you receive your monthly packets, do you actually read and digest these reports that we receive from CityNet and they come up through our police department? Do these reports make sense to you? Do you feel that it's all money well spent? Or do you think that we are wasting money and we're actually losing on our efforts to curb homelessness and to help people? It's not a crime to be poor. It's not a crime to be homeless. What is a crime, as per the US Supreme Court ruling, is the way that the city of Westminster is mistreating the homeless. We have absolutely no services for them. It's not working to have our law enforcement officers roll up on homeless individuals, often with their lights and their sirens. I'm telling you, the homeless do not want anything to do with our police department. We're hearing horrible stories, and to tell the truth, I believe them because their stories are also coming from security guards and people who are not homeless. Mr. Mayor, you have sat as an elected official up there on the dais longer than anybody else, either as the mayor or a city council member. I rest this on your shoulders because you repeatedly turn a blind eye to the problem, even when it's right at the end of your street. Charlie, you live on the west side. How much time do you spend driving around the west side, and how familiar are you with the homeless situation? Where exactly are these people supposed to urinate, defecate, and vomit? We have absolutely no restroom or freshwater facilities for these people, and they're being left to their own devices. This is a crime. And as the Supreme Court ruled under the 8th Amendment, this is cruel and unusual punishment for
1
being
minute left.
poor and homeless. So enough is enough. We've wasted enough money on our current approach. I want our police officers all on the street fighting crime, okay? We're not going about this correctly. To the mayor, the city manager, and everybody on the council, you have an open invitation to go out with me at night to see directly what we are seeing and experiencing. And I hope you take me up on my offer because it's deplorable. And if I have to use the legal system, I absolutely will. We are going to fix this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Sun Do. Let's see if we can get Mr. Sun up here.
Yes.
There you go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I studied the result of the 2019 census from the US Census Bureau. that the Vietnamese population in your city now has reached 41%. Hispanic Latinos is about 24. I think together they can make the difference and what is best for the city. I am very happy with that. I have heard that some of you in your council plan to create a new body to reorganize its Quang Tri Foundation's leaderships or replace its management with several veterans and unknown or maybe unqualified personnel. This new body sounds like a military coup d'etat council. A military council jumps in to take over a project that has been approved by all 5 of you, established 7 months ago. Funds ready, logistic ready, 95% done. Now that some of you in the council want to abolish all except the fund ready with all kinds of excuses and with new unknown personnel. We can see through this. I think you have underestimated the intelligence of your constituents. They are smarter than you think. The game is that you are taking advantage of 3 majority votes. Mr. Mendo, Mr. Doe, and Mrs. Ho. You have voted to pause without a deadline the construction of the Quang Tri Monument. You are playing politics with kindergarten math in this particular situation. The new military council selected by you 3. And so you 3 can control everything, including the fund that the Quang Tri Foundation had raised. We can see these through too. Mrs. Ho, do you remember back in 2019, they wanted you to be out of the city council. Your council mates, Mr. Mando, Mr. Taido, were influenced by billionaire and your neighbor councilman, Bui Phak. Together, they run a forceful campaign trying to kick you out of the council. Can you forecast their next plot is? Who helped you to survive? Your Vietnamese people, your Vietnamese friends. Now you don't want to I don't want to call you a community traitor, but I feel like you betray your people and your friends. My request today to your council, you should pause the idea of creating a new military council until you hear from your constituent, until you have the majority of your constituents' approval.
1 minute left.
On the other hand, please do not pause the Quang Tri construction project. The project is for all the forces that have fought in Vietnam, not just the Vietnamese. And it is for the beauty of the Freedom Park. Let's have a Freedom Park, not a ransom park. The Freedom Park, not a ransom park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and next speaker is Sean Do Swan. And I don't see you on here. Okay, don't see him, but we will circle back. Next is there a Monique Nguyen? Okay. Nope. Next is Fat Bui. Oops. Mr. Bui?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Honorable Mayor and Councilman, since July 4th, people in Westminster and Little Saigon, Vietnamese, Caucasian, Hispanic, everyone was stunned by the appearance of a big U-Haul truck with huge banners, 16 feet long by 7 feet tall, to defame council members Kimberly Hall, Tai Do, Carlos Manzo, accuse them of breaking down the monument. A truly nasty smear campaign. Mr. Van Tran, chairman of the Quang Tri Victory Monument Foundation, claimed on his interview with Formosa TV that their smear campaign is a norm in politics. I tell you, this is so low and so dirty. Why we all recognize freedom of speech and expression, Quang Tri Victory Monument Foundation smear campaigns have brought mudslinging to a whole new level, so slow and a lot dirtier. It is supposed to be a public project where public opinions should be welcome, but instead they were being suppressed via bullying tactics by the Quang Tri Victory Monument Foundation. I applaud the city for doing the right things by embracing this public project last December. However, it is the foundation that has steered it into a disaster and betrayed public trust. Quang Tri Victory Monument Foundation has gone too far on the wrong track and done so for too long in their quest to suppress opposition views. Their works have brought so many division and shame to the residents of Westminster and to the community at large. It cost the city a lot of staff times to work overtime to support council meetings. Needless to say, the Quang Tri Monument is a great and meaningful project for the community, and it should be built. However, it should be a project for everyone and by everyone. It should be conducted with open transparency and with public interaction and community inputs from the conception through the design and implementations. And with that, I humbly urge the city to not cancel the project. I repeat, not cancel the project, but rather please make the right decision to end the involvement of this barbaric committee called Quang Tri Victory Monument Foundation. The board member, Mr. Lan Nguyen, has repeatedly continued to bully and shame the veterans and vow not to change course. So now is the time to bring in a legitimate committee. So now is the time to bring in a legitimate committee. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Chang Fong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Chang Fong. I am a former Army officer of the Republic of Vietnam. Currently, I am a member of the association Liên hội Cựu chiến sĩ Nam Cali, and also a member of tập thể chiến sĩ Tây Nam Hoa Kỳ. We are here respectfully to request the City Council and the City Attorney to immediately stop any further permits and construction of the Quang Tri Monument Project. The Monument Committee needs to sit down and consult with the Vietnamese veteran groups to modify the current design of the monument before it can be built. We are not against this project, but the current proposed monument was wrongfully designed. In the meantime, we want a three-dimensional sculpture instead of just a picture on a stone wall. Also, Mayor Ji Da and Vice Mayor Charlie Ji Meng are currently members of the Quang Tri Monument Foundation. This is clearly a conflict of interest, with the voting right also in a city council meeting. Their voting rights should be removed from the city meeting. We are requesting the city council and the city attorney to do that, to remove their rights to vote in a city meeting. It is very shameful to the mayor and the vice mayor that they are aware of this conflict of interest, but they still keeping violating it. We would like to take this opportunity to thank council members Kim Yo-ho, Tai Do, and Carlos Menzo for your support to the Vietnamese veteran groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Hung Van Nguyen, if I can find you. There you go.
Hello. How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Hung Van Nguyen, yeah. Okay, on behalf, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and our council, I kind of wonder, just like Mr. Chang Phong just said, okay, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, in the community, that, will be conflict of interest. That will be, we request for, remove or, change, our community. That will be in the future, red right now. And we can see, the current design, not right. And we thank you for, three council member, Mrs. Kim Yo, Ms. Tai Do, and Ms. Carlos Menzo, support us, and you see the fake news here of, they say like dự án tái chiếm của thành Quảng Trị. They make a fake news and they send out, to residents and especially in my name here. Okay, so tell them, community should, stop them. Okay, thank you very much and have a good time. Bye now.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Nam Tan. Nam Tan. Okay, we'll circle back. Let's see, Dao Tran.
You hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dao Tran. I am a Garden Grove resident and a former employee of the Westminster School District for 15 years. I'm here tonight to strongly support the Quang Tri Monument in Freedom Park, Westminster. The world-famous Quang Tri victory is the pride of Southern Vietnamese soldiers and people. Thousands of Southern Vietnamese and US soldiers died and were injured there to retake the Quang Tri Citadel. On December 9, 2020, you voted yes for this project. The breaking ground was June 6, 2021. The construction company has already started the monument as contracted and approved by both the foundation and the city. Now, you finally woke up and wanted to give your opinions on this project, or worse yet, take control over this project? Were you falling asleep on drugs during council meeting on December 9, 2020, over 6 months ago? Kimberly Ho, you are wasting everyone's time with your ridiculous proposals. Don't turn your back on your people and your father. Honor his memory and contribution to our country. Keep your promise and let the project move on. I also ask all other council members to keep your vote on December 9, 2020 to allow this project to continue on. This historic monument deserves to be at Freedom Park, side by side with other monuments to honor all American and Vietnamese soldiers that fought for freedom. I object to all new ridiculous proposals. I denounce your efforts to abolish Quang Tri project. I will knock on every voter's doors to denounce your dirty move to stop this project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. And my last request to speak, Ba Pham, see if you're in here. Ba Pham? Hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the mayor and city councils. My name is Wa Pham, and I am a veteran from Vietnam. I serve in the special operations, and also my unit had been in Quang Tri from the beginning to the end in 1972. I have been spoke a couple of times in this council And today, I just have some of the point to remind the people is the word of conflict of interest. If you come down to the Vietnam War Memorial and started in 1996, get the idea and want to do something to pay tribute to the soldier, the Vietnamese and the American soldier in the Vietnam War. And I was a founding member of a coalition of Liên hội Cựu Chiến sĩ. And we all come to the mayor and ask the mayor, Mayor Phai, what do you? And I have been the committee member from 7 years, from the beginning to the end, from 1996 until 2003. And the mayor, he's the mayor and he's also the chairman of the project. There is no conflict of interest. I repeat, there is no conflict of interest. Please stop that word conflict. Quang Tri Monument. And I have been in this city for 46 years. And I have been doing a lot of work for the veterans and the city. And I never seen the big mess the city council create today. When all the city council with Marty Rice and Joy Neugebauer, Kermit Marsh, and Tony Lam, everything we ask, they do for the community. And why now we have the Vietnamese city council and create a big mess, and we spend so much time. And the last time you try to overthrow the city, and it costs the taxpayer. And I don't think it's right. And please stop wasting the time of the people, wasting the city money. Let's do something good for the veteran. Let's do something good for the homeless. Let's do something good for the city. And that's what I want to say tonight. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Let me go through my list one more time. Actually, if Tina, if you wouldn't mind reading off the Vietnamese names that they list.
Yes, can I have the name, please?
Oh yeah, sorry, but it Sean Dioxuan. Not sure.
Dạ, có cô chú nào tên là Xuân không ạ? Xuân.
I don't see, no. Okay. There's a Monique Nguyen.
Dạ, có cô chú Monique Nguyễn ở đó không ạ?
Oh, there's Monique. Here we go. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, dear. My voice is repeated. Let's see. I will try again, dear all 5 council member. My name is Monique Nguyen. I am from Santa Ana. I want to voice my opinion regarding the Quang Tri Monument. In December last year, 5 council members have voted yes to allow the private foundation to build the monument. The foundation had already raised enough funds to build the monument. The sad news is Kimberly Hall now sided with Tidal, a council with not so good reputation, and Carlos Mendo trying to put a stop on it. Kimberly said she doesn't know anything about this. But then if she doesn't know anything, she should know that all the Westminster's resident already know and approve the project. So Kimberly should not forget that with the support of the majority of Vietnamese American who had voted no on recall to keep her in the position that she is on today and acting up today. The voter had voted no on recall would also vote no on any decision to hold up the Quang Tri monument for unlimited time. That doesn't make sense and wasting money and time. Remember, the voting power of Westminster people will go on also in 2022 and 2024. So Kimberly is watched for that. In my opinion, Quang Tri Monument will be a symbol for the victory of the Marine Corps, which is Thủy quân lục chiến. All Vietnamese and US soldiers to defeat the communists in 1972. The council approved it. It should be allowed to move on without any delay so it can be built on time for the anniversary of the victory in September. And that is, I think, the majority of the residents of Westminster would love that and support that, as I already would know on recall to support the 3 council members. Don't forget that. Thank you so much for giving me the time to voice my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, going back to Tan Nam or Tan Nam Tan. Tina, if you wouldn't mind helping me out.
Sure. What's the name again? How do you spell the name?
It just says Nam Tan and Nam, last name Nam, first name Tan.
Dạ, có cô hay chú Nam Thanh hoặc Thanh Nam ở đó không ạ?
I've unmuted a person named Nam Tan. They just need to unmute themselves.
Dạ, cái micro của cô chú nó đang bị bấm tắt đó. Cô chú làm ơn bấm vô hình cái micro giùm để mà nói lại được ạ. Cái micro nó có cái hình giống như là cái micro á, nó có cái nút chéo màu đỏ, tức là tiếng đang bị tắt. Cô chú bấm vô màn hình rồi coi giùm cháu, nếu mà nó màu đỏ hiện lên, nó bấm lại một lần nữa thì mình nói mọi người sẽ nghe được nha cô chú. I tried to explain how to mute and unmute the mic, but no luck. Sorry.
I see the hand being raised up and down. So.
Dạ, cô chú bấm cái nút giơ tay là không có đúng cái hình cái micro, nó giống như cái micro bình thường đó cô chú, nó ở bên cái góc nhỏ nhỏ ở cuối bên tay trái của màn hình. Cô chú để ý giùm cháu à.
Can we go to the next person?
Yeah, we'll move on to. That's really the last person that requested to speak. So at this point, I'm just going to go down. Anyone else who didn't put a request to speak, just please raise your hand and I'll call you in the order that you are in here. So Kenneth Fan. Kenneth Fan. Just need to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll circle back. Lan B. Lan B. Okay, Sao Lei. Tina, are you able to see my chat box so I can just cite?
Let me see. Yeah, I can see it now.
Or actually, can you, I guess if you just want to call the names going down the list and I'll just unmute them. So right now I'm on,
Sure. Dạ, Nam Tân, có ai tên Nam Tân không ạ? Đỗ Xuân, Son Đỗ Xuân, Monique Nguyễn, Nam Tân. Cô Monique Nguyễn thì nói rồi, còn cháu thấy ở đây có Son Đỗ Xuân và Nam Tân. Mấy cô chú chỉ cần bấm nút, dạ Sáu Lê nữa ạ. Cô chú chỉ cần bấm nút để mà cái micro của mình nó mở ra. Nếu mà cái micro hình màu xanh lá cây thì cô chú nói mọi người sẽ nghe được cô chú nhé. Dạ, còn Kenneth Phan ạ.
try Kenneth again.
Cháu gọi tên mọi người một lần nữa nhé. Mỗi cô chú làm ơn nghe tên rồi bấm nút micro để mở lên giùm cháu rồi phát biểu ha. Thứ nhất là Son Đỗ Xuân, Nam Tân, Sáu Lê và Kenneth Phan. Dạ không biết là có ai trên buổi họp này không thì làm ơn giơ tay và mở micro để mình có thể phát biểu ạ.
So let's go on to next
Dạ, Lan Bùi hoặc là Lân Bùi ạ.
Tôi tên là Huỳnh Thanh Loan, cư dân thành phố Westminster. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị.
My name is Huỳnh Thanh Loan. Dạ cô ngừng lại giùm cháu ạ. I am a resident of Westminster.
Cư dân thành phố Westminster. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị.
And I'm supporting the project, the construction project. Cô ngưng lại giùm cháu để cháu dịch nha. Building the Quảng Trị Victory Monument.
Đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây.
Which were decided by the city council before.
Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng ta thêm bất ổn.
All the change will make our city, will cause more trouble for our city.
Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào.
I disagree with any changes.
Cảm ơn.
Thank you.
Yes. Ở đây tôi còn có thêm người nói nữa, thành ra là sẽ người khác nói tiếp tục nha.
There are more people here to speak, so the next person will continue. Would it be okay?
I just need them to introduce their name and so I can restart the timer after every person.
Dạ thưa cô, làm ơn giới thiệu tên dùm để cái người thư ký, cái người luật sự thành phố họ bắt đầu tính lại cái thời gian từ đầu.
Tôi tên Nguyễn Đức Chuyên.
My name is Nguyễn Đức Chuyên.
Cư dân thành phố Westminster.
I'm a resident of the Westminster City.
Địa chỉ 92683.
Chú ơi không cần đọc địa chỉ nha.
Ocean, ok. Thứ nhất, tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị tại.
First, I support the construction project of building the Quảng Trị Victory Monument at.
Tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây.
At the area of the previous monument of American Vietnamese soldier, which was approved by the city council before.
Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng ta thêm bất ổn.
All the change will cause more trouble for our city.
Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào.
I disagree with any changes.
Xin nghị viên Kim Ly Hồ đừng phản bội cộng đồng đã ủng hộ cô trước đây.
Please, Council Member Kimberly Ho, do not betray the community who supported you in the past.
Cảm ơn.
Thank you.
Is there more?
Dạ, còn người nào khác nữa không ạ?
Dạ đam hệ.
Okay.
Tôi xin tôi ạ.
So I'm next.
Tôi tên là Mây Tôn Nữ.
My name is...
thành phố Westminster. Tôi đã đại diện cho khu xóm tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài Quảng Trị.
My name is Mây Tôn Nữ. I'm a resident of Westminster City, and I would like to represent our neighborhood to support the project.
Tôi phản đối tất cả những sự thay đổi nào làm chậm trễ dự án này, làm tốn kém nhân lực và thời gian của chúng ta.
I oppose all the changes and delays the project, which cost all the money, resources of the city.
Tôi xin nhấn mạnh lại tôi không đồng ý bất cứ một sự thay đổi nào khác làm chậm trễ dự án này. Xin chân thành cảm ơn.
I emphasize again that I do not agree with any changes that delay the project. Then thank you.
Chân thành cảm ơn quý vị.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else?
Dạ, thưa còn ai nữa không ạ?
Dạ thưa còn.
Yes, there's more.
Okay. Do they know how many more?
Tôi tên
Dạ,
là...
khoan, cô ơi, còn mấy người nữa cô?
Dạ vâng.
Còn mấy người nữa ạ?
Cũng còn đông lắm ạ, cũng còn mười mấy người, ta hỏi còn bao nhiêu người? Khoảng chừng. Dạ, cũng khoảng cả chục người ạ. Dạ.
There are about 10 more people.
It's actually a little, sounds more than that, but okay. All right. Okay. The next person.
Dạ, cô nói tiếp giùm ạ.
Tôi tên là Trần Bạch Đào, cư ngụ tại thành phố Garden Grove nha.
My name is Trần Bạch Đào. I'm a resident of Garden Grove City.
Tôi xin ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây ạ.
I supported the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument, which was approved by the City Council, which will be built next to the Vietnamese American Soldier Monument before.
Tôi không muốn mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng ta thêm bất ổn. Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào.
I do not want any changes that cause more trouble for the city. I disagree with any changes.
Xin Kimberly Hồ đừng phản bội cộng đồng.
And Miss Kimberly Ho, please do not betray the community.
Dạ, xin hết ạ. Cảm ơn ạ.
That'll be all. Thank you.
Ina, did you catch her name?
Yes. The last name is Tran, T-R-A-N. Middle name is Bach, B-A-C-H. First name Dao, D-A-O.
Okay. I guess if you don't mind writing these down, and we can touch base after the fact, because it's a little hard to hear them, which is very much the case.
Sure, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Bây giờ là người tiếp theo ạ. Tôi tên là Gia Võ đó. Tôi ở thành phố Midway City. Tôi ủng hộ xây dựng tượng đài Quảng Trị ở tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ mà đã được thành phố quyết định trước đây rồi đó. Tôi không có muốn thay đổi nữa, tôi muốn là thành phố phải tiếp tục xây để cho người dân chúng tôi có nơi mà tôn trọng, thờ phượng các anh chiến sĩ đã bỏ mình về nước của chúng tôi. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng tôi thêm bất ổn thôi. Tôi không đồng ý. Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ một cái thay đổi nào hết. Và cái cô nghị viên, cô Kimberly Hồ đó, cô đó là người phản bội cộng đồng chúng tôi đã ủng hộ cô biết bao nhiêu trong vấn đề gì. Cô không bị được, cô giờ đây cô đã cổng rắn cắn nhà.
My name is Ya Vo.
Okay.
I am a resident of Midway City. I supported the Quảng Trị Monument, which was approved by the City Council. I do not want any changes. I would like this project to be continued to constructed so the resident would have a place to respect and to worship the fallen soldiers. We do not want any changes. And City Council Kimberly Ho, you betrayed the community. We were supporting you during the recall, and now you did something that we do not want that. And thank you.
Thank you. Next person. Còn một người nữa, Nét.
Hello, tôi tên là Chính Đinh, cư dân thành phố Midway City. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị. Tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng ta thêm bất ổn, tốn kém. Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào. Và chính bà Kimberly Hồ đã cản trở sự xây dựng này. Bởi vậy, mọi người của thành phố đã ủng hộ và nay bà đã quay lên lưng lại để bà phản bội chúng tôi. Do đó bà nên suy nghĩ lại. Bà cũng là gia đình của con chiến sĩ mà bà nay bà lại làm những cái chuyện bà không biết vì những lý do gì của những cái người mà đã xúi giục bà làm những việc này. Bà lên suy nghĩ lại. Sao bà ngu quá vậy bà? Tôi chào, cảm ơn.
My name is Jin Din. I am a resident of Midway City. I would like to support the project of the construction of the Quang Tri Victory Monument, which will be built next to the Vietnamese American Soldier Monument that was approved by the City Council previously. We do not want any changes. We would like this project to continue to be built. All the changes will cause more trouble to the city and it's cost the city resources and money. And for City Council Kimberly Ho, we supported you before, so you should not turn your back to the community. You are also a family of the previous soldiers, so please think again of your action and do not side with the others to betray the community. Don't act foolishly. Thank you.
Còn xin một người nữa.
One more, please.
Phải cầm cái này. Nói chưa, bây giờ nói chưa? Dạ, xin chào, tôi tên là Mai Dung, thành phố Garden Grove. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng ta thêm bất ổn. Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào. Và xin cô Kimberly Hồ suy nghĩ lại trước khi cô đã hứa những gì với đồng bào, bây giờ lại phản bội. Rất là tệ. Xin cảm ơn và còn nhiều người nữa.
My name is Mai Dung. I am a resident of Garden Grove City. I supported the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument, which was approved by the City Council previously. I don't want any changes. All the changes will cause more trouble to our city. And for City Council Kimberly Ho, please think again of all the promises that you made before. And now you turn your back to us. This is bad. Thank you.
Dạ. Hello. Dạ. Hello. Đâu mất rồi?
Dạ. Dạ cô nói đi ạ.
Dạ. Dạ em em biết cái gì. Em ủng hộ cái dự án xây dựng tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ tại chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã có sự đồng ý của thành phố là quyết định trước đây. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ là làm cho chúng tôi tốn tiền hơn. Tôi không bằng lòng bất cứ sự thay đổi nào. Xin cô Kimberly đừng phản đạo bội cộng đồng.
This is Tita. She's breaking up and I could not catch everything that she said.
Just let her know the reception is.
Dạ, cô ơi, cái tín hiệu của cô nó rất là xấu. Bên phía tụi cháu nghe không có được cô nha.
Bây giờ mình nghe không được. Bây giờ xin lỗi rồi, nghe được chưa ạ? Là cái nó bad reception. Nó bị bad.
Dạ, bây giờ thì nghe lúc được lúc không ạ?
Okay.
Cô chờ một chút để đổi qua cái điện thoại kia.
Please one moment. We will try to switch to another phone.
Dạ cô nghe được chưa ạ?
Chưa đâu, tại vì cô chờ một chút xíu rồi ạ. Đổi qua cái điện thoại kia thế này hết battery.
Hết pin.
One moment, please. This phone is kind of out of battery.
Có xin lỗi đâu. Okay. Okay. Hello.
Dạ.
Hello.
Dạ cô nói đi ạ. Dạ cô nói đi ạ.
Dạ. Ok. Tôi tên là Hoàng Thu Cúc. Tôi cư ngụ ở thành phố San Clemente. Dạ. Và tôi cũng xin ủng hộ cái dự án xây tượng đài tái chiếm thành Quảng Trị tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ mà Hội đồng thành phố đã chấp nhận trước đây. Và tôi cũng không muốn có một sự thay đổi nào của thành phố đã cho phép họ làm những cái điều đó.
My name is Hoàng Thu Cúc. I am a resident of San Clemente City. I would like to support the construction of the Quang Tri Monument, which will be built next to the Vietnamese American Soldier Monument. And I do not want any changes that was approved previously.
Và tôi có thêm một lời nữa là tôi cũng nhắn với cái cô Kimberly đó, xin cổ đừng có phản bội cộng đồng, vì mọi người đã tin tưởng cổ mà cổ làm như vậy là một người không phải là người tốt.
And I would like to have a message for Miss Kimberly Ho that please do not betray the community. We trusted you and now you turn your back to us, which is not a good thing.
Thank you so much. Dạ, cho thêm người khác được ạ.
Yeah, one more please.
Dạ vâng. Hello.
Yeah. Cô nói đi ạ.
Hello, tôi là cư dân của thành phố Manchester. Tôi là cư dân của thành phố Manchester. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị. Tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã được thành phố quyết định. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố bất ổn, không đồng ý.
bất cứ sự thay đổi nào. Tôi phản đối cái cô Kim Bini Hồ. Chúng tôi là người ủng hộ của cô. Tôi là người cư dân của thành phố Westminster mà tôi ủng hộ cô. Đến ngày nay cô là cái người tôi không đồng ý. Tôi phản đối cô Kim Bini Hồ. Rồi, cảm ơn.
I'm a resident of Westminster. I would like to support the construction of Quang Tri Monument that was approved by the City Council. I object all the changes which will cause more trouble to the city, and I disagree with any changes. For City Council Kimberly Ho, I oppose her. I supported you before, and now you turn your back to us, and we would not want that. Thank you.
I muted her while you were doing it, so you just need to let her know that she needs to unmute herself and the next person.
Dạ, cô chú làm ơn mở cái micro lên cho cái người kế tiếp ạ.
Hello.
Dạ.
Hello chị, tôi là Thạch Nguyễn, cũng là cư dân của thành phố Westminster. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm Quảng Trị. Tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt-Mỹ đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây. Tất cả mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố thêm rối rắm, không ra cái gì cả. Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào. Và cũng xin nhắn với cô là Kimberly Hồ, không nên phản bội cộng đồng. Nói trước quên sau rồi thay đổi ý kiến tùm lum tà la lên hết. Không giống ai hết. Mình phải nghĩ đến những cái sự chính nghĩa. Cái gì đúng thì mình hãng làm. Về còn dạy dỗ con cái của mình nữa. Tuổi chúng mình bây giờ cũng 2-3 thứ tóc hết rồi. Tôi xin thành thật cảm ơn.
My name is Thạch Nguyễn. I am a resident of Westminster City. I support the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument next to the monument of Vietnamese American soldiers. I do not want any changes that would cause more trouble to the city, and I disagree with any change. I also have a message for City Council Kimberly Ho. Please do not betray the community. You should keep your promise, that the promise that you promised to us before, to be an example for your children. Thank you.
Ở sớm. Tức là một người, hai người. Chị cũng làm Mỹ Tiên mà làm Nancy
Tôi là Trương Văn Tường, binh chủ pháo binh quân lực Việt Nam Cộng hòa. Tôi hoàn toàn ủng hộ cái dự án xây dựng tượng đài ở chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ.
Chú ơi, chú có thể nói lại tên của chú giùm cháu được không cháu nghe không được.
Tôi là Trương Văn Thường, cư dân thành phố Westminster. Tôi hoàn toàn ủng hộ cái dự án xây dựng tượng đài mà bên thành phố đã chấp thuận 500 năm trước đây. Tôi không có đồng ý mọi sự thay đổi nào hết. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ có làm cho lộn xộn và nó thêm phiền phức cho cộng đồng, không có lợi cho cái quốc gia mà cho cộng đồng hết. Tất cả những cái ý kiến này ý kiến nọ dẹp bỏ hết. Nên bây giờ cái quan tâm của mình làm sao mà có được một tượng đài để danh sau này. Còn những cái gì mà có tính cách nhất thời nói là vì thế này vì thế nọ dẹp bỏ hết thì tôi hoàn toàn ủng hộ cái dự án xây dựng tượng đài để có thay đổi gì đó. Xin cảm ơn.
My name is Trương Văn Thương. I am a citizen of Westminster City, and I support the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument next to the Vietnamese Soldier Monument. I do not want any changes that would cause troubles to the city and no benefits to the community. I disagree with any changes. We should focus to the construction and to continue with that. Thank you.
Tiếp tục chút xíu được nữa, được không ạ? Tôi kêu gọi cô Millie Hồ hãy tôn trọng những cái gì mà cô đã hứa với đại tá. Đại tá tôi là chỉ huy trưởng phó viên vô lực mang vào, tôi rất là kính trọng đại tá. Xin cô hãy làm một ái nữ của đại tá cho xứng đáng với lại cái danh từ ái nữ của các cựu đại tá chỉ huy trưởng phó viên của quân lực. Xin chào cô.
And for Kimberly, the Council City Kimberly Ho, please remember what you promised to the colonel of the Republic of Vietnam in the past. You are his beloved daughter, so please keep your words. Thank you.
Cảm ơn cô rất nhiều.
Thank you very much.
Another one, please. Đầu à? Giờ bắt đầu chưa? Tôi tên là Nancy Trần, cư dân thành phố Huntington Beach. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiến Quảng Trị tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng ta thêm ổn. Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào. Xin Kimberly Hồ đừng phản bội cộng đồng. Tôi rất là giúp cô nhiều lắm. Vì cô thắng cử thì cô phải vui chứ. Tại sao cô phản bội cộng đồng? Tôi không có bất ngờ quá. Tôi không biết là cô phản bội. Cô lớn rồi. Sao cô theo ai mà cô phản bội cộng đồng dữ vậy? Mau quá vậy. Cô phải lập trường nha.
My name is Nancy Tran.
Cô lại nữa đó.
I am a resident of Huntington Beach. I support the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument at Vietnamese soldier monuments that was approved before. All changes would cause more trouble to our city. I disagree with any change. For City Council Kimberly Ho, please do not betray the community. You want the recall, so please do not betray us. I'm surprised that you turned your back to us. You are an adult, so you should stand your ground and do not betray the community. Thank you.
Cảm ơn. Xong chưa? Cảm ơn. Yeah. Thank you. Another one.
Hello, tôi là Thanh Phạm, tôi là cư dân của thành phố Westminster. Tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài tái chiếm thành Quảng Trị tại tượng chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đã được Hội đồng thành phố quyết định trước đây. Vì tôi cũng là con của một cựu quân nhân biệt động quân. Mọi sự thay đổi chỉ làm cho thành phố chúng ta thêm bất an ninh. Tôi không đồng ý bất cứ sự thay đổi nào. Cho tôi nhắn với bà Kimberly Hồ, cô là một người tráo trở, phản bội và vô tư cách. Gọi phiên họp khẩn vào ngày thứ 6 khi nhân viên không làm việc, tốn tiền thành phố và phá công trình xây dựng tượng đài bằng cách hoãn lại không thời hạn. Dù sao cô cũng là con của một cựu quân nhân
Tuy rằng bố cô đã chết, khi mà cô làm những cái hành động như vậy thì bố cô cũng phải quật mồ mà sống lại để mà đuổi cô ra khỏi trong gia đình nhà cô. Cô dạy con cô làm sao nó nghe lời cô được. Tôi cảm ơn cô.
My name is Thanh Phạm. I am a
Just
resident.
one more.
I'm a resident of Westminster City. I supported the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument project. All changes would just cause more trouble to the city. I do not agree any change. And a message for City Council Kimberly Ho. You are also a daughter of fallen and soldier before, so please do not betray the community. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I muted them. They need to unmute.
Dạ, mấy cô mấy chú mở tiếng bên đó lên để có thể phát biểu được tiếp à, nếu mà còn người.
Sorry, I just have to keep I have to keep muting it because the feedback between when you're interpreting and background noise is making it difficult to hear.
Dạ, tại vì có nhiều tiếng ồn quá cho nên là phải tắt cái tiếng của bên phía mấy cô chú đi. Nếu mà mấy cô chú muốn phát biểu, mấy cô chú làm ơn mở tiếng lại thì mọi người sẽ nghe được nhé.
I don't know if the person there understands the unmuting part.
Dạ, tại vì trên cái Zoom này đó có cái phần mở tiếng và tắt tiếng, thì khi mà tiếng bị tắt á, là bên phía mọi người sẽ không có nghe được cô chú phát biểu. Thành ra cô chú làm ơn bấm vào cái nút để mà mở tiếng trở lại thì cô chú nói mọi người sẽ nghe được nha.
Dạ, chào cô.
Dạ.
Tôi tên là Vũ Kim Lan. Dạ, tôi là ở Fountain Valley. Tôi rất là ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài chiến sĩ Quảng Trị đó cô. Mà tôi thấy sao mà thay đổi này kia cái nọ, giờ số người rồi thay đổi cái thành phố này thế nọ thế kia. Tôi không muốn là sự thay đổi nào để làm cho thành phố chúng tôi nó rối rắm thêm. Và tôi không đồng ý bất cứ một sự thay đổi nào nha cô. Tôi cũng xin nói thêm đó là tôi phản đối Kimberly Hồ. Vì ngày nào đó là chúng tôi cũng đã từng ủng hộ cô ta. Và bây giờ cũng không thay đổi quá vậy. Còn mà giờ cổ phản bội ra cổ nghĩ đến mà chúng tôi đã từng giờ cổ là phản bội chúng tôi như vậy, tôi rất là buồn. Dạ, xin tôi hết lời.
My name is Vu Kim Lan. I am a resident of Fountain Valley City. I support the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument. There's so many changes and I'm confused. These changes just cause more trouble to the city. And I do not agree with any changes. I also object City Council Kimberly Ho. We supported you before and now you changed, you betrayed us. And we are very sad about that. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Can we get an idea of how many more people? Because that was more than 10.
About one more.
Okay.
Dạ con bao nhiêu người nữa? Một người nữa thôi hả cô?
Dạ vâng. Dạ. Dạ tôi tên là Liên Trần, dạ ở thành phố Garden Grove. Gia đình tôi ủng hộ dự án xây dựng tượng đài Quảng Trị cho nó đúng ngày, cho nó đúng với cái sự mà đầu tiên mà năm cùng mà gì bầu vết đó, thì chúng tôi không muốn có một sự thay đổi nào cả, nhất là bà Kimberly Hồ, bà vừa đồng ý xong là bà thay đổi như vậy là bà trước sau là bất nhất. Chúng tôi rất là buồn phiền bà và không đồng ý với cái việc làm của bà Kimberly Hồ, và chúng tôi rất mong là hội đồng thành phố sáng suốt vẫn là xây dựng tượng đài đúng như là chương trình đầu tiên đã thông báo, không thay đổi. Cảm ơn quý vị.
My name is Lan Tran. Lien Tran. I'm a resident of Garden Grove City. Our family support the construction of Quang Tri Victory Monument. This project should be on schedule and there should be no changes. And I oppose City Council Kimberly Ho. First, she agreed and then she changed. She didn't want to continue the project, and we upset about those changes. We disagree with City Council Kimberly Ho. We would like the construction of this project to be on time as planned. Thank you.
That'll be all, I guess.
Can we get
Hết rồi phải không cô?
Đã hết rồi, chắc là hết rồi, cháu này nhiều lắm rồi đấy cháu. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
the
you.
City of Westminster, for all the time you're trying to help us to put our voices on. So I guess that'll be it, right?
Yes. Thank you so much. And we will move to the
Thank
next
you
speaker.
so much, City Council. Thank you for the interpreter too. We really appreciate what you do for us so we can voice our opinion. Thank you so much.
Dạ không có gì, cảm ơn cô chú. Chào cô chú.
Dạ, cảm ơn cháu nhé.
Okay. All right. So next speaker is try Sao Lei again. Oh. Sao Lei.
Dạ, người kế tiếp là cô hay chú Sảo Lê, có ở đó không ạ?
All right. Camilla Overbeek.
Can you hear me, Christine?
Yes.
Okay, no feedback, no background noise. We're good?
We're good.
All right, thank you. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Camilla Overbeek and I'm a resident of Westminster. Tonight, I'll be speaking about the CityNet report that just came out. But before I get started on that, I just want to let you know that I am absolutely appalled that we are still sitting here arguing over a monument with regard to the Vietnam War, when we in fact have 2 Vietnam veterans living on our streets without help, without food, and without access to medical care. In fact, one individual is on the verge of losing his feet. And this council is more concerned with a monument than helping him. Perhaps we should stop talking about monuments until we actually help those unhoused veterans here in Westminster that fought in the Vietnam War. Then, to the individual who prepared the CityNet report, you have absolutely conflated and inflated cost savings and services rendered. Your report presents the misconception that all street exits remain off the street, which is in fact not the case. You also use all street exits to account for societal savings, which is grossly inaccurate. I would ask this council to table this report for tonight and have CityNet come back with a more accurate accounting. Lastly, I would also like to reiterate what Ms. Boyd stated earlier. The unhoused individuals do not want police involvement. And in fact, Police involvement is a huge deterrent for many individuals, and they are less likely to accept help and services. This is a social welfare issue, not a police issue. Thank you for your time. But in addition, I just want to say, Kimberly Ho, I know that people have come at you tonight and have attacked you and your father's service and have tried to shame you. I ask you to stand in your convictions and be strong in who you are. And you are making me proud to have you as a city council member. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we had a request for Robert Harrison and I forgot to call him earlier, so I apologize for that. But Mr. Harrison.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What is happening in the Vietnamese community and in the city of Westminster with all the division and social media smearing of everyone against the Quan Tri Victory Monument in Freedom Park is happening across America. Mayor Tri Ta and Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen are primarily responsible as city employees representing the city in their positions on the city council, as well as Van Tran and Lan Nguyen and all board members of the Quan Tri Victory Foundation, where they are all responsible for all the division and social smearing in the community. Our First Amendment rights to an opinion does not matter to them. Their threats put fear in others to speak up. Is this a code of ethics violation? Mayor Tri Ta and Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen have a responsibility to all citizens of the city of Westminster and to all American veterans as it relates to the Vietnam War Memorial in Freedom Park, and should not be paying tribute to their personal friends, and should follow the city of Westminster Code of Ethics, yet they have not followed it. And along the way, they have abused their powers with a conflict of interest. Van Tran, in one of his own communications, indicated they are concerned with their own Brown Act violations. The general public and other city council members were lied to and misled in the December 9th, 2020 general council meeting approving the Quan Tri Monument. And a lot of these speakers, they don't comprehend it. If 5 voted for the whole thing, but yet they were lied to, it doesn't count. There was no transparency, disclosure of conflict of interest, no openness to other opinions by American Vietnam veterans where their dissensions were not heard during public comment. And Ta and Nguyen did not recuse themselves, violating the city code of ethics. No one is against the Quan Tri Monument, and yet there is much disagreement to building it in Freedom Park. When the original Vietnam War Memorial was built, there were no intentions to honor any one country and its battles. And here we have second and third generation Vietnamese members of the city council building Vietnamese monument after Vietnamese monument, creating a cemetery of monuments for Vietnamese only, canceling out American Vietnam veterans and all the allies during the Vietnam War, stealing their valor, and that those of the South Vietnamese military forces. The original Vietnam War Memorial represents us all. The real purpose for them is latching on to the original Vietnam War Memorial and to have plaques on the monuments honoring themselves and the Quan Tri board members for financial and political gains, tearing up the limited landscape of Freedom Park, diluting the holiness and sanctuary of the original Vietnam War Memorial for all their benefits. The city of Westminster needs new leadership and should not be wasting years and expenses having to deal with Vietnamese community feuds after feuds, so the city of Westminster can get back to handling the general business and running the city. Praise to the other city council members, Tai Do, Kimberly Ho, Carlos Manzo, for sticking up for the truth and honesty and honoring our First Amendment rights to have our opinions heard. After all, this is America. And the last group of comments were somebody probably handed out a piece of paper and the smears on Kimberly Ho were ignorant. Kimberly Ho's a good girl. A solution to all this division and media smearing: find a larger park in the city of Westminster, place your Vietnamese museum and Vietnamese visitor center there, place the Quan Tri Victory Monument, giving it the honor and respect it deserves, and place there all other monuments the Vietnamese people want to build to honor and respect their culture, their people, their history at this new park. The people in the Quan Tri Victory Foundation, with all the division only they have created, all the hate and smearing that they have done, is what is wrong with America today. God bless America. God bless the Vietnamese people. I've been smeared in the media. I want to say my wife is Vietnamese. My in-laws are Vietnamese.
Sir, your time is up. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker is Kenny Huang.
Yes, I am Kenny Huang here.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi everybody. The first thing I want to thank you all, the people here with the Zoom meeting tonight. I want to say that my comment tonight that I want to build Quang Tri Victory Monument anywhere, but I want to change. I want to modify or reform the committee member because they are not qualified for this committee. When the Vietnamese were they were young with about 6, 7, 8 years and 10 years old, and now they are the first person on the committee. So again, I do not want to stop to build this Quang Tri Victory Monument, but we want to postpone, then reform and change the committee and then continue to build. And also, we are the people surrounding Orange County in Southern California. We don't respect the people outside this Southern California in this committee now and the future. Surrounding Orange County area in Southern California, it belongs to other people in here, not the people very far away from the other state, other in Northern California and Virginia. And also now, again, I want to postpone the Quang Tri Victory Monument project. And again, we want to change the people in this committee and then reform the new committee with the people, with the qualified people for this committee to continue to build Quang Tri Victory Monument. Again, thank you very much. And all the people had to be happy, and we together to build Quang Tri Victory Monument project. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Okay, back to Kenneth Phan. Kenneth? Okay, nope. Try these Long Phan. Sundo.
Dạ có cô chú Lâm Phan hoặc là Xuân Độ ở đó không ạ?
No.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Sundo. Yes.
Oh, good. I'm
Can
so
hear you.
glad to hear from you. Hello, Mayor Gita, Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen, City Council members Dr. Kimberly Ho, Senior Carlos Manuel, Taido, City officials and present residents. My name is Sundo, a resident of Westminster. I was a police field force officer in the South Vietnam. In the US, I'm an elected engineer, an active taxpayer, and an active voter and wise consumer. Okay, tonight I'd like to express my concern about a concrete monument issue. In God we trust, we believe the country sacrificed soul on home team Sông Núi. Let's keep our sacrificed fallen soldiers a decent place to be together, a place to belong to, a place to test, to rest in peace. Let's build a high quality, three-dimensional victory monument with the following reason. The monument will be a Vietnam War tourist attraction. I also want to promote to our children a patriotic symbolism to provide them a sense of loyalty, serving, protect, and defend our America. I want to prove the world that Vietnamese and US armed forces are well-being armies, well-fighting soldiers. Deactivate three divisions of the invader, the enemy that killed thousands of Quang Tri residents who ran for their lives when the killer overran their homeland. They fired their 130mm cannons along the highway to kill everything that moves. It includes old people, young children, women, dog, cat, cow on the highway, as known as horrified highway, Đại lộ Kinh Hoàng. But it's what interesting enough that the fake news make believe that American and Vietnamese troops kill women and children. Secondly, the purpose of the Victory Monument is to honor all the fighting force, not only Marine. The feature of the monument must reflect the victory history. In the front of the monument must list all the names of the fighting force that joined the bloody battle and contribute to the victory. Third, the monument will be built in Westminster Park, but building committee does not reflect Westminster or even Orange County resident. No local religious representative, no local armed force association, no Quang Tri representative. The committee must be represented by the local non-biased people to provide transparency service. The above issue should be resolved before the building is resumed. Thank you for your sophisticated consideration. God bless you and America. Goodbye all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna skip Saleh because he's having trouble. Terry Rains.
Good evening. Well, where am I spending my birthday this year? In a Westminster City Council Zoom meeting, listening to scripted Vietnamese speeches. Is the city ever going to open up council chambers for in-person meetings again? CityNet's June homeless report shows outreach contacts still down, but 16 street exits, which is great, but we can't see where those 16 exited to because of CityNet's report format. The PD has promised to start issuing a more comprehensive report soon. The Community Preservation Unit update indicates approximately 70 homeless encampments in the city were removed over the past year, along with discarded items, shopping carts, graffiti abatement, and overgrown vegetation and inoperable vehicle sweeps. Let's hope the council and the voters extend Mazer SS so these efforts can continue. There is so much more that needs to be done to clean up our city. I support council adopting the recommended methodology number 2 for item 5.3, utilizing a flat cap on park fees for ADUs, but I have concerns with the landscaping and setback code cross city study for item 5.4. It fails to differentiate between general hardscape standards versus parking specific hardscape standards for the cities listed. Only Stanton and Santa Ana mention parking specific limits, and both are much tighter than Westminster's. Our municipal code 17.310.020 landscape standards is not cited, only quoted, yet it's more comparable to what was reported for other cities. And can someone please explain why Westminster only requires 15% of a site with new development to be landscaped? No neighboring cities have minimums anywhere near that low. Does a site with new development include a site with a new ADU? Municipal Code 17.300.020 mandate D2 mandates parking specific hardscape limits, but with far too generous tier allowances based on lot size, which other cities do not. We should stick with a fixed percentage regardless of lot size like other cities do. Time to go back to the drawing board on this, not just in relation to ADUs, but overall. Regarding terminating the city's local emergency order, when and where did the county formally advise cities not to terminate their local emergency orders? Surrounding cities that have not lifted their orders are shown, but those that have, such as Huntington Beach and Newport Beach, are not shown. It is premature for Westminster to end the local emergency because we simply cannot afford to lose any potential federal, state, or county COVID-related funding or reimbursement in the pipeline now, or that may come our way in the future. Staff should have provided council with specific examples of this risk in the staff report. I urge council to hold off lifting the order for now. Thank you, Councilman Manzo, for proposing the creation of a committee for Sid Goldstein Freedom Park and a temporary moratorium on new monuments in the park. However, based on the overwhelming response and input from the community and local veterans, I urge the council to impose a permanent ban on any new monuments, plaques, donor tiles, or structures in Freedom Park, period. No need for a committee. Mayor Ta and Vice Mayor Nguyen, you must recuse yourselves before discussion even begins on item 5.6 tonight and possibly 5.5 as well. Mr. City Attorney, I was taken aback by your comments at the last meeting that you had not verified the foundation's 501c3 IRS status, nor had you researched the conflict of interest issue enough to make a solid recusal recommendation. You seemed either ill-prepared or unwilling to do so then, but you must do so tonight. If no, make that when the appropriate authorities review this matter and determine a conflict of interest and or code of ethics violation has occurred and find that you did not advise your clients appropriately, you may have put them, yourself, and the city in legal jeopardy. FYI, only 12 of the 330 donors listed on the foundation's website and only 25 of the 174 calls to the city in support of the project through July 8th are from Westminster. Most donors and supporters aren't even from Southern California. I am outraged at the mayor, vice mayor, and their gang of thugs. Vice Mayor Nguyen's abhorrent behavior and palpable ignorance has been on full display at recent city council meetings, as has Mayor Ta's dismissive arrogance. I have listened to Vietnamese media programs and read Vietnamese emails full of outrageous lies and propaganda. It's such BS. Dragging Q Hong's name into it and orchestrating vicious attacks against respected veterans, community members, and council members who have been slandered, threatened, and coerced publicly by these thugs. A U-Haul truck plastered with ridiculous banners was driving around town over the 4th of July weekend. Is that even legal? And once again, the gang has made our city the laughingstock of the county, the state, the country, and beyond. The extensive public outcry about this issue must not be ignored. We are not opposed to the money, but we are opposed to the design, the public officials' involvement, and the location in Freedom Park. Listen to the entire community and do the right thing. Impose a permanent ban on any more monuments going in at Freedom Park now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Alice Varela.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I have two comments. First, I often hear people talking about the council had approved the monument at Freedom Park 5 to 5 back in December. What I do not hear is that the mayor owning up to his own mistakes by not disclosing his transparency of his relationship with the foundation, as well as his friends from the foundation, was clearly a violation of the conflict of interest. as well as several violations of the city's conflict of interest, the code of ethics, and which that should be disclosed, and there should be a meeting regarding his actions, because of that, look at what's happening to the community, our veterans. You know, they should not have to go through this, nor the families who lost a loved one during the conflict of the Vietnam War. Second, one, I don't understand why the mayor and Charlie Nguyen and many of the Vietnamese are willing to dishonor our American veterans and their families who gave part in all of themselves for them and their families to live in freedom on the American soil during the Vietnam War, by wanting to add another monument at Freedom Park, which is located with the Vietnam Veteran Memorial, War Memorial Monument. This current monument honors all American and South Vietnamese who sacrificed during the conflict of the Vietnam War. And there should not be no more monuments built at that park. What the people want for this new monument is beautiful, to honor people that sacrifice. But it would be more of an honor to give those servicemen their own park or their own monument in front of City Hall. That would serve all purpose, you know, honoring everyone. It's just really hurtful to hear the division of the community and the mayor and the vice mayor, how they abuse their position. They just sit back and allow people to be smeared. They use the city to benefit themselves. The monument that the mayor proposed was to honor him, council, which is also his vice mayor, which is also on the foundation board, his friends, which he never disclosed the transparency of their direct conflict, as well as their friends that are slandering good people, people who fought and sacrificed part of their lives so they can live here. They are allowing that they destroy the community. You know, so our veterans were spit at and disrespected when they came back from the Vietnam War. And now they're being spit at and disrespected again by the mayor, and as Terry calls his thugs. You know, that is so wrong. So I would appreciate, and it would be great if the Vietnamese, the ones that want the monument at the park, if they would do their full research as I did and find out the truth. And Mayor Tita and Vice Mayor Charlie, shame on you guys for doing this to the community, doing this to the people of Westminster.
You have 30 seconds.
God bless you guys for all you're doing for your fight. And Councilwoman Ho, I support you. Stay strong because God is with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Last 4 speakers, and this is the last time I'm going to call you. Sao Lei, Kenneth Phan, Kenny Huang, or Long Pham?
Hello.
Wait, I think you already spoke. Did you already?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, then yeah, so your opportunity is, I am sorry. Oh, sorry, I just muted him. Kenneth Phan. Go ahead, Kenneth. Kenneth.
Dạ thưa cụ Kenneth Phan ạ.
Let me
Nếu mà
check.
chú có làm ơn chú phát biểu.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Are you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Là tôi nói tiếng Việt được không?
Dạ được rồi, chú nói cái dịch thì chú à.
Tôi là Kenneth Phan á, cư dân ở thành phố Santa Ana. Tôi là cựu quân nhân thủy quân lục chiến Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Cái đơn vị mà cuối cùng mà cắm cờ trên cổ thành Quảng Trị đó. Đơn vị tôi đã hy sinh hơn 3.600 người. Và những cái đơn vị bạn cũng ủng hộ và chết cũng tương đương như vậy đó. Khi mà được tin là xây được cái cổ thành Quảng Trị á, cái tượng đài số bên Quảng Trị á, chúng tôi rất vui mừng và hãnh diện. Nhưng chúng tôi không chấp nhận trong Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài có những thành phần không đáng được nằm trong Ủy ban. Họ đã điêu xấu quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Nhờ cô thông dịch lại đấy.
Yeah. My name is Kenneth Phan. I am a resident of Santa Ana City. I'm also a former Marine Corps soldier of the Republic of Vietnam. My unit was the last one who put a flag on Quang Tri City, and over 3,000 soldiers has died at that battle. When I learned about the project of building the Quang Tri Monument, we feel so proud and happy about that. However, we cannot accept the committee that included the member, the people who do not deserve to be part of that committee. And we denounce the people who say bad things about this project.
Ok, tôi những cái lời lẽ. Alo.
Dạ, chú nói tiếp đi ạ.
Tôi rất ủng hộ cô Kimberly Hồ Tài Đỗ cũng như là ông Kellogg đấy tạm dừng cái xây dựng cổ thành Quảng Trị lại và thay đổi nhân sự trong Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài. Ok, có nhiều đó thôi. Cảm ơn.
I support City Council Ty Doe, Kimberly Ho, and Carlos, who put a hold on this project and making some changes regarding the people who are in charge of this. And those are my opinions. Thank you.
Claudia Steinmetz. Claudia?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, good evening, council members, audience. My name is Claudia Steinmetz. I'm a resident of Westminster. And I just wanted to echo a lot of what I've heard about why Goldstein Park. You know, that's a really big concern with me. Why does it have to be there? We already have Little Saigon that is already considered a destination tourist point. I think that this monument there could help kind of encompass everything that Little Saigon means to Westminster. And with all the money that is being raised, how can it be utilized accordingly to help our Vietnamese Americans here in Westminster? And I had a quick question. You were all so concerned with the pride flag and giving preferential treatment to one cause on our city grounds. What's the difference here? Giving this specific organization access to city property? I want you all to think about that. And I want to thank Councilmember Monzo and Ms. Kimberly Ho for kind of really being the voice of putting a little more thought into what we do. And I appreciate that as a resident. And I just want to thank you. And Kimberly, I know you're getting a lot of slander, and it's very unfortunate that it's coming from your community. And I just want you to know that there are a lot of us behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Nam Tan, one last time.
Dạ cô hay chú Nam Tân ạ. Đây là lần cuối cùng nha, tụi cháu gọi nhé.
Hello. Xin lỗi, có nghe không ạ?
Dạ nghe được ạ.
Okay. Sorry, I missed speaking the last time. So, tên tôi là Tần Nam đó, tôi là chủ tịch của Liên hội Cựu Chiến sĩ đó. Thì tôi chỉ có 2 ý kiến rất là đơn giản thôi. Thì thứ nhất á, những cái gì mà tôi đã trình bày trên radio, TV và chúng tôi cũng đã trình bày trên cuộc họp báo Chủ nhật vừa qua. Thì chúng tôi xin khẳng định lần nữa là chúng tôi không có chống đối vấn đề xây dựng tượng đài. Và tôi nghĩ rằng tất cả mọi người trong cộng đồng này, cũng ngay cả 3 người nghị viên hiện giờ trong hội đồng thành phố, họ cũng không chống đối vấn đề xây dựng tượng đài. Cái điều mà chúng ta không hiểu nhau đó là Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài đã làm cho mọi người trong cộng đồng này xáo trộn, vì họ cứ nghĩ rằng mọi người đang chống đối xây dựng tượng đài. Sự thật không ai chống đối xây dựng tượng đài hết, vì tượng đài đó là di tích của lịch sử, là của cho con cháu ngày sau. Tại sao chúng ta phải chống nó? Chúng tôi chỉ yêu cầu Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài sửa sai lại những gì họ đã làm thôi. Tôi xin nhấn mạnh lại là hãy ngồi lại với những người họ muốn xây dựng, họ muốn đóng góp, mà đặc biệt là những người cư dân ở đây. Những người cư dân như là những người quyết định trong việc xây dựng tượng đài Quảng Trị. Hãy ngồi, hãy lắng nghe họ và sửa những gì sai lầm. Như vậy thôi, là cái điều đó rất là đơn giản. Tại sao chúng ta không chịu ngồi lại với nhau để mà chúng ta cùng hợp tác sửa những sai lầm? Bởi vì khi mà chúng ta làm một cái tượng đài lịch sử thì không được sai lầm. Nếu chúng ta sai lầm thì cả cái lịch sử đó chúng ta sẽ xóa bỏ. Đó là ý kiến thứ nhất. Ý kiến thứ hai là chúng tôi muốn nói là trong Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài đó có 2 người, vừa là ủy ban của Hội đồng thành phố mà vừa là ủy ban của xây dựng tượng đài. Cho nên cái điều này nó cũng có một sự conflict rất là rõ ràng. Như vậy thì khi người dân phản ảnh lên tất cả những cái ý kiến đóng góp sai sót của Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài thì 2 vị đó đứng về phía nào? Một là quý vị đứng về phía Hội đồng thành phố, 2 là quý vị đứng về phía Ủy ban xây dựng tượng đài. Anh chị, tôi nêu vấn đề này ra để cho 2 quý vị trong ủy viên của Hội đồng thành phố suy nghĩ và cố gắng làm sao 2 vị dung hòa được tất cả những ý kiến của người dân và dung hòa được ý kiến của những tổ chức cũng như trong cộng đồng này. Họ đang phản ảnh về những cái sai sót đó. Họ đang cố gắng để chúng ta ngồi lại hợp tác với nhau. Xin chân thành cảm ơn tất cả quý vị.
Thank you. My name is Nam Tan and I only want to provide 2 ideas about this topic. I have talked about what my opinion were on radio, on TV, and also during the press release last Sunday. We do not oppose the construction of the monument, and all the city councils and the committee of this project, nobody opposed the construction of this monument. However, the misunderstanding here is that the committee caused trouble about how to do the work. The truth is nobody opposed it, and because this is the history monument, so we do not want to make any mistake, because if you make a mistake to history, it is not history anymore. And the second thing is that we there's two members of the committee. They play two roles, the city council and also the members of the committee, which is kind of conflict of interest. So what would they do if they get the feedback from the community about this project? If there are some mistakes that need to be fixed, which side should they take? Would they be on the city side or would they be on the committee side? So my opinion is that these city councils should think about all the options and they should listen to the people and get all the opinion from the community and the organization who want to build this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Long Pham.
Dạ thưa chú Long Phạm ạ.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Your echo, you have an echo.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
My name is Long Pham. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. You're probably asking, why wouldn't a resident of Newport Beach worry about Westminster? I tell you why. I have served on the Orange County Board of Education for 4 years, and being the only Vietnamese voice who was ever served on the County Board of Education, I still maintain my close contact with the education community, both American and Vietnamese. One of the things that I heard people were talking about, and I don't hear anyone mention about this here, so I like to mention about it. First of all, we heard that the foundation, the Quang Tri Victory Foundation, when they went out and asked for donation from the community, they are lying to the community. They say that they will build a monument. There's no monument. They are building the headstone, and they are advertising that they are building a monument so they can collect more money from the community. To me, this is a fraud, a big fraud, and I'm not sure if the city would like to cooperate with them on that. Okay, and that is my personal comment. The second comment is from the education community. You probably all hear about the SB 895. SB 895 is no longer a bill. It has been a law, a state law that's signed to law by the governor. SB 895 set the requirement for teach the Vietnamese war and the formulation and the development of the minority community in California and also in the US, with the Vietnamese community is one. Okay, by doing that, the education community is concerning about who write the history, who will write the history. They are concerning, yes, because the mayor on his personal life had trying to make the movie called The Silk Road. The Silk Road is actually a China product, but the mayor trying to change the history by conveying that he's writing Hai Bà Trưng, which is the Vietnamese history. Hai Bà Trưng had nothing to do with the Silk Road. Okay, so we have a mayor who trying to rewrite history in the wrong way, who trying to rewrite history before he was born. How are we going to trust that the mayor will not do anything wrong when he's cheating the people by telling them that he's building the monument when he's building the headstone? Where would the money go? That is something that we are concerning about. And you probably will be asking, how come the education community didn't raise their voice? Yes, they couldn't raise their voice because they are afraid that the mayor, Mr. Mayor, they are afraid that you're going to slander them. They are too old now. They could not take any slandering from you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this is Sao Lei's last chance, and then anyone else who would like to speak, now's the time to raise your hand, please. And Sao Lei,
Dạ, chú Sáu Lê, cô hay chú Sáu Lê có ở đó không ạ?
Nope, that is it for Sao Lê. Roger Mindrum, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'd just like to say that probably not going to have some positive people aren't going to like what I have to say here, but I just really think it's ridiculous that we're spending so much city time on this subject. Monuments. Look at history, look at the recent history, even across our country, and see the strife and division and the downing of monuments that have happened and are still happening in this country. And I'm not saying anything against the cultural or the war veterans or the people, but I got an easy solution to all this. Stop the monuments on public property, public parks, public land. This will continue to happen. This division, all of this slander of people and bullying and everything else is going on, it's an easy solution. Put a moratorium, put a 50-year moratorium on monuments and public parks. End it. There's a better way. Look at all the money that's in the community that can be put on private property. Look at the monuments that people are taking down across the country. Yeah, it's a different subject of monuments, but still, people say take them out of the public eye, put them in a museum if you want, put them in a public, or take them out of a public place. Some people want to destroy them. Some people want to just put them in a museum or something. But it's an easy solution because this is going to continue. I really don't know why this is causing so much division. The Parasol Island monument didn't really cause a lot of division, I don't think. That was somewhat of an easy vote, I think, with the council. But I think it's ridiculous. I mean, look at what's going on, even with the city council. Look at the slander that's going on with everyone. And Councilmember Ho getting the slander that she's getting. And 100%, I believe it's a conflict of interest. It doesn't have to be financial, but 100% it's a conflict of interest with the mayor and the vice mayor. And the easy solution on that, really, if you're a professional, especially Mr. Nguyen, you should have not have, you said you just recently in April joined this foundation. Easy solution. Tell them you'd like to help, but you know what? It's a conflict of interest. As a council member, as a vice mayor, I really shouldn't be on the board. Easy solution. But is it a conflict of interest? 100%, 100%. In many people's view, it's a conflict of interest. Does not have to be financial. It's just obvious. So hope y'all make a decision on this, a good decision, easy solution. Stop the monuments, period, on public property. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that being said, I have no additional speakers that have not already spoken. So no additional speakers, and thank you to our interpreter, Tina Lee, for coming back and helping us out. So
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Tina,
Thank
good
you so
job.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tina Lee, for your help. Really appreciate that. Okay, so I'd like to close oral communication. And I believe the council already voted to have item 6.1 after the consent calendar. Am I right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, so next we have consent calendar.
Well,
All
we have,
matter?
no, we have 6.1 before the consent calendar.
Oh, before the consent, okay. So
I am sorry.
6.1, termination of assistant coronavirus, COVID-19 local emergency declaration. City Clerk?
Yes, so we did receive a request to consider terminating the local state of emergency declaration. As you know, with last year, the local emergency order was placed. The County of Orange declared a health emergency order in February of 2020, and which was followed by a state order in early March, and then the city declared a local emergency ratified by the council on March 19th. So today I have a special guest, Michelle Anderson with the County of Orange, available to answer any questions as far as what impacts there would be if we were to terminate the existing local emergency declaration. So,
all right, please.
And I are available for questions.
Okay, Michelle, can you just talk about the effects by it being removed? Can you speak of that, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here. I just want to confirm you can hear me okay? Okay, perfect. So again, my name is Michelle Anderson. So I am the County Emergency Manager. And essentially, there are 3 different levels that proclamations and declarations happen. As described just moments ago, is first, you have a federal declaration that is currently in place that has no end period at this time. What we've been told is that FEMA will give us a 30-day notice when they do intend to terminate that federal declaration. You also have at the state level a governor's proclamation of emergency. Again, we have no end date that we're aware of for that. And so what we've been told again is that Cal OES recommends that locals keep their proclamations in place because they don't know when theirs will be lifted. At the county level, normally when we issue a proclamation, all of the cities, special districts, and everyone within our geographic boundaries are covered by that. COVID is a little unique in that all of the city jurisdictions went ahead and proclaimed in Orange County in addition to the county doing so. And again, it has more to do with the uncertainty in between the state and federal actions and what it means for reimbursement purposes. From the county's perspective, what we did on June 22nd is our Board of Supervisors went ahead and tied the lifting of the county's emergency proclamation directly to the lifting of the state of California's. So we won't have to take any additional action when the state decides to lift theirs. Now, why did we do that, and why should you consider your options in terms of maintaining your proclamation in place or terminating? And a lot of it has to do with what the city's impacts currently are and any of the activities that you might be currently undertaking. Normally when there is a fire, a flood, or an earthquake, we can all very clearly see the response, whether it's fire or law, out in the field. You see the flames or the buildings that are impacted. With COVID, it's much more difficult to actually see what the community impacts are and to measure whether or not there are still activities going on. So just as an example, some of what we've seen different cities and counties considering is, do you still have any city employees who are acting as disaster service workers? So they're acting outside of their normal functions. Are you using any volunteers through the city to do, say, food distribution or providing some type of care or shelter? Are you providing services that normally are outside of the scope of some of your city, county agent or city agencies? Similarly, we've had others who have been looking kind of downrange about what's going to happen when we remove the controls in place for mortgages and rents, that we don't quite know yet what those full economic impacts are. And so rather than lifting proclamations now and then discovering that we have economic issues in a couple of months, they've chosen just to go ahead and to continue to maintain so that if you start seeing community impacts, you can rapidly respond to that. Additionally, some of the benefits of keeping the proclamation in place do have to do with eligibility for costs that the city might be incurring that could be eligible for reimbursement through the Federal Emergency Management Agency or FEMA's Public Assistance Program. And again, that goes to any staff time where they're assigned to work on COVID response. So I know a lot of the cities participated in the giant vaccination pods by providing employees to work at that. But again, also if you have people assigned doing traffic control or food distributions, those types of costs are potentially reimbursable for FEMA. One of the other challenges with that FEMA reimbursement and why we and Cal OES are recommending people leave their proclamations in place is because we don't know what programs FEMA may make allowable as we continue to see the extended effects of COVID-19. And again, it's looking more at the socioeconomic impacts and impacts on our communities rather than physical response like you normally see in fire, floods, and earthquakes. So again, unfortunately, it comes back to how the city is currently performing activities and whether or not you still see a need in your community and if you're still seeing impacts related to COVID.
Thank you, Michelle. I think we still have, I think Diana Dauber can speak to this. We're still performing staff food distribution, vaccine distribution. I think we have another one coming up here shortly. So all that staff time, we would be in danger of not being able to recover funds for that by lifting this, correct? Yeah, so
Are you asking me
yes,
that question?
Yeah, we have another
Yes,
one coming up shortly, right? The vaccine.
Absolutely, we're still continuing those functions.
Yeah. And
so let me ask you this. May I ask you questions, Michelle? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. But let me ask you this. Okay, so FEMA, in order for any city get reimbursed for FEMA, so we have legally we have to have a emergency declaration in place. Is that what one of the basic fundamentally legal for FEMA to help? I mean, if we don't have that in place, FEMA not gonna come in and help us to get reimbursed. Is that how does that work?
So correct. So and again, this is where it's a little different from in historically when we've dealt with fires and floods and earthquakes, where they have actually accepted the county's proclamation to cover all of the jurisdictions within our geographic boundaries. Is that hasn't been the case with the way FEMA is operating for COVID. And really what they're looking for in those proclamations is the cities to say, we're beyond our ability to pay for all of these goods and services. We're beyond our ability to support the amount of need in our jurisdiction. And therefore, we need this extraordinary funding to come from the state or federal government in order to support us. And in a normal disaster cycle, and talking about like fires as an example, we actually have a minimum of damage that you have to be able to demonstrate. In Orange County, you'd have to be able to demonstrate at least $13 million worth of damage before you're eligible for funding. And that's because FEMA is looking to see that demonstration of have you really exceeded your local ability to address this. And that's what the proclamation usually documents. Is the proclamation documents, this is the situation that we're faced with, this is why we need help, and this is what, if we're asking for waivers to different authorities and regulations, are included in that proclamation.
Okay, so let's say that we certainly we have a surge in COVID-19, and it doesn't take that long for us to have an emergency meeting and have a proclamation that declare the emergency for our city. So technically, it's just a matter of time, right? We can call for a meeting and pass that
particular proclamation, and that technically legally qualify to receive FEMA aid, right? Is that correct? So we don't have to have one in place. We don't have to have one in place just in case, right? If we face an emergency situation where we need aid from the state and federal level, we can certainly, as a government entity, we can enter passing a proclamation that declare the state of emergency. Is that a fair statement, ma'am?
So yes, and the only challenge that you would have is on the financial and administrative side. You'd need to be able to very clearly do the start and stop of your financial accounting for tracking purposes. But it is definitely true in terms of, yes, you can pass another proclamation at any point.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
All right, we want to thank the specialist from the county explain to us. So based on the explanation, so I think that we need to keep the local emergency status. And with that, I like to make a motion to keep the local emergency declaration. And that is my motion.
A second.
All right, so we have the motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Motion made by Mayor Ta, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to keep the local emergency. Okay, Councilmember.
Okay, let me have a question real quick before we vote. Okay, it's not a problem. We can keep that on file. It's not an issue. But I'd like to have a regular meeting in this council chamber next meeting and return regular service at City Hall immediately. We need to follow the protocol. COVID-19 protocol. Those who get vaccinated can allow to walk around without masks, and those who have not, they must have a mask on. Okay, what does it take to make it happen?
If the council wishes for us to go that direction, you can. The only thing that I will say about that is because there's no way for us to regulate people who are vaccinated or unvaccinated in the indoors, we would require everyone who's unvaccinated to wear a mask. You know, I mean, you're really putting people at risk at that point if they choose not to wear one. The other side of it too is there are no social distancing measures in the council chambers. So if the city council is comfortable sitting all next to each other, trust each other that you are all vaccinated. I mean,
so we travel. The federal government allows us to travel on the airplane packed. Okay, everyone wearing a mask. Okay, and we still right now have a council meeting via Zoom, and that's ridiculous.
City Attorney, I have a question. This item is not on the agenda. Should we wait and then agenda it and then we can talk about it? Right now, I don't think that we should discuss about whether opening or not opening. I am more than happy to discuss about it later on, or when we are organized. But it is not anywhere that we are going to talk about about this item right now.
No action could be taken on that specific issue. You'd have to add it to the agenda. This is about.
I understand. That's why I'm asking the questions. Okay, I would like to. Does it take the council action to return to regular meetings and provide regular service to the resident of Westminster at City Hall?
Just to kind of add to that a little bit. So right now, as it stands, the governor has an extension that allows us to continue with these virtual meetings through the end of September. Understandably, a lot of cities are returning or doing some kind of hybrid, option. For us as employees, we do have, and OSHA guidelines, and unfortunately, Robert's not here to explain that. But maybe Michelle or HR can kind of tap on that. But we as employees have requirements that that we've implemented here. If we are vaccinated, we can be indoors without the mask. We have our own vetting process for us so that we know who's vaccinated, who's not vaccinated, who has to wear a mask and who doesn't. that's where this issue with, members of the public, as far as, just basically self-attesting, are we going to social distance in the council chambers? Like, how are we going to be handling, internally? So those are things that we're going to have to discuss at some point. Can we do this administratively without council action? Yes. But council needs to tell me that I will have, you'll have a quorum in the council chambers. We are not set up to do a hybrid. Our chambers is full. We don't have a setup where we can do, people on Zoom and at the dais. We don't have that ability. Again, that's just part of renovation costs that, it just has not been done for this city. We're not high tech.
Christine, I think we need to agendize this issue
Yeah,
for discussion. We're going into a lot of this.
Yeah,
and
which,
it's not the issue.
and this is stuff that, the public has asked about before, but no, the short answer of it is it doesn't require council action. We could certainly make it a council discussion, but we can just do it administratively as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Right now we have this, the motion and the second on the floor.
Okay, Councilmember Doe.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Manzo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, and thank you very much to Michelle Anderson.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes. All right, next we have consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. Council?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. All right, we have the motion by Vice Mayor and second by Council Member.
That's to move
Enzo.
the consent calendar
Yes.
in its entirety. So roll call vote, Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next item 5.1, award contract for McFadden Avenue Street Improvement Project from Magnolia Street to Bouchard Street and from Brockhurst Street to Wash Street.
I move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve.
All right, we have the motion and second to approve this item as recommended.
Motion made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Mayor Ta, and that's to approve the award of contract to the lowest and responsive bidder in the amount of $1,142,160 to All American Asphalt, and all other bids be rejected. Authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $114,216 for potential change orders, and authorize the city to execute the contract on behalf of the city. Roll call vote, Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Manzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next item 5.2, update on the Community Preservation Unit, CPU. May I have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our interim community preservation supervisor, George, will be here to give his presentation. George?
Hi, can you hear me? It's not letting me start my video. Oh, here we go. Okay, you can see me, right?
We can see you, yes.
All right, let me share my screen. Give me a second. All right. Good evening, Mayor Ta, Vice Mayor Nguyen, esteemed council members, good evening. My name is George Perez. I am the interim Community Preservation Unit Supervisor. The purpose of this presentation is to give council a brief update on the work and accomplishments that CPU has had during this past fiscal year. As you know, this division was created under Project W to mitigate the visual blight that has been a constant struggle to the city before this division was created. Just as a reminder, CPU operates independently of code enforcement. Code enforcement handles violations that generally require longer timeframes for compliance. Community Preservation Unit is a quick response team, and one of our major duties is to respond to resident complaints that can be abated rapidly. What is CPU's purpose? CPU's creation was to improve the overall appearance of the city by enhancing the aesthetics, the livability, and the integrity of our residential, commercial, and public properties. This, of course, is achieved by the ongoing active patrolling, by providing education to the residents, and the consistent communication between the residents and CPU. The most common types of violations CPU handles are the discarded items, which include bulky furniture and appliances, trash and debris, unkept lawns, homeless encampments, unpermitted signs and banners, graffiti, and shopping carts. These issues make up 99% of our day-to-day activity. In regard to shopping carts, which have been a big problem for the city in the past, CPU has acquired a part-time officer that is dedicated to removing shopping carts, and the city has terminated the city's shopping cart contract with a third-party vendor. In the past fiscal year, 2020-2021, CPU has removed from the city streets more than 280 abandoned shopping carts. Shopping carts that are in good condition are returned to the retail store it belongs to. Shopping carts that are damaged are taken to the city's refuse yard. Homeless encampments have become a priority for the CPU team, and we work closely with our homeless liaison officers, Officer Roland Perez and Officer Nicole Brown. From July 1st, 2020 to date, CPU has removed more than 80 homeless encampments. Here you see a before and after photo of one of our cleanups. On an average, CPU removes more than 1,500 to 2,500 discarded items per month. CPU is in communication with the Public Works Department to remove large bulky items from public right-of-way when the items are too large for the CPU to remove. Public Works responds to an estimated 90 large bulky item calls per month. You are looking at a before and after photo of a discarded items cleanup in the Little Saigon area last month by CPU. This cleanup took a total of 9 truckloads to remove. CPU conducts quarterly sweeps of all 4 districts for a variety of violations. This includes, but is not limited to, overgrown vegetation, inoperable vehicles, discarded items, and trash containers in public view. The sweeps conducted consist of placing a door hanger on the property to educate the residents and to obtain compliance as needed. As you can see, in March, CPU conducted 2 separate sweeps of all 4 districts with a total of 160 cases. CPU is responsible for the abatement of graffiti on private property. In this past fiscal year, we have abated more than 50 cases of graffiti on private property. What you are looking at in the image is a before and after photo of a frequently vandalized location on Beach Boulevard north of Bolsa. On the average, CPU opens 150 to 200 cases per month, most of which are closed within a day or two to a quick response from CPU and quick compliance. What you see on the screen are before and after photos of complaints received by CPU from the community. For this fiscal year, CPU has worked on more than 1,600 cases for fiscal year 2020-2021. This is taken into account the pandemic, where we did not issue door hangers or notices to property owners because we took into consideration social distancing, COVID-19 protocols, and the fact that most residents were being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Moving forward, CPU will continue to optimize our time and resource by addressing straightforward violations. I will be executing block by block sweeps of all 4 districts to achieve measurable change in those targeted areas. My goal is to continue to enhance the aesthetics, the livability, property values, and the integrity of the city. I just wanted to share some positive comments from social media on the work CPU is doing out in the community. We've been really busy, and I'm happy to know that the community is happy with the work CPU is doing. Before I conclude my presentation, I'd like to thank council for your continued support. And I also want to thank Alexa for giving me this opportunity to do this presentation. So thank you very much. That concludes my
Yeah,
presentation.
I really want to thank Mr. Perez and all the staff in the unit CPU for helping the city and the community. I have a question. So how many staff in your unit? How many staff?
So we have a total of 9 part-time employees, and I'm the the only full-time officer, supervisor on the team. So the rest of them are all part-time employees, 9 of them.
And then your unit under the supervision of code enforcement division, right?
We're under community development under
Oh,
Alexis
community
Penalty.
development. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I just want to, first of all, I want to thank you for the great updates and good works, a great presentation and positive feedback from our community.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on that. May I ask why are you bringing this one up for tonight's meeting? Was there a requester? And who is that? Who was that? Can I ask staff? Because I don't see it in the report.
I apologize, Vice Mayor. Yes, you did request this update.
All right, thank you very much. I thought so because I don't know who's that. So I know that I asked for, and I don't know whether this is mine or somebody else. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
With that, I move to receive and file a report. Thank you very much.
Before we do that, I want to thank Alexa and George for all your hard work. And I really appreciate you guys getting out there. It seems like you do a lot with limited staff. So I want to thank you for that. Can I ask you, prior to CPU implementation, what was the process, or how long did it take when somebody reported a discarded item or something, lawn or whatever, the things you work on? Like, how long did it take prior to CPU being in place?
Prior to CPU, we were with, I was with code enforcement, and considering the amount of workload that code enforcement has with more drawn out cases, it would take a while for even easy violations to be abated. So it would take for, a trash container, maybe 10 days when it could be done in a few days when we issue a notice of violation, or a door hanger.
So like right now, I've seen your response pretty quick, but typically when somebody calls in a case, how long does it take CPU to get out there?
To get out there, we're a quick response team. So we're out there immediately. As soon as we get the complaint, I dispatch one of the guys out there, and they're on it, issuing a door hanger within a couple hours, a few hours.
Oh, great. So yeah, I mean, I love this. I love the CPU they do, and you guys are doing an awesome job. And I know it's hard. There's still, many cases out there, and it seems, sometimes it seems like a never-ending job for you guys. But
it is a never-ending job.
I mean, I know from what I see with my own eyes that you clean something up, especially with the homeless, and the next day or 2 days later is back,
Yes, sir.
And so I appreciate that.
Mr. Perez, I just want to
Yes,
add
sir.
some more to this.
Okay.
The reason I brought this one up, a while ago and asked for the update was because, during the COVID and especially just recent month, there were a lot of complainings about, the trash and things like that, because the CRNR is, short of people and same thing for, others sanitation district. So that was one of the things that I want to make sure that we are doing our job to make sure that, we take care of the community. And, based on your presentation and the work that your department do, I think that we did a great job and we do take care of our community. So I appreciate for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, for doing all the, taking the effort to do that. Continue to do the good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to second the second motion for receiving file.
All right, so we have the motion and second for this item as recommended.
Yes, motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to receive and file the report. Roll call vote, Councilmember Doe.
Yes, I want to thank you, thank staff for a great job. I mean, this is the CPU effort is very consistent with the broken window theory. If we keep it clean, everybody would keep it clean. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I agree.
Thank you. Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Next item 5.3, analysis of Westminster Park fee related to accessory building unit fee, ADU fee.
Mayors and council, just like before, I have the ADU pending, so I like to withdraw. I recuse myself for 5.3 and 5.4. So how are we going to do this, City Clerk?
So, so the best thing for you to do would be just to stop your video, mute, and walk away. That's how we've handled the recusals previously. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So
I would do so.
This in
Okay.
honor system, yes.
Yeah, recuse himself 10:02 p.m. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're bringing this.
I'm
item-
sorry. But when I leave, how do I know when I come back? So can you text me or,
Yeah,
or so?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will text you back.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
We're bringing back this item to follow up on the direction that was provided by the City Council on the May 26th meeting, which analyzed the fees that were charged to ADU development. And the direction that staff received from Council is to lower the park fee to get our total fees within the range of some of our neighboring cities, most specifically a little bit under Garden Grove, which was generally speaking the second highest of the city groups that we looked at. So we're bringing back to you 3 potential methodologies for reducing the park fee that put our total ADU fees generally in the range of our neighboring cities and a little bit below Garden Grove. So I'm going to share my screen with you to just have 3 very brief slides, and I'll walk you through the methodologies very, very briefly here. Okay, so methodology 1 is where we would reduce the park ADU fee in total. So currently the standard park ADU fee is $13,760. This option would say that we are changing the fee entirely. The new fee is now $6,500. So that deals with one of the 2 issues that was brought up by Council on May 26th meeting, which is we would like to get our total fee lower. this accomplishes that. It would get our total fee lower. What it does not address is sort of this idea of an equity issue. So state law requires that when we calculate the impact fee for an ADU, we use this ratio between the existing primary residence and the ADU and the square footage. So if you have a 3,000 square foot residence that's building a 1,000 square foot ADU, that's a ratio of a third, right? 1,000 compared to 3,000. So their park fee will be 1/3 of our baseline park fee, which is that 13,760. On the other hand, if you have a home that's only 1,500 square feet as a primary residence, that's building the exact same 1,000 square foot ADU, then that's 2/3 of the park fee. So the person with the smaller home, even though they're building the exact same size ADU, will pay a higher park fee than the person with the larger home. And that is state law. We went over this very carefully with our city attorneys in putting forward these proposals. And there is no way for us to change how we do that piece of the calculation. So this first methodology does not really account for that equity, so to speak. It lowers our fee, but it doesn't really change the fact that a larger home is going to pay a smaller amount than a smaller primary residence. Methodology 2, which is the methodology that staff is recommending, is putting a cap on the fee. So we don't change the fee per se. Our baseline fee would still exist, but we're going to have a cap of $4,000 is our recommended number. So that puts us in that range. It's still, the math, still works to get us to a total lower fee. And then ultimately it does the best job of addressing the equity issue, just because the majority of our homes and, typical ADU size of, give or take 1,000 square feet, they're all going to be above a $4,000 park fee. So by placing that cap, it ultimately kind of ends up treating everyone pretty much the same. For the most part, an ADU applicant is going to pay $4,000 in a park fee. It's not 100%, but most. So it deals the best with that equity issue while still addressing the total overall cost. And finally, this third methodology, generally speaking, is our least favorite. It also does deal, it lowers our total fee and it addresses some of the equity issue, but in some ways it's just a little bit more convoluted because instead of addressing the fee itself, which was the direction and the task, we're saying that instead all homes we're going to assume to be much bigger homes. So instead of working with the home size, the primary home size as it is, whether it's 1,200, 1,500, 2,000, whatever it is, we're going to say that all homes are at least 3,200 square feet. Again, it still works, the math still works, but the methodology, I mean, if the purpose is to reduce the park fee, then our preference is to just say, well, let's change how we handle the park fee and not come up with this kind of other option for changing the home, though we can. So that's all I'm gonna share in terms of the screen. Those are the three methodologies. All of the ultimately the impacts to the park fees, they all get reduced in our best guess about 53–54%. So it, generally speaking, cuts the park revenues in half. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about these.
Yeah, thank you, Alexa, for the report. I have some questions. Currently, how much is it costing us to maintain our parks? Do you know? And because I know they need a lot of work. I think we're only able to do like one a year. So do we know how much it costs, and also how much is our park dedication fund currently?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Erin if she can answer that question for us.
I can. So currently in our park dedication fund, we have 2.4 million, but we've allocated it with our 21-22 budget, 650,000 in projects. So we're at $1.7 million after that. And also our park maintenance budget, which is funded by the general fund, is 2.3 million. So, but that's general fund. The park dedication is only for projects and improvements. Maintenance comes from the park maintenance budget in the general fund.
Seems quite a bit.
That budget does include the median maintenance, and it also includes graffiti removal. And Jake would have to speak to that. I'm not sure if he's prepared, or we could provide that information later. I'm not sure what percentage is that, but the majority of it is the parks.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I see the numbers, and I do agree that our numbers are pretty high. My concern is, do we have the luxury, the financial luxury, to reduce these fees that over 50% reduction? That's my concern. With that, I mean, that's a question I want the council to consider. And I do agree that fees are higher. They are a lot higher than other cities, but I don't know if we have the luxury that Garden Grove has, as far as what they probably spend on what their financial situation is compared to ours. I was wondering, how come we don't look at least trying to, I know right now, currently with these numbers that, these methodologies that were put before us, have you looked at just trying to probably match what Garden Grove has? Would that put us a little bit, and maybe not 50%, but a little something lower than that? Because we have some financial issues here in our city. So is there any thought into that, trying to match them?
So the all cities, it's very hard to do a cross comparison between all cities because everyone does things. Garden Grove, for example, has impact fees that we don't have. They have a parkway tree fee, for example. So it's we can't do exactly what they do just because the mix of the fees is different, and the fees that they adopt are different.
Yeah, but I was talking about just the ADU, the ADU part. I mean, I look at the numbers and we're not going to be under Garden Grove fees are.
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out there. We're not going to be.
Yeah, we're going to be under what Garden Grove is charging. So my question is, on these park dedication funds fees, how come we just can't try to at least match when all the numbers are the same as far as the square footage and the proposed build size? Can we at least take the numbers back and try to do at least match what Garden Grove is doing?
If I may interject.
Go ahead.
Well, I think I had kind of very similar question as yours. And if I may try to say what I think, if I could give you an idea of one of the reasons why City of Westminster, if you look at methodology 2, which is the one I like, I think all of the methodologies, you see Westminster, 600 square feet, they're all the same, 5,000 something and some odd cents. But if you compare to City of Garden Grove, my question to Alexa was, how did Garden Grove manage to get their fees so low? Was that one of your questions, your concerns as well?
Yes.
I thought so. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in, Alexa, because I'm going to just, break it down the way I think we council people process it. Is that the gist of it is that, okay, so there's planning fees, and then there's planning, there's zoning clearance fee, and then there's a plan check fees, and then building fees. And then I see that our when I asked about our zoning clearance fee, it used to be $180, but 2 years ago, and I was here for that, our consultant bumped it up to, of course, they're not at random, but when they did the study, they realized we were not recovering all of our costs. So it went from 180 to 1880. So correct me if I'm wrong, because I was here for that. And so so we charge a a zone of clearance fee, but Garden Grove does not. So it's like, there you go. You see 1880, they charge nothing for application fee. So that's 1880 difference already. And then there's their review plan check fee is lower. Ours is 710, and I think theirs is 500, correct? Yes. And building fees theirs is probably lower as well. So I see that we need to recover our costs, and I think you're right. We cannot afford, and I think we do have a consultant versus we have a consultant who's, I believe he's coming, and I heard from staff that he's coming to do that every 2-year assessment again in August. So I'm good with waiting to see how that comes out. But definitely, I'm not trying to pick at random or just randomly say, let's do away with this fee or that fee. I think we do need to recover some, but maybe it looks like Garden Grove is not recovering some of that cost, and maybe because Garden Grove is not having a consultant look at it. So I think we're on the right track. We're doing the right thing. But then if we're having that consultant come back in August, then we'd like to take a look at all these fees again to see what the new findings are. Maybe it's going to bump us up or down, and then we could go from there. Alexa, am I pretty accurate in what I'm saying? Please jump in and correct me if I'm wrong.
We've conducted these studies.
Yeah. So the only thing that really jumps out at me really is that 600 square feet, the differential between, so looking at all the different methodologies, you see Westminster and Garden Grove. It's just amazing how Garden Grove is able to, are they doing something we're not? Why are we charging so much? And then the rest, everybody else have to charge something up in the, 5, 6, 7. So we're pretty low compared to all the other cities, except for Garden Grove. So my thought is that, okay, with the consultant on board, I think we're doing something right. Maybe we're recovering all the costs, and that's why. So we could go back later on, back in August, to see what we can, reduce and what costs we don't have to recover. And for that, I'm willing to wait. But I like methodology too. So while I'm speaking, I just want to let everybody know that I like methodology too, very much. And I think that really helps our constituents, because when they build ADUs and the fees are like way up there, like I think it was $12,000 or $14,000 or $15,000. It just makes it very unaffordable. Thank you for the studies and for doing all these methodologies for us to really see and compare. And really methodology 2 really jumps out at me, and I really like that.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Ho, and I will agree with staff. Yes, so methodology 2 is really, I think that reasonable, and I really think that our city council, we need to approve the recommendation from staff, because all the number, if we compare to the current amount that we have right now, it's a lot lower. So all the city, based on the staff report, they are different. But I think our number is really reasonable, and with that I approve as recommended.
And I second.
Can I ask a couple questions? I mean, I have a tough time trying to understand all these methodology. Okay, so these are park fees, and on top of that, we charge for zoning clearance fee, review plan check fee, and building fee. Is there any other fee that we charge resident or doing an ADU?
Those are the primary ones. There are special circumstances in with public works and flood zones and things like that. But for the most part, it's planning, building, and park fees. Those are the big ones.
Okay, so anything that less than 600 square feet, there's no park fee.
Anything under 750 square feet, you cannot have an impact fee of any kind. That's state law.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I know.
I just want to also say that, you know, I understand there's residents who do build ADUs, but I think for the most part, a lot of situations is people who live outside the city, these ADUs, and it's a big business for them. And the neighbors, the residents here in Westminster, are the ones that deal with the effects of the ADUs, and somebody outside the city is benefiting from ADUs. So, in bottom line, basically, we're just giving businesses a reduction in costs. So, and our parks are really, we have a lot of parks to maintain, and we're trying to, we're under parked right now. And we need to create more park space with very limited funds. So I don't know, I agree that we have high fees, but I don't know if we can afford over 50% reduction in fees. I think I need to look at that a little closer and see if we can come up with something that's more, that can help both the residents and the businesses and the city as well. It's just my view.
Yeah, so I think that our city staff been working with the consultant to come up with this number, and I think that's really fair, reasonable, and I believe that after the council approve, the member from the community, they really appreciate that, because all the number kind of really reasonable. Of course, all the cities are different. If we compare, Huntington Beach, Fun Valley, yeah, only like city of Garden Grove really surprised me, but the amount, not really the same if we compare city to city. But I think that the city council, we need to approve our staff recommendation. So we have the motion and a second on the floor.
May I have one more question? Just a clarification on the staff report. Just above methodology 1, that's say assumption. Alexa, would you be so kind to explain to me what does that mean? 600 square feet, then 36. What is that? What is that?
So that's how we estimated the change in park revenue. So we had to base it on the last year essentially, and assumed that the exact same number and size of ADUs would be built, because there's no way for us to really know in the future what the impacts will be. So we
those are unit that was that's
yes
that's applicants, that people who want to build.
People that successfully made it through the process of approvals.
Oh, okay, all right, that's a whole lot. 108. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Okay.
And Alexa, I just want to be clear here. We were talking about adopting methodology 2. Is that setting a cap of 4,000, or is that something we need to talk about as far as should it be 5 or 6? I mean, there's the methodology and then there's the number. Is there? So the recommendation is methodology 2 with 4,000, correct? Yeah. Okay. Just want to be sure that's clear.
All right. So we have the motion and a second for this item.
Okay,
Vote,
so
please.
that is,
Roll call vote.
yes, so that's a motion made by Mayor Ta, seconded by Councilmember Ho, and that's to, initiate a zone text amendment to increase the standard maximum hardscape to 35 feet to more easily accommodate 3 driveway parking spaces. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the previous one. No, it's the one to adopt methodology 2, utilizing a flat cap on park fees for ADUs. Sorry about that. Okay, so roll call vote. Councilmember Doe.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Member Ho.
Either ominous or Councilmember Ho?
Yes,
Okay.
I can't hear you really. I'm guessing what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Councilmember Mazza?
No, because I think we can't afford over 50% reduction. So no.
Okay. And then Vice Mayor Nguyen?
No, he have to recuse himself.
Oh, wait, that's right. That's right. He is recused. I'm sorry. Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion carried 3-1-1 with Vice Mayor Nguyen abstaining or recused himself, and then Councilmember Monzo voting no.
All right, next item 5.4, analysis of landscaping requirement option for residential property where ADU is present.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Steve Retke, our planning manager, will be giving this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to remind everybody that this is a follow-up on Council's discussion on May 26th of this year regarding the city's front yard landscape regulations and restrictions. Because the city's single-family lots have a variety of widths ranging from 40 to 70 feet, the city's front and side yard driveway regulations include a sliding scale that allows for a driveway in almost all cases. So following the discussion on May 26, Mayor and Council staff to look at ways that additional driveway could be provided for homes where there is also an ADU on the property, either proposed or constructed. So the report before you this evening looks at 3 options the council should consider. The first option includes retaining the current driveway width standard of 30 feet. And in this situation, we understand that 30 feet could be used for parking more than 2 vehicles side by side. The second option, which staff recommends, would be to amend the zoning to increase the max driveway width additional 5 feet, which comes out to 35 feet. And the third option would be to amend the zoning, increase the maximum width of driveways an additional 10 feet, which comes out to 40 feet. So in considering these 3 options, staff believes the second option to increase the width of driveways an additional 5 feet would provide sufficient space for an additional vehicle, in this case, most cases 3 vehicles, as opposed to 2, while also retaining a significant portion of front yard landscaping. So to accomplish, staff would recommend that the mayor and council initiate a zone text amendment. And I'd be more than glad to answer any questions for you.
All right, we want to thank you for your report. And any question or concerns from staff?
From staff or from council? Steve, can you talk, does the code talk about the difference between hardscape and a driveway? Because I've seen a lot of homes where they use some hardscape material. Yes, we're not really considered driveway, but they use it for parking as well. Is there something that the code talks about not using hardscape to increase your parking and your property?
Oh, I apologize, Council. I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Yes,
If you can repeat it.
Well, my question is there the code talk about general hardscape and driveways? Because I've seen homes where they use like pavers, for instance, that are not, they're decorative, but they use them to park on top of that. Does the code speak of that?
Yes. What the code really speaks about in regards to single-family residential is simply that you can have a certain amount of hardscape, whether it's decorative or just plain gray finished concrete. but it doesn't specify which material. It just simply says exceed a certain percentage of your lot width, and everything has to be landscaped, which is understood to be some type of live plant material, perhaps artificial turf.
So there's nothing preventing owners from using a decorative hardscape as to increase the driveway size.
Yes, they can choose to convert their driveways. The width requirements don't exceed the width. They could choose to use decorative materials of any kind for the hardscape. Absolutely.
Can you speak as far as why, when it's the difference between an existing home and a new home, why is the requirement for landscaping different between new and existing? I think.
Well, the difference is, yes, the difference is that the way the municipal code is set up is that most of the homes in the city were constructed before the city's current landscape requirements. And in 2015, the state amended a series of state laws which pertain to water efficiency. It's a little bit of a convoluted situation, but when new homes are built today, they not only have to comply with our current landscape requirements, but some of these state laws about water efficiency also come into play as well. So it's kind of it's a sort of a strange situation, but the purpose is to conserve water.
Okay. So you feel as that your report says an extra 5 feet is more than enough to accommodate comfortably 3 vehicles side by side?
Yeah, we believe that this is a good balance between additional parking while also maintaining quite a bit of landscaping. We think it's a good compromise.
Because currently you could do 33 cars with 30 feet wide, right?
Yes, that is correct. Right. The typical lot, single family lot in Westminster is 50 to 60 feet. And those situations out to be almost exactly 30 feet that they can have for the driveway. So the 5 additional feet would give them perhaps 2.5 feet on one side or the other, or 5 on one side, while maintaining the vast majority of the land area.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Steve, I have a question. I'm not a technical person, so can you explain what's the difference between our city, Huntington Beach, and STEM? Which city require more landscape? I'm not a technical person, but of course, all the cities are different in requirement. But I need you to explain to the whole city council what's the main difference between Westminster, Huntington Beach, and STEM.
Yes, that's a very good question, Mayor. Thank you. And as you know, there's a table attached to the report which compares the different cities. So the way that Huntington Beach is up, Huntington Beach is slightly more generous. They have a 40% requirement, meaning that that at least 40% of a lot has to be landscaped in the front yard. The difference with that, though, is that Huntington Beach, at least in the single family areas, tends to have a little bit larger lots in Westminster. The widths tend to be bigger in many of their neighborhoods. Stanton, as you can see from the table as well, require 35% that the parking areas within the front setback areas not exceed 35%. So it's a little bit different calculation because with 35%, they probably have most of their lots in Stanton are roughly about the size of Westminster, between 50 to 60 feet in width, 5,000, 6,000 square foot lots. So it equates to roughly the same amount as Westminster would have. It's just calculated a little bit differently.
So you believe that, and you recommend the city council to approve staff recommendation and you believe that that's really fair for the resident. And at the same time, we still beautify our city. Am I right?
Yes, we do. We think that the second option of the three options is the best. And if it's the choice of the mayor and council, we would just recommend that you instruct staff to move forward by initiating a zone tax amendment. And then next step would be then to prepare the draft ordinance. It would then go to the planning commission for a public hearing, and then it would come to the city council for a public hearing.
All right, with that, I move to approve as recommended by staff.
I have a couple questions.
Please.
Okay, so we propose to change across the board, increase the driveway up to 35 feet. Is that what I'm hearing, Steve?
Yes, we would, if this is the will of the council, be increasing the width of a driveway from 30 to 35.
Okay, but
if an ADU is being built.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, only, okay, so what is considered an ADU? That differentiate from a room addition.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, so what do you consider an ADU? What is a room addition, Steve?
A room addition simply is a bedroom or family room or bathroom or any kind of such, but it's still all one single family home. Whereas an ADU is a separate living environment. It's for a separate family, potentially, and it has its own kitchen, and it's basically a separate living quarters.
Okay, so a room with a bathroom and no kitchen is not an ADU. Is that correct? It's have a separate entrance attached to the house. That is not an ADU.
No, actually that is. An ADU has, generally speaking, its own entrance, its own kitchen, own bathroom. It operates independently of the house, the main house, whereas a room addition, based on the city's code, has to be integrated into the existing house. So it's really just a part of the house. It's not a separate living area at all.
Okay, so it have a different, it have a separate entrance that totally is not connected to the house, and that is considered ADU, whether it's have a kitchen or not. Is that what I'm understanding?
It needs to have a kitchen. An ADU has to have a kitchen.
Okay, so it doesn't have a kitchen. It's not an ADU. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. The definition of an ADU under state law is a self-contained unit. So everything you need to live in there, a restroom, a kitchen is required to be.
Okay, but there are residents who build a room with a bathroom, shower, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no kitchen. Then it's not an ADU.
Correct.
By definition. Okay. Thank you. That's all
I have a question. What about junior ADUs? Does this apply to junior ADUs? Because those are usually connected to the house. I'm just trying to make sure we clarify it.
Can't hear you, Steve. We cannot hear.
So either Steve or Alex, can you either?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. Steve, wave your hands if I'm going off base. But the idea is that, yes, this would also apply to a JADU. Our understanding of the council's direction is that we were looking to provide a little extra parking when you have another household there within the unit. So yes, it would apply to an ADU or a JADU. Although
if you can hear me now, but that's exactly right. And a JADU in itself doesn't require to have a restroom. I know that was one of the questions, but most of them do.
All right, is there any other concerns? If not,
On
we
your
have the motion on the floor.
On your motion, Mayor, you didn't indicate option number 2.
Yes, because staff recommend option number 2. Am I right?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So if we don't have a second, so the motion failed. So we don't have any second, right? Second.
Is anybody second that?
No.
All right. So the motion.
Second it.
All right. So we have the motion and second for this item.
That's for option number 2.
Yes.
Okay. All right, roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
I think she's gone.
jeez.
Oh, here she is.
Yeah.
Yes as in you're here, or yes as in your vote?
Yes, my vote.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Monzo,
Yeah.
and then Vice Mayor Nguyen has recused himself, and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, that motion carried 401 with the Vice Mayor Nguyen recusing himself.
Is there any way that you can inform the vice mayor coming
Yes.
back? Yeah.
Yes, I am going to let him know right now. So.
Question, Steve. Okay, for those resident at corner lot, they have a lot of footage. So it most likely it's gonna be more than 63 feet. Does that affect the minimum requirement of the maximum 35 feet?
No, not necessarily. There's two front, on a corner lot, there's two frontages. The narrower is the front, so that we get the 30 feet from. And then on the side yard, the other street side, that is required to have 50% landscaping. So it doesn't affect the driveway at all.
Okay, you were breaking the first part. Would you repeat that again? You were breaking the first part.
Sure. I apologize. I must be having some audio difficulties, but it does not affect it. The way the code is written, you can only have the one driveway, and it cannot exceed that percentage.
Okay, it looks like Vice Mayor Nguyen is back.
All right. So do we have any other questions or concerns from other item that we already approved? Okay, I see. None. Item 5.613, Vickery Monument Project at Sid Golston Freedom Park.
How come we have so much echoing going on?
I don't know, I hear echo from certain folks. Like I heard Councilor Monzo, you were echoing a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think it's coming from a lot of us.
So the echoing happens when we have a lot of people unmuted. And so right now we have quite a bit of folks unmuted. So let's we're gonna mute everyone except. All right, go ahead.
All right, so we good. So we right now at item 5.6 monument.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At the June 23rd council meeting, Council Member Carlos Manzo requested that staff bring forward an item to establish a committee to serve in an advisory role to the City Council.
We're on 5 point. We're going to do 5.6 first.
Yes.
5.5.
5.6 first, yes.
We switched them.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, so 5.6 Quandary Victory Monument Project. There we go.
Good evening, mayors, vice mayor, and member of council. I'm going to recap this series of event related to the Quandary Victory Monument Project. So on June 23rd, 2021 meeting, council member Kimberly Ho requested to place an item on agenda to bring back the Quandary Victory Monument for further discussions. On June 25th, 2021, the city council held a special meeting, and that meeting, the city council voted to place the project on hold indefinitely, and also direct staff to write a letter to the foundations, and the city staff not spend any more time nor issue any permits related to this project. So as a result of that special meeting, the city manager sent out a letter to the foundation on June 30th, 2021 to inform the foundation that the city council decisions. So since the approval of the project on December 9, 2020, city staff has worked closely with the foundation members and established a schedule for the project. So I'm going to go kind of recap the projects, the timeline of the project. So on December 9, 2020, city council approved the proposed monument at the Freedom Park. On March 9, 2021, the contractor provided quotes to the foundation for the project. On April 13, 2021, the foundation signed a contract directly with Bravo Sign and Design. This is the contractor who built the monument and construct the monument at the park, and pay a deposit of $15,000 to the contractor. On June 17, 2021, Bravo Sign Design submitted a project structural plans to the city for review. And the contractor planned to start putting the concrete foundation on July 6th of 2021. And they also scheduled to install the monument on July 15, 2021. Between the time July 19 to August 13, 2021, the contractor will be installing the flat work around the monument, the electrical for the light ballers, as well as the lighting in front and behind the monument, and also the irrigation rerouting. Staff does not have any schedule about the marble installation from the contractor that have a separate contract with the foundations. And also in mid of September 2021, the foundation planned to have the unveiling event for the new monument. So since June 25th council meeting, staff has suspended all the work related to this project. So that's pretty much my report for this item.
I want to thank Mr. Ngo for his report, and I like to say that for the record, the vice mayor and myself, we're not in any conflict of interest of this item. I want to confirm that with city attorney one more time. City attorney, please. City attorney?
Yes, sorry about that.
I want to confirm with you
Yes.
that vice mayor and myself, we're not in any conflict of interest for this item. Am I right?
First of all, let me start out by saying that and I stated this last time, this is not an easy question. What is clear is that when you're dealing with 501c3s, and it is common, I think we even had a speaker tonight talk about the fact that we had a council member, Frank Fry, sit on the original nonprofit committee that also installed the original Vietnam War Memorial. So it is not uncommon to have council members serve on nonprofits. And those nonprofits sometimes are doing things with the city, such as Mayor Rice, who used to sit on the Theater Foundation board. And then we would do agreements with them. The reason that was okay was because there's exceptions that allow, it's really a legislative issue, because the legislature looks at nonprofits and they say, as long as the council member is not receiving compensation, They're not getting income of any kind. They're just serving on the board in a nonprofit voluntary way. They don't recognize that as a problem. Now, if there's money involved, if there's financial incentives involved, then that changes the whole situation. So there are exceptions. Under Government Code 1090, it basically says that there's an absolute exception, which is 1091.5. That's the one that basically says that even if you had a situation where there is a contract, the council member can still participate. So there's 1091 deals with situations where they have a conflict and they must recuse. But if it's 1091.5, it's a total exemption, which allows council members to participate if one of those exemptions applies, because they're basically saying, you know, it's a nonprofit, these are not for their benefit, and it's voluntary. They cannot be compensated. So in this situation, 1091.5, subsection 7 and or 8 apply. So in that situation, I don't see that that's a conflict. The same is true under the Political Reform Act. The Political Reform Act calls out, first of all, it's not, if you're non-compensated, you're not receiving income. And then it specifically calls out and says in the definition of income that money from a 501c3 doesn't count if it's like reimbursement or things of that nature. Again, when it comes to the definition of a business entity, for purposes of saying when somebody's serving as an officer or director of a business entity, under the definition of business entity, it excludes nonprofits. So the intent clearly is that there's going to be situations where a public official is serving on a 501c3 board, non-compensated, and therefore that's permissible. And that's state law. In this situation, and that's what I've said last time, that's what I say again now, that would appear to be the situation here. The only thing I mentioned last time, which is a potential issue, is where that nonprofit comes into a conflict, an actual conflict with the city. I've been speaking with the attorney who represents the foundation, and they've made it clear to me that they have not filed anything against the city. So I'm looking at that situation. If there was an actual conflict, you might get into what is called a common law conflict of interest, and this is a really, we're getting off into unknown territory because there's very little cases on that. Usually, what the courts have said, and this is what I researched on it, Breakzone Billiards case is a very good example. If somebody wants to look that up, where they say that we're going to really stay away from finding a conflict of interest under the common law doctrine, even if there's not a financial interest, if there's no, if exceptions apply under the Political Reform Act and under Government Code Section 1090. So what I'm trying to say is, and I'm trying to make it clear to the public, I've researched this. I think the only issue where we're kind of like, if an actual conflict arises between the two entities, someone might argue that there's demonstrated bias on one party's part. But the cases are all very clear that if you're going to show that bias or prejudice, you cannot just infer it. You've got to show it. Prejudice must be shown against a particular party, and it must be significant enough to impair their impartiality. It must be set forth with concrete facts demonstrating bias or prejudice. So that's the real question here. Are there concrete facts that demonstrate bias or prejudice? So what I'm trying to say is there are exceptions that apply. It would appear that they're allowed to participate. We don't have litigation occurring based on what's been indicated to me. So it would seem that they could participate. Ultimately, I can only give my opinion. The burden under the law falls on the public officials to decide whether they're going to recuse or not. In this situation, the exemptions seem to apply. There is no income coming to them, no compensation. To answer the question of someone who asked, I did look since the last meeting, and I did look at the IRS website. It is not currently listed, but I was provided with proof that they have filed the 1023 application, which is the application you're supposed to file to get 501c3 status. And the way that works is once you file it, they have 180 days to process it. And it was done, this was done in March, I believe, late March. And once they do receive it, the 501c3 status, which I don't doubt that they'll get because it's not that difficult, it relates back all the way back to the original formation of the corporation, which I was prior to December, I believe. So I just want to make this clear for the record. There is exemptions that would appear to apply: no income, no litigation. It would seem that they could participate. The only question I would have is under this common law doctrine, if there's clear and concrete facts that they're prejudiced or biased, then the council members, if there's concrete facts of that, then they might want to choose to recuse themselves. But that's it.
All right, I want to thank our city attorney for your explanation. And I think that in the past we have a former mayor and council member Frank Phai. He served on the Vietnam War Monument Foundation, and he still participates in a meeting regarding that topic. And also recently, in the last few years ago, Councilmember Ho, she served on with Miss Westminster Foundation. I believe that is a nonprofit organization. And I think that City Council, we didn't have any issue. So that's what I try to remind, and I try to show all the members of City Council, you know, this foundation is a nonprofit organization, and the vice mayor and myself, we serve on that board as volunteer. Yes. So, all right. So right now, as member of City Council, you're more than welcome to give your input, raise any concerns that you have.
You know, if I may speak first, because I have a lot to say. Would that be okay, Mayor?
All right, please.
Okay. I would like to, at this point, I think I want to slow down a little bit, go back to the beginning, and I would like to involve those who are non-Vietnamese. And I think it's because it isn't fair that we go off and we spend so much time on these topics and we don't clue them in. I think today I'd like to do that and clue them in and let them understand. And so I'm gonna, if you bear with me, I'd like to explain. And that's why I was kind of flipping over to check on my pictures that I will be sharing the screen with you so that I could be clearer through my pictures so that everybody understand what I'm talking about. So first, I heard in the media a lot of things. And I think what I want to do is I'd like to give you all an idea of how things evolve. And I think I might be one who's, who has vested in, I've invested a lot of my time to look into this agenda. It's just simply because I was listening to the people from March, and their voices were getting louder and louder. As I said, I work for the people, and I am talking about for all of the people. So, and I mean that. This is simply because, I know that in the past we've had many monuments and we've had a lot of issues, and we try our best to work through them all. But this one is a bit different, simply because I think you hear the Vietnamese and then you hear the Americans. Previously, I heard from the American veterans only, well, we actually heard some, but not as loudly as this time. So I want us to go back to December 9th. And if I may share my screen with you. Where did I go? Where'd you guys go? Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. And I'll go to, this is my first time doing this on this particular computer. So Christine.
Don't see anything yet.
You seeing anything yet?
I do.
What do you see? What do you see?
It says you are sharing your screen, so I see your screen broadcast recording.
Oh my goodness.
So you,
okay.
You just need to go to whatever thing you're
stop sharing. Okay, so share my screen, and then I do screen or I do photos. I just want to just the
share your screen so you can bring up whatever it is that you're looking to share.
Okay, yeah, but it asked me to select. Okay, do I select? I just want to share my Gmail.
Select the file.
Select what?
The file you want to show.
The file? No, just my Gmail, just my desktop. No, no.
It should,
okay,
yeah,
so
no,
that
it should work. It should work. Abby, you want to jump in and help her because I know you were helping someone else too.
Share content. I thought it was a share screen, right? That should work. Share screen.
You have to select the screen that you want to share. So if you're,
It doesn't give me such. Share screen.
And then,
it says screen. And then it says screen broadcast, Zoom, and start broadcast. It's already on Zoom.
But that's not the screen that you
Everything on your screen, including notes, will be recorded. No.
That's not it.
Okay.
That's
not good.
You probably have to minimize that the screen that you're on right now and go to desktop, and it will share the desktop, or you.
Okay, so if I can do that, okay. So if I go back to Zoom and I do share my content, share my screen, and then I try to minimize my desktop.
Yeah, you have to.
Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that or not?
I don't see anything at the moment.
Can you walk her through it?
Okay, so this is what I was trying to prevent. Okay, Abby.
I'm trying to get my assistant because she just recently helped George with it, so.
See that or no? Did you get Abby?
Yeah, she's got to relocate to the, she's walking, she's got to relocate because she echoes in the council chambers. Yeah, my staff's got like 5 different hats they're wearing right now, so give her like 2 seconds.
Sure.
But basically, don't we simply go to share?
It's just my view is different, so I don't see what you guys all see.
You're on an iPad, is that correct?
No, I'm just
me.
Yes.
No.
Oh yeah.
Yes or no?
She's on her
me?
desktop.
I'm on my desktop.
Okay.
My city desktop, my city iPad. So it says share screen.
Okay, she's trying to connect, so she's almost there, and she'll walk you through it. Okay, so her mic's not working. So no, Abby, we can't hear you. Okay, so she's saying select the share screen at the bottom of your screen.
But my share screen, my share content.
Yes.
Share contents at the top.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Then it asks, it gives me a couple of options. I mean, few options, quite a few. Screen, photos, iCloud Drive, Dropbox, Microsoft OneDrive, Microsoft SharePoint, Google Drive, Box, website URL, bookmark, and whiteboard.
Could be screen, I would believe. Screen, yes. She says screen.
That's what I selected, and now it says screen broadcast, Zoom start broadcast.
Yes.
Yes. That's correct.
Yes, what?
Does it have it? Do you have to hit it? Start the broadcast.
Start the broadcast?
Yeah, it means you are broadcasting your screen to all of us.
Screen broadcast, start broadcast. You are sharing your screen.
Yes. So now you just need to go to whatever
screen
page on your desktop that you want to share.
Yes, and now open up the pictures,
Can you see?
whatever.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, that's
So
what
we
you're,
can-
okay.
Yes,
Thank you so
yes.
much. All right, okay.
Yeah, but we see all your emails too, so.
There's nothing private about these emails, so don't worry. Okay,
You know, you can zoom in on the pictures.
yes, I will, once I find it. Okay. Okay, so are you able to see this? This
Yeah.
was, okay, I want to share with everybody. How do I make this screen bigger or get rid of that left box? Okay. So if you look at what was approved or what was asked of us to approve, meeting date December 9th, 2020. This was an agenda brought on by Mayor Treetop. And the subject matter is the retaking of the historic Huangji Citadel commemorative monument. Okay, so basically that's in the quote. And so as you know, that means that's the name of the monument. Okay, so basically back in December, Mayor Cha's proposal to construct a retaken, as you can see the recommendation, action, and motion, to construct the retaken of the historic Huangji Citadel commemorative monument within Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, and sponsored by and funded by nonprofit Guangxi Victory Foundation. Okay, so basically,
Kimberly, I think if you want to make it full screen, I think if you click in the upper left-hand corner box, I think that box in the upper left, yeah, that one.
I get more box. I get another
Okay,
box.
click it again then. Okay, I guess that didn't work.
Okay, so I could show you that, okay. Okay, so can you see that? That's big enough, isn't it? Yes, can you say something?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so the name of the Guangxi Monument is a retaken of the historic Guangxi Citadel Commemorative Monument. So I want to show you that, first of all, I feel right now, okay, that there was some bait and switch. There was a bait and switch, okay? So in Vietnamese, it's called treo đầu dê bán thịt chó. And so let's take it, I mean, we look at that agenda, okay? I was approving a historic monument of the reclaim of Guangxi brought on by the mayor. But it got switched to not the reclaim of Guangxi and not by Chita, but by his mentors, okay? So I don't see, if you see anything here that says that I have approved the agenda, and this agenda was totally taken over by Van Tran and his people, and we were not made known. We did not approve that. And so basically, it says here the retaken. That I'm going to explain to you later on in my presentation, so you understand why there are so many outcries. Okay, I want to make sure we pay attention to that. The retaken of the historic Guangxi Citadel Commemorative Monument, quote unquote. Okay, so I agreed, and I believe my colleagues also voted yes to this agenda because they and I want history to be stated correctly and accurately. The Arvin soldiers, include my father, are historians. We need to listen to them. When I heard the voice of the Arvin soldiers, the Vietnamese and Americans, the voice of the people were loud and clear, that they tried to voice their opinions but landed on deaf ears. And so basically the foundation did not want to listen to them. When I asked, why did you not go to the Mayor Trita? Because I know the mayor is on the foundation, and I know that, of course, that I did not know at the beginning. You're talking about this past June. They replied, Chita and Van Tran, Trita said, they replied and said, Trita said Van Tran is the chairman of the foundation, and he is like a brother and mentor to me, that he does not want to oppose his mentor's decision. I felt it was my duty to listen to the people who have something to tell me. Let me tell you, I did not want to get involved per se, because I know that, you know, I figured that the foundation should be listening to the people. But again, I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again, that the people's voice got louder and louder. It started in March, and they got louder in June. So going back to December, so that was December 9th, just to answer you what it was that we approved, okay? I don't see any Van Tran on here. I don't see any Lan Nguyen. I don't see anybody else in this agenda. Should have been headed by Mayor Chita. And the name of the monument, I will show you, and I will show you why there are such outcries. So basically, but I'm gonna move along because I'm gonna go with the timeline. So after our June 25th special meeting, Alan Ford texted me, quote unquote, I firmly believe you just buried your political career. Since then, I'm gonna go back to Zoom. Since then, they have spent their time on TV, smear us on social media, but us, that's the three who voted to put a hold, putting our pictures on the U-Haul truck and drove all over Little Saigon. They printed 20,000 flyers and passed them at supermarkets and sent 10,000 direct mail newspaper mailing to Westminster residents, such unthinkable bullying tactics that I did not expect. For a second, I thought I was in junior high or high school. Truthfully, I was never bullied in school until I got to the council. So I want to show you some of the amazing pieces and bullying tactics. So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen again if I remember how to. Okay. Okay, I'll show you. I know a lot, maybe some of you have seen the pieces that they sent. So this is what they spent their time on. It's amazing. It was like a campaign, even more than that, like a political campaign, as if they're running for some, some political seat that, or maybe they're preparing to. I'm not sure, but I'm going to show you. Can you see that? Everybody, can you see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the next one. So basically, this is their Facebook post, okay? And of course, so there's a man, this is a video, a man standing in front of this post, this U-Haul, and screaming, talking, just bad-mouthing us. And then you see Chi Charlie Nguyen and other has shared, he shared this post. And then, what else do I want to share? I just want to show you so that I don't want to leave anybody out. I want to give you an update of what's going on first. And then here's the newspaper that came to everybody's homes and all the Vietnamese speaking constituents. So you got these. You got this sent to your home directly. Okay. That's like so much work been put into this. And then so we got the Facebook, and then we got the but anyway, that I just wanted to show you just a few things that they did. Of course, they went on TV, radio, every single TV, radio stations possible, blocking me out of those stations. And okay, so basically, the attorney of the Quang Tri, the other thing is that they sent their attorney to write us, our city, a letter. So basically, received a letter from, and I think we all got a copy of it, from the Quang Tri Foundation, the attorney of the Quang Tri Foundation, that stating that their intention to litigate if they don't get their way. Why does the Quang Tri Foundation keeps insisting on building the monument to fit their small group of people? Okay, and so what we granted them back December 9th was a privilege. And our city attorney could correct me if I'm wrong. That was a privilege, not a right. So they cannot insist that they build the monument that they want to build and make everybody accept what they are going to build and what they're going to put on Freedom Park. So what did I do in the last 3 weeks? I told you they asked me for 4 weeks. I believe it was Vice Mayor Chi Charlie asking me for 4 weeks. And I said, no, the reason I did not agree to 4 weeks is because I felt that Van Tran already, 2 days prior to our special meeting, he already made some threats of litigation. So I said, and if you don't believe me, you could pull that that video. All of our videos all of our meetings are archived. And so I can tell you that's exactly what I said, but my words were twisted. So created an uproar in the community. Today, I want to tell everybody that we will build this monument. Okay, we will. Okay, so what did I spend my time doing? I interviewed over 200 people. And this is before and I did not state this. I did not say this at the special meeting, but because I knew there were problems. So I was hoping the foundation could sit with the people. I interviewed over 200 people from the ARVN groups and the American Veteran groups and the Southern California, all of Southern California Vietnamese group, and it's not limited to Westminster. And I concluded, I made a conclusion. There are 4 points of contention that I'd like to share with you tonight. Okay. And you all made comments about my father. My father, as many of you mentioned in your comments, was the head of the artillery branch of all of Vietnam. He had a lot of stories to tell me about his many battles, all the way up until the day he passed. I recorded many of his stories. What he told me was history. And I listened very intently. This is why I think it's important to stop and listen to our ARVN groups to memorialize history the way it was, not rewriting history or inadvertently honor the communists. Okay? So I would like to share with you, with all of you, the 4 points of contention. Number 1, the title of the monument. And I'm going to stop right here and go back to the title. I want you to understand that the title that is on the monument now that they propose to build is not the title we agreed to on December 9th. So let's look at that very carefully. Okay. So here it says historic. Can you still see it, everybody?
No. No, you have to share your screen again.
You have to share again.
Yeah.
I'm getting good, so. Yeah. Can you see now?
No, not yet.
Okay. I'm not getting good. Okay, so do you see here, it says, if you look at the title, the historic Quang Tri Citadel Monument. So even if you don't speak Vietnamese, you could see that, the English version. And then the Vietnamese is Tượng Đài Cổ Thàn Quang Tri. Okay, so looking at this title, let's go back to the 9th. When we approved, what did we approve? We approved the retaking of the historic Quang Tri Citadel commemorative monument. The retaken. That's a very, very important word. And in the Vietnamese translation of it is Tái Chiếm. Tái Chiếm is reclaim, retaken. Retaking or retaken. So I'm telling you, why is that so significant? Why is that a point of contention? Because we must understand, without that word, we're honoring the wrong people. We're honoring the communists. So I'm telling you, if you know, I learned a lot. I can tell you over the last few weeks, I learned that this battle is also called the 81-day battle. The 81-day battle, why is that? Because at the beginning of the 81-day or prior to the 81-day battle, the reclaiming of the monument of the citadel, the Viet Cong won over Quang Tri. And then the Republic of Vietnam, the ARVN group reclaimed Quang Tri, and it took them 81 days to reclaim Quang Tri citadel. So if you don't have the word reclaim, you're honoring the communists who won Quang Tri prior to the 81-day battle. So does that make sense to you? So I'm telling you, this is the reason for the uproar. If they would just sit and listen to the people. So let's talk about the Mohin, which is, I think the reason why I put that in quote is you'll understand, you'll see why later. But I'm going to ask you to just, the non-Vietnamese speaking, please just remember this term, it just means picture. The Mohin, or the picture to be set on the face of the monument. So if I could show you the Mohin or the picture, why is that another point of contention? Okay, so Mohin 1 is, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what the foundation, this is the foundation, the Quang Tri Foundation is proposing to be, is going to build this and put the Mohin, the picture on the front of the monument. Okay, so that is basically, I, after talking to 200 people plus more, I found that, so I am not the one to decide. I only ask that they sit down. I think I am being very, very reasonable because we build this for our people. Why do we not want to sit down with them? So there's another picture that the group, and this is really the picture. I'm not sure, I'm not sitting here discussing what should be on, but I'm just telling you that that's another point of contention. That is for the group to decide, and I will talk about that later. So then there's a third picture, another Mohin, which is it this one? Or is it the second one? Or is it the first one? Why don't you sit down, talk to people, and understand? Because I understand why number 2 and not number 1. I understand why. But I'm not going to tell you why, because I'm not going to be the one to decide that. And why is it number 2 and not number 3? Well, I don't know. It could be number 3. So that is another point of contention. Number 3 is, what Army units should we be honoring? So the foundation, the QT Foundation, only wanted to honor 2 Army units. And when I read up last night, I read until my eyes want to pop out. And, because my Vietnamese is not that great and I read very slowly and every word I didn't understand, I had to go and do Google Translate. And so I spent a lot of hours reading so that I am not just believing what people are saying to me. I had to read. I had to research. So please, if you take a look at this, you will see that, right now, after I understood the points, I can tell you that I narrowed down to 3 points there I mentioned, not even 4. But, the other stuff are just small, not a huge deal. But what I want to tell you is that I want to share with you what I came up with, an idea I came up with, and that is the MOU. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Thank you. So the MOU that I started working, I basically, I created the original MOU, and because the reason I say original is because Van Tran marked it up and he changed probably 90% of my MOU. I negotiated with the foundation to come up with reasonable terms. I put those terms into an MOU and sent it to them. So we're going to go over this to see where am I being so unreasonable. And there are very reasonable terms and are crafted so that people, not politicians, control the design of this monument. When they sent it back to me, they told me they only modified one thing. But when I read it and compared it, I realized this was not true. It was modified in a number of ways that are unacceptable. I would say 90% of it was modified. So the number one thing they changed was the entire agreement we wrote here with the help of our city attorney to draft it up for me. Basically, it says it's between the city and the foundation. They changed it to Kimberly Ho and the foundation. It is not between me personally and the foundation. This is not about me and it's not about them. It's about the people and listening to the people. We need to hear what the veterans are saying. And we got to make sure we get it right before we build it. So what I said at the special meeting was, please do not twist my words and cause an uproar again. I said, we're going to pause until we get history straight. If it takes us a little longer, please bear with us, because I don't think people want to build something that is not representing our true history. And so I will absolutely reject any MOU that tries to make this about me. In my version, I created a committee of 11 impartial members of the community who would review the monument and suggest changes. They have changed it so that they appoint and control a majority of the committee. That is wrong. Again, we need to hear from the people, not these politicians. I had language in my original version that clearly said no politicians, current or former, will be on the committee, but they took that language out. This is clear evidence of their desire to control this message. Why should any politician have any say in this? You know, as I said on my Vietnamese radio, I did go and I did 2 interviews. Over 3 months, I did 2 interviews. I spent most of my time talking to the people, researching, reading, and then more reading and more talking. And I think any staff at City Hall could attest to the fact that I spent lots of hours, that more than I have ever spent in all my years at City Hall. I spent talking to the people in my office and at the great room, meeting room. It should be the veterans and the historians that designed this, and if we truly wanted to get it right. So in my version, I gave the committee the job of coming up with a title for the monument. As I said, the title is important. That was a point of contention. The design, and I know there's been talks of the design. We could, I mean, I didn't put that on there as number 4 because I think, you know, it really depends on how much time we have, or how, you know, how much time, how quickly.
Can you scroll down?
Want.
Can you scroll down? Yeah, scroll down.
Yeah. And to determine, I'm going to go over this in a little bit. And, you know, how long is the design, and to determine what the armed forces would like. But they took out the part about coming up with the name of the monument, which is extremely important. If not, we are actually honoring the communists. So I want to remind you that we are here to not honor the communists. Okay, we are Republican of Vietnam, and the ARVN group were livid when they were told that the title will not be changed. They also limited the design issues the committee could look at. So then I also had a language that would have followed the city to examine what is the best park to put this monument in. They took that out completely. I wrote, and I think that I'd like to spend the rest of my time going over this, that we also shared with all of you, the council. And I would not share the part that Van Tran made it into his MOU and marked it up and changed 90% of it. So this memo of understanding is made on July blank 2021. Since we have not come to an agreement, this is now just for you to look at. Between the city of Westminster and Quang Tri Victory Foundation, a California nonprofit organization. The city and foundation are hereinafter collectively referred to as the parties. Recitals. Both city and foundation desire to construct the monument to honor the Battle of Quang Tri and the ARVN and U.S. soldiers who fought and died in the battle. In light of modern efforts to try to rewrite history, both parties acknowledge the importance of making sure the monument is as historically accurate as possible, because it will stand as an enduring reminder of how the Republic of Vietnam soldiers, or ARVN, were able to soundly defeat a much larger North Vietnamese communist force and retake the city of Quang Tri. The foundation has offered to pay all costs related to the design, construction, and installation of the monument. Following its construction, the monument will be owned, controlled, and maintained by the city. The city is willing to agree to the placement of the monument in the city-owned park, subject to the process, terms, and conditions in this MOU. Now and therefore, the parties mutually agree as follows. Number one, recitals above are incorporated into the MOU by this reference. Number two, parties mutually agree to construct a monument in a city-owned park in a manner that seeks to emphasize its visibility and importance, but subject to the process, terms, and conditions described in this MOU. The foundation agrees that it will pay all costs related to the monument's design, construction, and installation. Once the monument has been installed and accepted by the city, it will become a city asset and will thereafter be owned, maintained, and controlled by the city in its discretion. Before any monument can be installed, the parties agree that the city council will set up an independent committee composed of 11 members, and we will call that the committee. The 11 members of the committee will include the individuals appointed from the following groups. So, 7 members who are all ARVN Republic Vietnam veterans. 4 of those members will be selected by the city council. 3 of the members are selected by the foundation. And I believe when this went out to Van Tran, he flipped that. So basically, the 11 members in the end will be controlled by the foundation. So that's just unacceptable. B, 1 member of the committee shall be appointed by the city council, shall be a person who was a resident of Quang Tri province in Vietnam. This appointment seeks to recognize the role of citizens of Quang Tri province who bravely assisted ARVN forces in achieving the victory. Now, I didn't dream all this up. Like I said, all your answers come from talking to the people. And so when I talk to the people explain to me, and historians explain to me that the people of Quang Tri really helped in reclaiming the citadel. So this victory is owed to the people as well. So they'd like to acknowledge and honor the people. And that's why I recommend one member of the committee be a resident of Guangxi province. And C, one member selected by city council who is a descendant of ARVN veteran. So a descendant would be just, basically, they strike that. They want to appoint most everybody on here. And D, spiritual leader from Westminster, one spiritual leader, they chose 2. And one member selected a city council from Emperor Hung Foundation, because that's a very neutral foundation, and they strike that. F, no members of the committee shall be a current or former elected official or anyone who is controversial in the community. They strike that. So that means they want elected official and they want controversial as they please. The goal is to come to a mutually agreeable solution that works to the benefit of the entire community. All members of the committee must be residents of Southern California. Currently, they have people from, San Jose, Washington, D.C., Virginia, Seattle, Washington, et cetera, et cetera. In the event there are any disputes, the city council shall make final determination. Number 5, the committee's role will be to evaluate the proposed monument and make recommendations to the city council on each of the following issues. A, review the overall design of the monument and make recommendation on what the proper design should be. Just make the recommendation. The committee shall work with a designer mutually selected by a foundation and city, and then determine how to best depict the victory in the Guangxi Battle of the Monument, what images, what messages, and I showed you those earlier, and not limited to those. And come up with a title for the monument, give it appropriate name. We don't want to inadvertently honor the communists. So again, I explained to you that this is called the 81-day battle. And I you know what, I read, and that's what I learned. It's also called that. And therefore, if you say 1972, well, it's 81-day battle. So at the beginning of the 81 day, prior to the 81 day, the Guangxi battle, there was a battle, but the ARVN lost. And then 81 days later, the ARVN Vietnamese army reclaimed, and that's why it's so important to call it a reclaim. Got to have reclaim in there, or retaking, or whatever the verbiage may be, but something to that effect. So come up with a title and decide which ARVN military units will be honored, not just 2, because that would be wrong. History didn't say 2. History said, oh my gosh, if you go and you read about it, it's like so many different units and so many different army, ranks, but you know what I mean? So the many military units. And so therefore, we got to make sure we are inclusive. We don't want to leave anybody out. If we're not going to build a monument, then fine. If we're going to build a monument, we make sure we honor the right people, and we've got to make sure we invite in, we honor all. And then number 6, the foundation and city will mutually agree upon the designer, and the designer will work with a committee and will come back with at least 2 or more designs. I don't want to really complicate things. So I'm saying 2, if it's 2, then that's fine, because of, if time is of the essence, then we would just limit it down to 2. But, 3 would be great, but not more than 3 or 4. To select, for the committee to select from based on their direction. The proposed design shall be represented by the city council at the public meetings where public input will be encouraged. Now you're involving the public when you can, when possible. And this is the part of we can involve the public because it's a design. The city council will select a final design that represents the will of the people and of the committee. Number 7, the city and the foundation both desire to construct the monument as soon as it is reasonably possible. Following the process outlined in this MOU, the parties will work together in a timely manner to appoint members and hold meetings of the committee. The city council agrees that it will take the matter under consideration for final approval as soon as final recommendations have been made by the committee. If necessary, the city council may hold a special meeting in order to expedite the project approval. So let's say if we were to agree and everything move along quickly, I think if we had already wasted 3 weeks, I mean, those 3 weeks, if we didn't waste, we'd be back with all those recommendations, maybe short of a week or so. But, so we would hold a special meeting to move things forward as quickly as possible. Number 8, in order to maintain the original purpose of the Freedom Park as a place to honor the tremendous sacrifice by American and South Vietnamese soldiers who fought and died side by side in the Vietnam War, the proposed monument will not be placed in Freedom Park. And that's what I find after that. Those are my findings after I've talked to so many people, 200 plus. Instead, the foundation will be allowed to choose between at least 2 other city parks, which will be selected by the council. So we don't want to just tell them one. I mean, I believe in trying to be diplomatic and trying to, make things easier on people and on the foundation. So I believe in giving them choices. So I opt for 2 choices. Okay, so wherefore by signing below, the parties acknowledge their agreement to the terms of this non-binding MOU. So basically, I want to go over that, and I want to let you know that I've tried and I didn't succeed. And, I think, they came back and they did change some more, but I told them that it's too late. And so I'm going to have this discussion with all of you tonight, and then we go from there. So if I could check to see if there's anything else I need to report to you. Before I conclude. So, I said, I don't know if I said this, but so basically it was a massive change, and it makes it clear that they don't really want to get this monument right. They don't want it. I'm going to say that again. My conclusion is that they don't want to get this monument right. My conclusion is that it's all about fundraising. I could be totally wrong, but today I'm going to be totally honest with you, and I'm going to tell you everything that I think and what I find after reading. And so the foundation is going to have to prove me wrong by agreeing to sit down with the people. They don't want to listen to the people. They don't want this to be a historically accurate monument. They just want to raise funds and get their name on the plaque. As I said, I don't want my name on it. I already put that in there, but it got striked out. And so this is not right. So for me tonight, I'm going to recommend, before I recommend anything, I'm going to give back the floor to you guys. Thank you.
All right, so now I like to respond. I'd like to respond, all the point that Councilmember Ho mentioned in her really, really long speech, including the MOU. First of all, the foundation, I think the foundation many times send out an email, invitation, writing, and call to invite all the group or the veteran associate to sit down with the foundation. And the foundation always reach out. I believe the foundation still have email, still have invitation. So you are not correct by repeating that the foundation didn't want to meet any group. That's really, really wrong. And for the last meeting, I remember Vice Mayor, he make a motion that we only put a hold no more than 2 weeks. And nominating you to sit down with the foundation and other veteran association. I think the vice mayor nominate you as the facilitator to discuss all the issue or the differences between the foundation and many other associations. And talking about the flat photo, you are wrong again. I'm sorry to say. The flat photo on the monument is the original historical photo. And that being confirmed by the Arvin soldier, by the Republic of Vietnam Marine, and that is in the historical document. I think you are aware of that. Don't ever say that there are many other photos out there. I believe that some of the Arvin soldier talk to you, explain that the photo the foundation had been using is original and correct photo. The other two was staged photo. The other two photo that you show on your screen was staged photos. That's not original photo. And you did mention about a report that I proposed in December last year. I remember exactly what I proposed. I proposed the monument project. And then the foundation sponsored the project, and the foundation had to raise all the money to build up the monument. So the city, we didn't have to spend anything on that. And that was including in the staff report, everything in the staff report, even the name, English name and the Vietnamese name, everything included in the staff report. I didn't understand why you try to say that we propose one name and we build up another name of the monument. It doesn't make any sense. And I really, really disappointed when you repeat many times. You really concerned that the project of building this monument to honor the communists. I mean, like, you really surprising me. I never heard even one member in a community say something like that. How could we honor the communists when we have the photo of the Arvin soldier putting up the South Vietnam flag on the top of the citadel? So you are confusing yourself. I may believe that you try to read many, many books, but I don't know what kind of historical book that you have read. The foundation, many, many times, we want to sit down and we send email invitation to all the association in Southern California, request them to sit down. And the foundation expect you to communicate with the foundation, but you didn't do that. And now you came up with a new MOU. That's another surprise for me. The city council, we did not approve for you to come up with any MOU on behalf of the city, as I remember correctly. So if there were another MOU, that MOU should be only between you as a council member whole and the foundation. not on behalf of the city council. Because the last meeting, I remember majority of city council, your action was to put a hold with no deadline on this project. So nobody ever mentioned any MOU whatsoever. So that is not a surprise for me. How come now we have the MOU drafted by the city attorney on behalf of the city, Westminster, and the foundation? That totally surprising me. And I repeat again, the foundation, the foundation continue invite all the group, all the association to sit down with the foundation to overcome all the differences. Until this point, I believe the foundation, they still doing that. But the issue that the other group, they didn't want to sit down with the foundation. And all the point that you list in your MOU really harm to the foundation. And you really create a lot of challenges, a lot of difficulties for the foundation. Not bringing the foundation and the city and other group together. But I'm really upset and really disappointed that you repeat many times that the foundation, that the project of the monument that you approved in December to honor the communists. It doesn't make any sense. You look at the photo on the monument. So I'm not really sure that you understand the meaning of the photo, but you really disappointed me.
Okay, can I speak now?
I want to say
Can
something.
I speak now, sir?
Vice Mayor.
Yes, okay, thank you.
I want to say, Mayor.
I said first, I said first.
I thought-
Whose turn is it right now, Mr. Mayor?
Who should speak?
Vice Mayor.
First.
Yes, I speak first, okay. Well, first, before I express my points, I would like to concur with the mayor, every single point that he made. Clear. Now, first of all, I would like to thank those who called in today to the meeting and voice your opinion, whether you oppose or in favor of continuing the monument. However, I oppose to those who who expressed their concern or their accuse with unsubstantiated allegations against me. I don't appreciate that at all. I can tell you right now, for those people who are accusing me, with unsubstantiated, of evidence, I can say that it's outright liars. I can say that because I don't take that. The truth is still the truth. Here, and let us take a step back and review all the projects. Review it reasonably. I mean, it's reasonably, okay? Just take a step back and look at what we have approved at the December 20th, December 9th, 2020. So I'm going to share the screen with you. I have, it's good that Council Member Ho brought it up, and I intend to bring it up too, and see if I can share the screen. Okay, let me see if I can share. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. let me share the staff report. Let's see, where is it? I can say that, then I will go in here. Okay, here. So you see this, right?
Yes.
Okay, subject and recommendation and action and motion. Staff recommend that the mayor and city council consider Mayor Ta proposal to construct the retaken of the historic Quang Tri Citadel commemorative monument within Sid Goldstein Freedom Park. Within Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, I repeat it, to be sponsored and funded by the nonprofit organization Quang Tri Victory Foundation and provide direction. It's very clear from the staff report. And go back to the subject. I will come back to the retaken of the historic Quang Tri Citadel commemorative monument. Now, background and discussion. I like to have, take some time, go back. Background discussion, can you read that for me, City Clerk? I'd rather take some time and go over and so that we know what we are talking about here.
So I read the background and discussion.
Please.
Okay. The objective of the proposed monument is to honor the service members of the Army Republic of Vietnam and their principal ally, the United States military, for providing crucial advice and air support of the Second Battle of Quang Tri during the Easter Offensive that ended with the defeat of North Vietnamese Communist forces at the Citadel of Quang Tri and the recapture of Quang Tri Province on September 16, 1972. The retaken of the historic Quang Tri Citadel commemorative monument, including other Vietnam War-related monuments erected at the park, serve as a valuable educational tool for local residents, students, tourists, and future generations to come. The victory of ARVN forces in this historic battle involving at least 3 elite North Vietnamese divisions against the South Vietnamese Marine and Airborne divisions without American combat troops on the ground other than embedded advisors and air support served to validate President Nixon's Vietnamization policy that South Vietnam could hold its own against communist forces in a, scroll back up.
Sorry, okay.
That's okay. In a conventional battle, if provided with adequate air support and munitions. The battle occurred towards the end of the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War with the signing of the Paris Peace Accords on January 27, 1973. Quang Tri, a city located near the 17th parallel demilitarized zone separating North and South Vietnam during the Vietnam War, was the provincial capital of Quang Tri Province. The Second Battle of Quang Tri was fought from June 28 until September 16, 1972. It was one of the first military engagements in which North Vietnam utilized conventional warfare tactics with large artillery, tanks, and troops from several heavily armed divisions. One of the most iconic and recognizable scenes of the battles was the raising of the Republic of Vietnam national flag over the Quang Tri Citadel after its recapture on September 16, 1972. The ARVN passed this major battlefield test and proved its effectiveness in launching large-scale operations when properly supplied. However, the victory came at a cost of 7,756 casualties, along with the sacrifice of 20 U.S. service members, while North Vietnam suffered nearly 18,000 casualties. The victory symbolizes the heroism, bravery, and sacrifices of the Army Republic of Vietnam, which was overwhelmingly outnumbered by the North Communist Army in the decisive battle.
Okay, I just want to make yourself aware, staff, please pay attention to what I show on the screen so that I will have a few questions for you guys, okay? But before I go to that, I want to go back a little bit, just so that I want to make it a record of it. I declare myself as, a member of, the foundation, and I joined them late in April. I said it before, I said it again. There is no financial interest. There's no contractual agreement of any kind. There's no litigation at this point of any kind. So because of that, I can say that there is no conflict of interest. And with that, my right to remain here, to do my job as a vice mayor, to do the job that to serve the community, the people of this community. Okay, that's for the record of it. Now, I am very sad that majority of council decided to halt the Quang Tri Monument and did not know what they were doing. What a waste of effort and time. I will let you know why. My strong argument is that the Quang Tri Monument should not be paused, delayed, rescinded, or even requested for any modifications once the project has been approved by the council outright on December 9, 2020. Worse than that, they let it go for 7 months. Then all of a sudden put a stop on it, put a break on it indefinitely without talking to Quang Tri Foundation members. You mentioned that you talked to 200 people, but those are the people. I don't know whether it's 200 people or 20 people. Okay, I take your word for it. But those 200, let's say 200 people you talked to, have you ever talked to, I'm talking to the council member of the whole, have you ever talked to a member of Quang Tri Monument when you decided to pause the Quang Tri Monument? The answer is no. Why are you talking to those people and not talking to Quang Tri board member? If you think that they're doing wrong, the first thing is that you have to go and talk to them and point out what are the wrongs, the things that they're doing. You don't go to the people who oppose and then you come back and then make decision yourself. That is one-sided. We should be fair and considerate to all people, including the board member of the Quang Tri, because we actually approved the project for them to move on since December 20. Furthermore, is it not for you to, I mentioned that already. I don't want to say that again. But now, go back 7 months ago, December 9, 2020, the Five Council, based on the staff report, everything there to decide to approve this project or not. Obviously, you approve this project. And I am showing you right now, this is what the staff report for you to review and consider approve or not approve the project at that time. Now, let's take a look at this. The monument, okay, everything is there. All right, I don't want to read that. If you want to read that, then let me know. Now, going to the next one. Okay, what is it here? Remember, this is in the staff report on December 9 for you to approve. Okay, what is it here? This is the park, right? This is the Freedom Park, right? Right? That's where the proposed monument, Quang Tri Monument, is right here. right here. All right, next. This is the picture that they presented to you in the staff report on December 9th, right? Yes, it is. And let me tell you the final picture that is going to build. Okay, I will show you that picture. And what you're saying that they take out the word retaken last night by blood, I am sorry, you make it up. That's wrong. I will show you the picture when I'm finished with this. And please remind me if I forgot. Okay, this front elevation and everything here. Okay, everything detailed here. Staff, please take a look at that. And if you need me to slow down, tell me so, because I'm going to ask you a few questions about it. Okay, this is another picture of, on the back, I believe this is on the back of the monument. Rear elevation, that's right. Next. What is next here? Okay, next, let's see what, okay. This is just, okay. So let's go back. This picture right here, everything is there for you. This picture right here, the flag picture, is also included on that day for you. You approve this.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is there any way that you can show the whole city council, like the title of the sketch of this of the structure of the monument? That in the staff report. I really appreciate that you point out everything from the staff report.
Was staff report of this time?
Yeah, I'm talking about a layout. I'm talking about a design. Is there any way that
I will come to that. I will come.
All right.
to that.
Okay. Got it.
But I want to make sure first the park second the picture right here is already submitted for you to approve on December 20. And and I can tell you right now, nothing changes. Okay. Now let me continue. So staff, please tell me. Please answer me for the following questions. And I don't mind whether it's from planning, public works, or engineering, whoever. Go ahead and answer me, okay? Because I want to lay out the fact. Okay, can I ask you to share the schedule for the completion of the Quang Tri Monument? The schedule that in the staff report today. Can I ask you to show that?
Christine, do you have the schedule that I don't have a file with me right now?
I can't share it from my computer, or I can't share it from my Surface Pro
Okay.
because
Well, let me go on then. Okay, here I'm looking at the staff report. It said December 9, 2020, the city council approved the proposed monument at Freedom Park. March 9, 2021, construction quotes were provided to the foundation. April 13, 2021, the foundation signed a contract directly with Bravo Site and Design and paid a deposit of $15,000. June 17, 2021, contractor submitted the project structure plan to the city for review. June 17, 2021, remember that. July 6, 2021, contractor scheduled to pour the concrete foundation at the site. And because of this date, the emergency call to stop the monument project. July 15, contractor installed the concrete monument per contract with the foundation. July 19, to August 13, 2021. Other contractors will install and will install the concrete sidewalk around the new monument, electrical for lighting system, and rerouting. Staff does not have the schedule for the granite panel installation, right? Now, mid-September 2021, unveiling event for new monument. Okay, so we are talking at the time frame between December 9, 2020. Again, December 9, 2020 is the date that 5 council approved the project. And mid-September 2021 is going to be unveiled. So we're talking about that time frame. Now, question for staff. Where did you get this schedule and put it on staff report today?
Yes, sir. This is Jake, Public Works Director. The schedule that we work directly with the project architect, Mr. Lam Nguyen, and we need to have some kind of schedule established so we can work back with the contractor when to start casting the monument and when we start doing all the work before the unveiling.
Okay, good. Thank you. Now, would you please tell me when did you sit down with the architecture and come up with this schedule?
I believe that I think it's around in March of 2021 that I was informed by the architect that the foundation is ready to move forward the projects and we should start getting quote. So that's when we trigger the whole kind of tentatively establish some key milestones so the contractor can meet those dates.
So back in March timeframe. Okay, thank you very much. Next is, do you have any problem with the schedule in front of us here? And if yes, then what? Do you have any problem with that?
As far as construction of the project?
The schedule that you put together here, do you have any problem with that?
Not at all. This is what the schedule that we agree, and we have consulted with the contractor.
Okay.
And we're able to meet those dates.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Okay, so prior to decision to halt this Quang Tri Monument project, did any council, especially Council Member Ho, approach you and express their or her concerns? Any violation from the foundation? Any violation from the foundation that you know of?
Not to me directly, no, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. If not, that means you are absolutely okay with the plan.
Yes, sir.
If you don't have a problem, that means you are absolutely okay with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay. So to date, until today, do you see any violation from the foundation?
No, sir. As far as the meeting the schedule, as far as meeting the required structural requirements and all that stuff, no, there's no violation.
Okay, I don't know why there is no violation and the project is halt and all kinds of things is going on right here. We approve for them to work on it, and they consistently doing what they have to do in order to meet the date that agreeable with the city staff. And this project is halt without any reason, because what I just showed you on the screen, those are, can you confirm those are those we presented at the December 9, 2020 meeting?
The schedule or the pictures of the monument?
The stuff that I should show you on the screen.
The on December 9 staff report, that including the picture of the monument.
Is that the picture?
Yes, sir.
Is that a real? Okay. Now, I still have more. Sorry for. So
Vice Mayor, could you direct your comment to the council, because right now, I don't think it's fair for you to asking
Sir.
staff so many questions. It's not their fault that the project has been.
No, I'm not saying
decided.
therefore. I am not saying therefore. I'm asking them to confirm of what they're, they are doing. Okay, so please, before the majority council member Hodo and Menzel decided to put this project on hold indefinitely on June 21st, 2026. Do you know that council member have had a couple meetings with the individual groups that oppose this project, but never once asked to talk to the foundation member? Do you know that?
No, I don't have that information, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. So I'm not sure for whatever reason or benefit of the council.
This
but
is a waste
surely-
of time, dear.
I'm sorry.
We
I'm
need-
sorry.
We represent
I'm
the
going back.
people. We don't
I
represent staff. Staff's not elected. We talk to the people who elected us.
Not stop
Address
you.
the council. What's your concern? Don't
So-
we already know what.
Let me
staff
address.
is
Let me
on.
address.
Council member,
Let me
council
address.
member,
Stop putting
council
him on
member, we need to
trial,
respect the
okay?
other
Come on,
council
you
member
will say so
when
many
he
things
or she
irrelevant.
speaking.
It's so
Council member,
irrelevant.
please,
Please.
council member,
Stop wasting
we
our
all
time. It's
have,
irrelevant.
we all have time.
Not sure
Let the
for
vice
whatever
mayor speak.
reason. So we're
Please
not sure for
continue.
whatever reason or benefit to the council. But surely they have acted out of the normalcy and unreasonably. So again, I want to thank you, staff, for your answers. Why Council Member Ho, Council Member Do, and Menzo changed their mind? Why did they approve on December 9, 2020 with what I show on the screen, what they have it in their hands, what we presented to the
Why do you
public?
keep
Okay,
talking
wait,
about
hold
that?
on, hold on.
You know
Let me go
what?
ahead.
You didn't listen to the people.
I
You did it in secrecy. You
Sir,
did it from
ma'am.
August in secrecy, and that's why.
Ma'am,
Don't keep
ma'am.
asking that, or I'm going to interrupt you. I will interrupt you because you keep asking
No.
the same damn thing. Stop
No,
it.
because I did not interrupt you, then be respectful. Okay? So for now, nearly 3 weeks, nothing has been resolved. Besides, Council Member Poe formulate her own MOU. And I agree with
Because you were busy bullying.
don't
You were
interrupt
busy
me.
bullying.
Don't
You didn't do anything.
I respect you. Okay, listen. Mayor Ta already mentioned about it, and I will repeat it here. Now, I don't think there was a nomination for you to represent the council to do this. Remember, I make an alternate and substitute motion to have you and Mayor Trav.
You don't
to
know
be
what you're
on the
saying. You just
ad
stop
hoc
in your
committee,
stop in
and
your
you
head,
did
okay?
not. Hey,
Stop, because I can't understand what you're saying. So please.
Oh,
stop
then
while you're ahead.
don't argue. Open your ear and listen, and you will understand. All right. So, no input.
It's
from
not because I
anyone
can't hear.
whatsoever.
It's because I
June
can't
26th
understand you.
As June 26, I did propose an ad hoc committee that consists Mayor Ta and you, and to work with the two sides. And you are the one who rejected. What the hell? I don't know. People are doing. People, I just want to let you know, I am doing my job. Just to be fair to Quang Chi Foundation, and I'm speaking out the truth and doing my job to represent the constituents, the community of this city. So at this point here, I want to debate your what you said earlier. Now, I'd like to show the okay. How do I get out of this and go back to the other one?
Are we gonna be done by 4 o'clock in the morning?
That's okay, because I let her do it, so it's my time.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to let you guys know, probably in about 30 minutes, we need to take a break because we are running out of tape at PCTA. It's just for the broadcast, so we'll probably have to take like a 5-minute break in about 30 minutes. Just
Okay.
I got
All
it.
right.
Okay.
Let me show you this Quang Chi. What do you see it on the screen?
No, you need to share again. You need to share your screen again.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're back to the normal view right now.
Okay, sure.
And I would just encourage everyone, the mayor should run the meeting and we should keep it one at a time. It's just more effective that way.
Share the screen and Quang Chi, can you see that? Oh, come on, this one. Should be okay. Share, let's be go up here. And then Quang Chi Citadel, okay.
It works now.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ho, you are totally confused people or lying about what is there. The picture that I'm showing you right now, this picture approved by the board members. And this picture is being built right now. And this is going to be a
You know
final.
what? I could care less about your board members. I care about the people.
Don't
tell me about your darn board member that we didn't even know anything
you said
about.
that this is,
You know what?
You said it's
Irrelevant.
changed. Mayor, I didn't interrupt her. And I
Vice
asked
Mayor,
you.
continue.
You
I like
asked
to
me a
remind all the
question.
council member.
You asked me
I
a
like to
question, I
remind all the
answered.
council member, only one person speaking, please.
Okay,
Well, ask me the
Vice Mayor,
question.
continue.
I answered.
The picture that I am showing on the screen right now, the word that we taken last night by the flood, that is exactly what is in 5.1 staff report.
But you
And
know
we
what?
approve.
For your information, that's not the title of your monument. The title should be at the top.
This is,
And that's
doesn't
what you
matter where-
propose up there.
Okay, why didn't you?
Anyway, you know what? I have, you know what? You listen to the
You know
people.
what?
I told you, I'm not,
Mayor,
I did you a favor by bringing all this up.
I think that this
You
is
guys
the
should,
time
you
of
guys
the
just go
Vice
ahead and do
Mayor,
your
please.
bullying. You're
Councilmember
very good
Ho,
at, you go
Councilmember
do
Ho,
your.
Councilmember Ho, please, I'm asking you.
So
Let the
I
Vice
am
Mayor
talking
finish.
okay, I'm talking about the title. I'm responding to you. You saw the picture is not correct. This picture here, not only that they have retaken the word retaken last night by the flood, this is, I can guarantee you, this is the final. And this is the picture exactly is in the 5.1 when presented to you for approval. So there is nothing changed. There is nothing changed. And I asked the staff already, did they submit? If I haven't asked them, this is the question for staff. Have they ever come back to you and submit a change to you?
No, sir, this is the same.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now, Councilmember Ho, you know, you should ask the board members if you have any question about it.
You know what?
before you
I don't
actually
recognize your board
decide
members.
if
You
you
gotta
decide
answer to
it.
the people.
You don't
Stop
recognize,
talking
you
about
should
your board
ask.
members. Don't talk to me.
No,
You don't call my name then. You can make your statement, but don't
Okay.
ask me. I'm not gonna
Mayor,
answer you.
I am respecting her by not interrupt her, and she make a long argument. I didn't I didn't stop her. So I asked you to intervene because we have to. And after my turn, whoever want to talk, yeah, I will let them talk. I will not interrupt. You can get my word for that. Have my word for that. Now, say whatever you want to say, Councilmember Ho. It's untrue. It's wrong. And you can cry all you want. The truth is still the truth. Cry all you want to cry. The truth still the truth. So I will
Bully.
with the pictures.
You are a bully.
I went over with you with the pictures and the word to prove it to you. This is the final version of the monument. Okay, now. Now I want to go back to move to the other park. You remember, if you want, let me go back and show you the MOU that's she put together. This is not from the city council. And she went along, she went and go to city attorney and do it herself. Okay, if you look at this, number 8, I just want to go to number 8. She said that the proposed monument will not be placed in Freedom Park. What did you approve in December 9, 2020, Ms. Ho? Did the information presented to you at that time? I just showed it to you already. So now you come up with everything here that the monument will not be placed in Freedom Park. I show you the picture where the layout with the Freedom Park. Okay, it works for you to approve at the time. Now you come up with all of these after they have raising fund, they do all the works, and now you are trying to bring the people that are opposed to this project without finding out what is going on and place them in the committee. Let me ask you, if you are running the projects and you are working your butt off to get the things, you know, almost done, and somebody come in and said, kick you out and get other people come in and do it, not to mention about the financial. Do you think it's fair? I'm trying to make a point here so that, you know, we have to be fair to the people. We have to listen to the people. And whatever the decision that we make based on the fact, and the fact is in front of us. I am not lying. I confirm that with staff. Staff have no idea what I'm talking to them today. So with that, I just want to go ahead and yield my floor back to the council. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other council member, please. Council member Manzo. Okay.
All this back and forth and all these points that, sorry, Vice Mayor, but the points that you brought up, they're kind of disturbing that you kind of dismissed the fact that myself or Councilwoman Ho is speaking to the people who elected us. How do you sit there and dismiss that? I just can't wrap my mind around it. You're making all these, you keep saying the people who oppose it, the people who oppose it are the residents of Westminster. The people who oppose it are the people who fought in this war. The people who oppose it are the American Vietnam vets who sacrificed their life and sacrificed their mental health when being there and trying to help the South Vietnamese fight for freedom and democracy. And you're saying that, why are you speaking to them? Well, who are you speaking to? Who do you represent? It's clearly you're not representing the residents of Westminster and the ARVN veterans and the American Vietnam veterans. I don't know who you're speaking to. Clearly you're not speaking to them, the ones that matter, the ones we were elected to represent. And I sure as hell don't appreciate you, and I'm saying you because you guys are saying you're board members of the Quan Chi Federation Foundation. Sure don't appreciate blasting my picture across the moving truck and blasting my picture and telling lies, and you're lying to the Vietnamese community who elected you. Just because I don't vote in the way that you're voting doesn't mean that I don't like you, doesn't mean that I have an agenda against you. It simply means that I don't agree with you. That's called democracy. That's what the ARVN veterans fought for. During the Black April, I've been to these speeches and events, and they talk about that the South Vietnamese people and the Bo people, how much they suffered for the fight for freedom and democracy. Well, I think it's a slap in the face of all those people when you go around and trying to suppress the residents' vote, the residents' voice, now allowing them a platform to speak, and then lying to them. That's the complete opposite of what the ARVN veterans did. That's the complete opposite of what the American veterans did. That's democracy. That's the reason there's 5 of us here, because we all see things differently. Sometimes we're going to agree, sometimes we're not. That's just the way it goes. The reason I voted the way I voted was because of the people who were calling me, the people that were voicing their concerns. Something was not right, and somebody had to stand up for those people and those people's voices. That's what I was elected to do, and that's what I did. A lot of times you stand here and you sit here and talk. Right now, you're not sounding like a member of the city council. You're sounding like a board member of a foundation that's not representing the people of Westminster. Finding it disrespectful, and we have 4 meetings here, 4 meetings talking about this monument, that this monument was supposed to unite our community, not tear apart our community.
Say with the truth.
I'm still speaking, all right?
I understand. I kept my promise. I'm not going to interrupt you, but I am going to ask to respond to you after you are done. And
well,
please
you speak forever.
Council member, I hope only one person speaking.
Councilmember Doe still has an opportunity to speak. You took a long time already. I surely don't appreciate that.
You don't need to talk to him. He can speak by himself.
I said he needs an opportunity to speak. That's what I said. I find it very disrespectful the way that you guys you dismissed that why are we speaking to these people who were elected to represent. But that's who we should be speaking to first.
You want me to answer that?
I'm speaking. I didn't ask. I wasn't a question.
Okay.
The mayor, I'm sorry, but I was hoping that you would be somebody that's going to unite our community and bring us together. And it seems like that's the complete opposite. And I didn't come here to be a council member to sit here and fight for this. This is not productive for our community.
Then don't create problem.
Obviously, you guys did by not including the people of Westminster and the American Vietnam vets and the Army vets. This is so unprofessional, and it's just blasting our pictures, going on TV, saying lies about me. I got to try to find somebody to interpret for me and see what you're saying. You don't see me going on TV and telling lies about you guys. How is that democratic? How is that freedom of speech? How is that? I can't wrap my mind around how you think that way. We need to settle this for the people of Westminster and giving them an opportunity to speak their mind. They have concerns and they should be heard. This has gone on way too far. This needs to stop. We need to listen to them and see what they want. The proposal that Councilwoman Ho proposed in her MOU, it sounds very reasonable. If you want this to be settled, well, let's get to it and form this committee and let the people have a say, let the people speak their voice and hear and come up with whatever concerns there are. Let them speak. Form this committee and let them do their job. Now listen, I'm done. And by the way, I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning for my job, so hurry up.
Okay, can I say something now?
Please.
Thank you. Well, it's refreshing to hear a lot of dialogue that back and forth that used to be in different tone. I can't help it, to see, pretend not to see the elephant in the room, because it's nothing new. The same conversation I've been hearing for the past couple of years, 1 and 2 years since they got elected. I don't understand why we have this conversation, why we have this item when the issue has already been determined. decided a week or two ago. But nevertheless, I've been very patient, listened to everyone. And I agree with almost every single one of you, the member of the council. And I also disagree with almost every single one of you based on your statements. The MLU that Councilwoman Ho tried to draft, it's a good gesture. They have decent kind of language in there, democratic. But I think it's just a waste of time and resources for her to do that on her own time, and at the same time that the city being built for the time that our city attorney had to spend and draft that. It's just like, why bother? Just like drinking decaf coffee. Because everybody know that the foundation will not accept that because they have their own agenda. We should not get involved. Our job is support and look at the project and either support or not support. We should not get involved. We should not be the one that telling, everybody be play nice in the sandbox. We should not be doing that. That's not our role. Our role of the city council is not to get involved with any project directly. Stay neutral, listen to both sides of the fence and make a decision and accept the consequences of that. Oh, by the way, the tactic that the council member Ho has been experienced, nothing new. I've seen that for the past couple of years and they get elected. And it's kind of refreshing to see that you cross the line and spoke against those that you want support. That's very refreshing. But the thing that you've done in the past is still vividly remembered by the people of the city. And the mayor was right, yeah. Nobody told anybody to drop an MLU. You're absolutely right, I agree with you. Okay, that's something that between the foundation and the coalition of the Vietnamese veteran. It's their job to sit down and discuss and come up with an agreement and bring it to the council. And it's up to us to make a decision whether we're going to support the project or not. It's not our job. It's not our job to get involved. And it's clearly that, I'm going to say it again. Okay, the mayor and the vice mayor was clearly in the conflict of interest. Okay. You represent right now, you're not representing the people, you're representing the foundation, which is okay. But on the capacity of an elected official, and that's clearly a conflict of interest. And it was so shameful that both of you did not recuse yourself from the last meeting and cast your vote. And Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen, you were talking about, you would not accept people accusing you of doing things that is not true. Well, you've been doing that, your political career. And now now you don't appreciate people accusing you of doing something that's not true. It doesn't make any sense. It's the U-Haul. I've seen the U-Haul driving around the city. Nothing new to me. Maybe it's new for council member woman Kimberly Ho. That's the cost of representing the people. That's the cost of doing business and representing the people and protecting the people interests. That's what you have to endure. And I'm sure you already know that. So it should not be a surprise. And if you continue to stay in this course, that's what you have to deal with. And the word on the street right now is they're going to mobilize all the resources to destroy your political career because you betrayed them. So I'm very sympathetic to you. To me, the decision's already decided. Okay, the majority council's already decided on this particular project. We listen to the people. Okay, we listen to the one that voted us in office. And we already make a decision. Okay, until the project is in agreement with by all the people that voted us in, then we'll take it into consideration again. Other than that, it's a done deal. Okay, we listen to the people, vote, we cast our vote the way to protect the people's interests. And there's nothing else to say. So I move to accept and file this report.
I'll second it. Are we gonna?
Sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to respond to the comment that Councilmember Doe and Councilmember Manzo
Okay,
earlier.
you have floor.
First of all,
Go ahead.
Councilmember Manzo, please state the fact and prove it. Don't just saying that, oh, I love this community, I serve this community. Every one of us serve this community diligently. Okay, we are elected official. We have the responsibility to serve the people. Now, the second point, you said that you mentioned of freedom of speech. You conflicting yourself that you said that we go on TV and talk about other people. We are talking about the fact. You, Kimberly Ho, and Councilmember Manzo, Councilmember Ho, Councilmember Doe voted to stop this project indefinitely. What do you want me to say? I have the right.
Postpone,
I have the free speech, okay? Freedom of speech. I can do. People have freedom of speech. They can talk about, things. You can say, you can flicking yourself on that. Remember, you're trying to smear me, and you and Councilmember Doe, both of you, during recall, try to recall me, Councilmember Ho, and Mayor Ta, after I've been in the office for 6 months with 32 accusations. And let me tell you, Councilmember Doe, I don't disagree with you that we need to talk to the people. We need to get the input from both sides, not one side. Okay? In this act here, it's only one side. Only people who oppose it. Before you guys, let me, frankly, have you talked to any people in the foundation before you guys decide to halt these projects? The answer is no. And you mentioned about past recall. Let me tell you that the result of the recall already answered. The people have spoken. Who is right and who is wrong? Because you mentioned about the recall, you not mentioned about recall, you mentioned about the past. Let me tell you from the past, the 2020 election, you ran 3 posts. What did you get? I am proudly to say that people trusted me with 20,000 votes. And you only 8,000 votes or 9,000 votes is the max. And not only from the Midway
Mayor?
CD, from the other. I mentioned this because
I think we're getting off topic.
I'm
sorry. We need to stick to
Not
the
relevant.
Deep breath.
let me tell you this.
Okay,
I
so
mentioned this.
Vice
I
Mayor, is
mentioned
anywhere
this.
that you can
I will
discuss?
finish it. I will
Okay.
finish it. I will
Right.
finish it. The reason I mentioned this is because he brought it up at the meeting, at council meeting one time. He said that he had higher vote than Charlie. And that's the reason why I rebut him for this, okay? Why, if you don't talk about it, then I wouldn't. But you did talk about it, Mr.
No, not today, right? Who talk about it? Not me.
It's not today. It's not today, it's before.
Okay, then
So when
don't
you
talk
talk to me
about it
about
today.
it,
Let's
I can
move
have,
on.
I have the right. Now, the last thing is that I want to show you this picture here. If you want to vote, then vote.
No,
but,
you need
you
to
know,
respond what we say, Charlie. We don't need to
Let's
see
move on.
anything else.
No, so
Response.
let him finish, please. Vice Mayor, okay.
Okay, I
Continue.
am going to show you the picture with, hold on, give me a second here. Okay, here it is. Can you see it? No. Okay, so let me share the screen. And here's the picture. Okay, let me zoom it in so that you can see. This is the picture from the book, history book named Quân Sử. This is a picture that it is on the monument. There's no question about it. You tell me if this is wrong. You continue to tell me this is wrong. I prove it to you. This front cover of Sư đoàn Thủ quân lục chiến, Quân Sử.
Okay, you know what? We cannot go on
officially
about this.
history
You know what?
book.
We're not the
Let
ones
me
to
finish.
discuss
Let me
with.
finish. I
I told
finish.
you, you know
I will
what? You
finish in a
cannot
second.
have, you cannot get it.
I think
I
only
We
will
one,
already
finish.
said
only
the
one
group of
council
people
member
to look
speaking,
into
please.
this,
Just
Only
not
one
respond.
council
not
member
this
I
group.
speaking,
finish.
please.
I will finish
Okay,
it.
no,
soon.
no.
Keep bringing up the
I
same
will
This
stuff
is not,
again.
this is not
Answer
right.
the
We're gonna
question
go
and
on
move
and
on.
on. We gotta put a stop to
Okay.
this.
Okay. This
This is
the front-
irrelevant. We cannot
This-
talk about it right
This
now.
is.
I
we're
already
talking about-
said, you
I
need to
am-
sit down with the
I
right
am
people. This is
pointing
not the
out
group
about
We
to
need to
decide
vote.
it.
picture here.
We need to cast our vote.
This
Move on
is
to the
the
next
front.
item.
This is the front
This is
cover
an
of
F1.
Let
Sư
the
đoàn
Vice Mayor
Quân lục
finish,
chiến, Quân
please.
Sử.
Let the Vice Mayor finish.
I will finish it soon. Okay, I promise I will finish in a minute here. This is the front of Sư đoàn Thủ quân lục chiến, Quân Sử book, officially history book, approved by the commander of the Thủ quân lục chiến division, Major General.
We don't know
Finland.
that, so it doesn't, it's
Okay,
not relevant
so
right now. We don't know
I
that.
rest
We're not
my
the group
case.
that
Go
would
ahead and
confirm
go ahead
that.
and
We
go
don't
ahead
know
and-
that.
I have to
We
bring out
don't
the
know
proof.
that. This
I
group does
have to
not
bring
know
out the
that.
proof. If you know that, then
I
why you
can't
argue
confirm
about
that. I don't know what
picture?
you're saying. So please,
Are you done, Charlie?
I am done.
Thank you.
Nonprofit money from nonprofit
No,
foundation.
let's move on, please.
You use it on slander. You're supposed to be a nonprofit foundation to slander. How much did the donors know to spend money on sending mailers, renting trucks and posters to slander? Is that what the foundation that the donors donate their money for? Maybe you might want to ask them if they were okay for their donations to go to a slander campaign. I don't know if that's legal. So what's the motion on the floor? Councilwoman Ho?
I make a motion to receive and file.
I think we already have a motion.
We already, we
And
have.
then somebody seconded.
Yeah.
Councilmember,
Councilmember Monzo seconded it.
yeah, what Christian just said. So it's up to the mayor if you guys want to call for the question or, well, it's not my call, so.
Yeah, if a council
all
member
right.
wants to stop debate at any point, you can make a motion to call
All
the
right,
question.
so right now, I recognize there's a motion and a second on the floor, and the motion is receive and file the report. Roll call vote,
I want, no. I want
Please,
to make a
okay.
substitute motion to that.
please.
I want to
Vice
make a
Mayor.
substitute motion. I see that the foundation have done nothing wrong and it's confirmed by by staff. And they have done their job diligently. So there is no point for us to stop them. So I want to make a substitute motion to continue this project unless the council point out anything, any violation that the board member of Quang Tri is doing.
Is
And
that
that's my
even
motion.
legal?
Okay, so
Is that
I
even
second the
legal,
substitute motion.
Christian?
Okay, so there is a substitute motion and I
that even
second the
legal?
substitute motion.
I'm sorry, what is the substitute motion? I didn't, can you
Let me
restate it?
yeah, I will restate it. Okay. Because I found that the foundation have done their due diligently. They have not violated anything, you know, in terms of, you know, agreement with the city. They've been working with staff, you know, all along. Staff confirmed there is no violation. So my motion is to continue this project unless the council prove that there are violations. Otherwise.
Okay, so I second the substitute motion and roll call vote.
So we're voting on the substitute motion.
Yes.
So is that I thought this is just a staff report. It's not an action item. Am I correct? And then the issues already voted a couple of weeks ago by the council policy. It cannot be brought up for another 6 months. Am I correct?
City attorney, I believe that we still allow for substitute motion because, you know, the substitute motion is still go along with the.
Yeah, I think the motion is valid, given the subject matter. It's talking about the monument. They want to get a motion to continue the construction of the monument.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So right now we have a substitute motion on the floor. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilmember Doe,
No.
Councilmember Ho,
You're on mute.
I want to make it clear, I do want the monument built, and I do believe that the people want the monument built. But it would not be built by, the foundation, the way they are, the method at which they're progressing. And so my vote is no.
okay. Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes, Council Member Ho make comments before she vote. I want to make my comments before I have my
I have
vote.
to make a comment every single time.
Where else? Why Council Member Ho allow and not me? Can you answer that? Can we be more democratic here?
Continue. Vice Mayor, continue.
Yes. Councilmember Ho said that, you know, she wants to have this to continue to build the monument. But at the same time, I don't want to know. I just want to know where is it going to be? Is it going to be in the Freedom Park or somewhere else? That's number one. Number two, are those conditions? Are we going to talk about, you know, stop it right now? And are we moving it in the near future, or what are we doing? Just don't say that. I think that we have to. I agree that we have to move on and we have to build the monument. But there is no definite time, and we know that the foundation working with the city and already outlined the time frame. And they need to know. They need to know by now. They already pay for the contractors and everything. They need to know in order for them to stop or continue.
Until we're voting, until we're voting.
So,
Are you finished your statement? Are you finished your statement?
Yes, I want to make that
Thank
statement. My vote is yes.
okay. Mayor Ta,
Yes.
okay, motion fails 2-3.
Okay. So right now we go back to the original motion made by Councilmember Doe.
Yes, the original motions to receive and file.
Yes.
Okay, so roll call vote on the original motion. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
No.
Mayor Ta.
No.
Okay, that motion carries 3-2. And Mayor, as I mentioned earlier about needing to take the break to change the tape for the feed.
Right. So right now, council going to take at least 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. 12:59, see you back in 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, we're going to queue up and then I'll let you know when we're starting again.
All right. All right, so I'd like to reconvene the City Council Success Agency meeting to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Now, the last item, no, it's not the last item, but item 5.5, creation of the council appointed committee for Sid Ghost and Freedom Park and moratorium on the new monuments.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. At the June 23rd City Council meeting, Councilmember Manzo requested that staff bring forward an item to establish a committee to serve as an advisory role to the City Council. Committee would review all requests for proposed monuments, plaques, donor tiles, as well as modifications to any existing monuments at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park. The recommended committee structure would consist of 5 members, with each council member appointing a representative. These committee members will serve at the pleasure of the appointing council member and serve until the council member leaves office or is replaced by his or her appointee. Staff is recommending the City Council appoint 2 additional at-large members that represent the military veterans community. The committee would consist of a total of 7 members. And this is going to be your committee, so any modifications or changes to the proposed structure is welcomed.
All right, I want to thank Dara Doppler for explaining the item. However, I really think that our city, we don't need this creation of whatever council appointed committee for Sid Goldstein Freedom Park and the city. We don't need any moratorium on a new monument because, you know, in reality, our city, we already have Park and Recreation Commission. And if there is any concerns from member, you know, so the member of the public, they're more than welcome to raise that concerns to the Park and Recreation Commission. Because, you know, I look at this item, I think that this item is really targeting and against the Vietnamese American community. So I do not agree that. I totally not agree that. And I don't see the reason why we need to have a moratorium, but only target one single park in our city. We have 22 parks, but how come, you know, we come up with this committee and committee is only target for only one park in the whole city? Besides, we already have Park and Recreation Commission. So the role and responsibility of Park and Recreation Commission is to discuss and come up with any recommendation to the City Council, any issue about any park in the city. So I don't want to waste our city's resource. I don't want to waste our staff time. That is my stand. So my stand that we don't need to create a new committee for Sid Goldstein Freedom Park. All right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for your input. Yeah, I was thinking about this again, and in light of what's going on in our community since our last meeting. I'm rethinking this because so many members of our community were left out of the process and also allowed to have input. So I want to change this to be this committee to be of 5 appointed members, 2 alternate members, just like the staff said, as far as being a military background, veterans, and to hear any monument, statue, plaque, and anywhere in the city, not just Freedom Park. Because we cannot continue to have this division in our city. It's going to keep happening. There's going to be more monuments being proposed. We cannot continue to have this. And the difference between having this committee and having the Parks and Rec committee, the difference is that they don't have 2 military, they wouldn't have 2 input from 2 military veterans. So if there's going to be a future statute or anything related to a military, this committee having those 2 alternates in there will give a platform for the community to have input, and they would recommend to this city council, and then we would have another opportunity for input at the city council. This we need to maximize the opportunity for the residents to have input. Cannot continue to have this division in our city, and I hope that this meeting helps the council to realize that we cannot afford this division in our city. So that's why I decided to change it to include anywhere in the city. And the same factors will be in there as far as the 5 appointed, 2 at large that are appointed and chosen by staff and not the city manager. Should be maybe Diana Daubert. Sorry, Diana, if you can, because they need to submit their application. I don't want it to be any biased and then choosing these veterans. And I hope that, and also to be one Vietnamese American veteran and one American veteran. So my motion is going to be for all monuments, any monument in the city, plaques, statues, the donor tiles, anywhere in the city, to include the 2 alternate military veterans, 1 Vietnamese American veteran and 1 American veteran. Because we cannot continue to have this division in our city. This is not healthy for our city. We need to work towards being one community, not multiple communities. We're one. So
Yeah, I'd like to respond to, are you done? I'm sorry, Councilmember Menzo?
Yeah, that's a motion from my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion made by Councilmember Menzo to approve this committee, but I totally disagree with Councilmember Menzo explained, because, you know, at the end of the day, the city council will have to approve any new monument like we've been doing. And by forming a new committee for only one park, I believe our city council will go to send the wrong message targeting the Vietnamese American community.
So I'm not targeting the Vietnamese.
That's what I believe, and I have to inform the council in advance. That's what I visualize. So I ask the council, don't do anything at this time, because, you know, this is really waste of our city resource. Now we have to create another new layer of, you know, bureaucracy. We go to waste our city staff time, because, you know, like a new committee a new appointed council committee, then our city staff, they need to get involved. They need to prepare for a meeting. They need to contact all the board member of that committee. Why did we have to do that? Why? We already have
Because
the
they're
Park and Recreation Commission, and if there is any concerns of any monument of any park, the member of the public, they more than welcome to raise that concerns to the Park and Recreation Commission. And Park and Recreation Commission, they going to have their meeting because they already well established. They will have the meeting, they discuss about the issue, and then they recommend to our city council. So as a city, don't take any action on this item.
Was the Quang Tri monument, I don't remember it, correct me if I'm wrong, did it ever go to the Parks and Rec Commission for review?
Let me try to explain. All the monument of the Freedom Park go directly to the city council, all of the monument. So we cannot single out any monument. We have to be fair. We cannot single out any monument. But at the end of the day, city council, we still have to approve. Yeah, so I ask the council, I urge the council, don't take any action on this item because we go to waste our city resources. We're going to waste our city staff time. And right now,
I hear you, Mr. Mayor. I hear you.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask a couple questions?
But I'm still in that, my question, about the whole purpose of this is giving the voice to the community. My question to you was, which you didn't answer, was because you mentioned that the Parks and Rec Commission would hear this, any monument that is proposed. My question was, did the Quang Tri monument go for review to the Parks and Rec Commission?
You say no. I have a couple questions, Councilman Manzo. Okay, so you say 5 appointed member from the council member, is that right?
Yeah.
And then 2 at large, like alternate member. Well, why can't they be included? Because the majority of the council fluctuate, change, direction change all the time. And at the end of the day, the majority of the council will or can change the recommendation or the decision of the committee. Is that correct? Am I correct? Yeah. Who has an ultimate say in any decision in the city council or the committee?
City council.
Okay. So it sounds great, but it's just I feel like it's just a paper tiger. Is there any way we can make forming some kind of a watchdog or a committee that have some teeth, that have some little power, have some saying? Because at the end of the day, I see I appreciate your effort. I can see what you're trying to do, but at the end of the day, it's up to the majority of the city council can overwritten the decision of the committee. And I don't know what's it's gonna do. So that's my question. If you can respond.
Well, I want to avoid, the whole purpose of this is to avoid what's going on now. Like, as you can see, what's going on with this current monument. I don't want a repeat of it.
So
Okay.
would you consider reconsider your motion and including one member from the American Veteran Association or whatever representative of that group that have I think there's a Freedom Park nonprofit group, right? Do we have one of those? And does anybody know, Diane?
Yeah.
There's a nonprofit group that oversee the Freedom Park. Is that correct?
Oh, well, they don't really oversee it now. They were involved in the construction of the park.
Oh, the
and development
construction.
of the park. Yeah.
So
When
that
it was-
group were basically disbanded. Am I correct?
No, that group still exists. It's the
Okay, so
Vietnam War
what-
Memorial. Yeah.
So maybe would you reconsider your motion and include a member from that nonprofit group?
That's what my motion was.
Okay, and then one member from the American Veteran Group, and then one member of the Coalition of Vietnamese South Vietnamese veteran.
Yeah, that's what my
So
motion.
it's about three additional members in total. There's no at large.
So it'll be a total.
Does it make sense?
Total of 8?
So something odd. We need to have some.
Oh yeah, that's why it was 7,
Yeah.
2, 5, and 2.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, so this is what I actually have for the motion. I had the 5 council appointed, and then I had 2, one representing Vietnamese American, one representing American, which made it 7. But it wasn't specifying from a
Oh,
specific
okay. The
group.
Vietnamese American veteran had to be from that particular group, the coalition of the Vietnamese veteran.
So we're identifying specific groups that we want to
Because
include?
they kind of like a joint coalition of representing all the armed forces of the South Vietnamese Army. So they have a very strong voice.
So I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole right now on committee composition because this obviously needs to come back, and I understand you guys have to, determine the role and responsibilities. But if we're identifying, so right now with our any and all committee that we have the resident requirements for obviously the 5 council appointed. So when it comes to the ones that are representing the military veterans community, I just want to make it clear that the council is looking to pick from specific groups, not so much affiliation. You don't need them to be a resident. You just need them to be a member of the groups.
The group, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Vietnamese, the coalition Liên hội cựu chiến sĩ.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so one from that coalition.
Right.
Okay. And then another one from
Vietnam veteran.
The Vietnam American Vietnam veteran group,
American, okay.
preferably the local chapter.
Yes,
Vietnam.
that's what my motion was. And also to include a moratorium until this committee is established.
Okay, so direction on the moratorium, I got that. So we're at the 2, or did you amend it to add the 3rd one that Councilmember Doe?
I'm wondering, we need to include the nonprofit group for the freedom. I think they're very involved. There's a lot of veterans in that group.
Oh,
If we want to do 2, we need to make it 2 then, to make it an odd number.
Okay, can I talk now?
So
Could I ask Carlos to please add, may I suggest that Carlos, could you add the requirement that a formal historical report be prepared for any monument? Like say, for instance, I mean, if there's gonna be a monument being asked to put on our park, could we also add a requirement, the requirement that they have the formal historical report on it?
Well, later on we can determine what the responsibilities would be, and it would include that.
So I just want to be clear, there's 7 members right now, 5 by the council, and 2, one from the South Vietnamese Veterans Group and one from the American Veterans Group. That's the way what I heard is, or are you wanting more than 7?
If more than 7 works
And it
best,
has to be 9.
then that's fine. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with that. The whole goal.
Which one, 7 or 9?
Yeah, because Councilmember Doe recommended the Vietnam War Memorial folks, but if we add one person, it'll be an even number. So
Well, is that 2 from that group?
you want 2 from that group?
Okay.
Okay.
So can we just confirm the actual group names? Are you referring to the Vietnam War Memorial and Westminster Inc. group? That group that was first established for the park development and the statue? Is that the group we're talking about?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other group is the Vietnamese American Federation of Southern California? Councilmember Doe?
The coalition of,
Yeah, it's called the Coalition Republic Vietnam Veterans Association.
yes.
I think that's the one.
Coalition,
That's the one.
okay. All right.
And just to be clear for everybody too, when we come back, this is going to come back as a reso or an ordinance, depending on how we've normally established a committee like this. So, so just know that anytime if the council decides that you're going to want to change the groups or the makeup of the committee or whatever it is, we're going to have to come back with a new reso, to update or an ordinance. So just so that.
Resolution.
Councilman Carl Manzo, let me, okay, so one from the nonprofit, Freedom Park nonprofit, and then there's another South Vietnamese group, the Southwest tập thể chiến sĩ Trung tâm Tây Nam, that's the Southwest South Vietnamese veteran group.
So you want to just do one from the Freedom Park organization and one from that? I'm fine with
Yes.
that. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what was that? So. No, okay, one from Coalition Republic of Vietnam, one from American Vietnam Veteran Group. So now one from the Vietnam War Memorial in Westminster Inc. And then another one from that other one that you just mentioned?
Yeah, the Southwestern of the United States South Vietnamese Veteran Group. Tập thể chiến sĩ Trung tâm Tây Nam.
Okay, I will get that after the fact.
That makes sense.
So that puts us at 9, right?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you for all.
Okay, can I speak now, Mr. Mayor?
Vice Mayor, yes.
Okay, first of all, Councilmember Doe and Councilmember Manzo already set it off. City Council ultimately have the final decisions. And why create another level of bureaucracy here? Why? I don't understand. There is
You want me to
no
answer
need-
that?
No, there is
Want me to
no,
respond?
sir, let me finish that, okay? You can answer it after. There is no need to create another level of bureaucracy here. I think that, this is, I agree with Mayor. This proposal is discriminatory and targets against the Vietnamese community. And I said, and creation of this committee is unnecessary and redundant. I don't know. And then why we just talk about one park? Why not Monday's Park? If I say that we are going to, Monday Park is going to have some kind of monument there too. So what we are trying to targeting a specific group here. So I don't see the point to this. And my question to you is that you said that put the moratorium on the new and existing. Define for me the word new. Is it including or excluding the Quang Tri Monument? The Quang Tri Monument is already ongoing. It's not new. It's already approved by you guys, by all of us. It's not a new. So, in light of this, if you want to create a new form a committee, I would say that it shouldn't be include the Quang Tri Monument. I can go for it, if that's what you want to do it, then start with the new projects. From now on, with the new project, with the new proposal, not the one that it was before. So define for me what the new means, including or excluding the Quang Tri Monument.
Okay, if I may respond to some of your questions, Vice Mayor. Well, it's very simple. The reason for we have to form a committee is basically transparency. So we're going to have whatever project we are going to do, we're going to have a public hearing. It's going to be public. It's not going to be held behind closed door. Okay, they're going to have input from the community, and everybody going to know about it. Okay, everybody have an opportunity to voice their concern, support, objection, whatever. That's the reason why. That's a democracy. In case you forgot, we live in a society, democracy society, where transparency means everything. And that's the reason why I think that the intention that Council Menzo intended to have a committee so that the public can have a chance to discuss publicly and allow people to have a voice. Okay, I'm not sure about your Quang Tri Monument. Are you a speaker for the Quang Tri Foundation now, or are you a representative for the city?
I'm just trying to be fair. Okay, I'm just trying to be fair. Okay, so that's why I'm asking the question here. Tell me the new is included or included. I have the right to ask the question. Go ahead and tell me.
Well, we were not. I don't think that we are talking about Quang Tri Monument anymore. We're talking about forming a committee to study, regulate, make the recommendation to the council. What's the good, right, indifferent for any project that might happen in the future that related to park and monument and all that. I'm not trying to speak for the rest of the council, but that's what my belief, that the intent for this particular item.
Yes, I speak it already. I said that, okay, maybe that I can go for the new proposal. Did I say that? And my question is it new that you're talking about, including or excluding the Quang Tri Monument? Can I ask that question, sir? If you don't have any problem, then answer my question then.
My answer to you is that we have to have some sort of committee and some sort of platform for the Quang Tri Monument.
So I want, okay.
Ask me a question, so let me finish, or you want to keep talking?
Go ahead, go ahead.
I like Councilwoman Ho's idea of the committee that she was proposing for the Quang Tri Monument.
She can speak by herself, okay? And I am speaking before her, and that I have the right, okay? If she speaks, I will let her.
You keep interrupting. Let Councilman Menzo speak.
All right, so right now only one member of council speak, and Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you.
Please speak.
If forming the committee that Councilmember Ho, she's met with so many people with the subject of the Quang Tri Monument, more than I did. I just had a lot of emails and phone calls. If her idea for that is what's best and what the community wants, then we can form a separate committee for the Quang Tri Monument only. You seem to be opposed to giving a platform for the community input. Why is that? We need to hear the public. This current monument did not go through Parks and Rec Commission. There was no opportunity for public input. And we cannot have that, cannot continue to have this situation again. We need peace and we need unity in our city. We cannot, I don't understand why we opposed to this.
Well, I said first, right? I was after him. Let me finish, then to your turn, because I raised my hand first. Okay, I want to respond to Councilmember Menzo and Councilmember Joe. You keep saying that community inputs. Tell me at meeting of December 9, 2020, do we open for the public input or not? So it's the same thing. Any proposal that go into approval has to go through the public opinions or public input. We are not hiding. So don't tell me that you have to have that committee in order to go to public input. At the city council meeting, publics also have the chance to talk about it. You see it tonight already.
All right, Councilmember Ho.
You're muted.
I appreciate Councilman Manzo for bringing this item up because, we learned from our past experience in that, as much as we want to, it's getting late, we want to support our, for instance, this past monument or the current monument, wanted to support our colleagues. In this case, it was our mayor, but I believe the process was done to rush. And it was also in secret because, as he also mentioned, that the process started in August. And I think it just, if we do this, we create this group. I think it's good because we need to go through a more thorough vetting process. So, it can't go wrong, you know what I mean? Because right now we're just rushing everything through and coming to pretty much a stumbling block right now because 6 months, 7 months later, we realize that, the people, we didn't have the voice of the people. And so we're kind of going backwards. And so unfortunately we had nothing in place, no policies in place. So if we were to do this and we have some guidelines and we have some, going, like I said, a thorough vetting process, I don't think we will make these mistakes again. So it's just, it's something for us to make sure that we thoroughly investigate. And if it's, whether it's history, if it's a history monument, historical monument, then we look at the history of it and get a lot of input to make sure we get it right. So I'm all for it. So I would second this. I would be the second, like to second this motion.
And let me make sure to understand that this is not just for one park, this is for any
yes,
the whole city, anywhere in the city.
All right, so we have the motion and second on the floor. Roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. You guys don't need to know your motion again, do you?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
I want to have a substitute motion before you vote.
go ahead.
And my substitute motion is if there, well, my substitute motion is to exclude the Quang Tri Monument at this time. If you want to create if we want to create the committee, and a moratorium, we should not include the Quang Tri Monument or any existing at this point. We can apply this for the new proposal. That's my substitute motion.
So
I have
I'd
a
like-
question. I have a question about that one. Is that relevant to this discussions? Because that is a project and it's not agenda, and we're not talking about. I mean, it become a the issue with this committee, when you apply, when you have the intention to put it in any park, including the Freedom Park. Okay, if your foundation not trying to build one in any park, then it's a non-issue. Nobody gonna touch it. Nobody gonna ask you to tell you to come and build one in the park. Does it make any sense? So I'm not sure that if your substitute motion
I
relevant
disagree.
to this one.
I disagree with that. The reason I disagree with that is that we are forming, we are creating a committee. And I said that, a new committee can be created, but it applies to new proposal only, not all the existing. And why doesn't it make sense? That including the Quang Tri on any of existing.
All right, I'd like to
I don't-
ask the vice mayor. I'd like to ask the vice mayor. So basically, your substitute motion to form this proposed council appointed committee for future monument project at Freedom Park, not including any assistant, any current monument. Am I right?
You are absolutely right on that.
Right. So
Please.
then I second your substitute motion.
So I'm sorry, just for Freedom Park, not for all parks?
Vice Mayor, are you doing like all the park or only Freedom Park? I recommend that we do all park, not Freedom Park.
I think all the parks should be fair for everyone.
Because we don't want to target any single park. We don't want to single out any park. Okay, so I second Vice Mayor substitute motion.
Okay, so we'll vote on the substitute motion.
Okay, so I want to clarify. Okay, so it's kind of confusing. Forgive me. I just want to understand.
Okay.
Okay. So you want this committee not consider the Quang Tri Monument to be built in any park, including Freedom Park. Am I correct?
No, not what.
Okay, so that's what that's
what he meant. Vice Mayor, is there a way that you can explain and recap your
try to understand,
motion
but I
again,
couldn't.
please? No, it's not a problem. Vice Mayor, I let you explain.
I don't think that we have a problem understanding it. Can I ask City Attorney, do you understand my or
Yes,
City
I think
Clerk,
I
do you
do.
understand my? Okay,
Yes, I think
please.
I do.
All right, I need
So-
a translator. Go ahead.
Okay,
No,
I can
so
tell
what
you
I heard-
guys what I wrote for the motion, if that helps.
Well, here, just let me briefly summarize. Basically, the same committee would be formed that was outlined, 9 members with all the groups that was discussed, and it would apply to all parks. But what he added was that it would only apply to, it would not apply to existing monuments. Okay? What was not clarified is, does that mean, does the Quang Tri Monument constitute a new monument? And I think what you're saying is it would not include that monument. That would be included in already approved monuments. So that's what the motion is. It would say that this committee is not going to review the Quang Tri Monument in any way. That's what his motion is.
Correct.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
if we don't want that to apply, then we vote no, right? So that monument will be reviewed by this newly formed committee. Am I correct?
Yeah, you would go back to your motion.
I need to hold somebody's feet on the fire here. So
Well,
you
we have, sir, we have 2 motions, and then you vote whatever
Wait, I
motion
tried
that you feel. Okay.
I try to understand here. Christian, please, would you be so kind and clarify that?
Yeah, let's focus on his motion first, which is that
Right.
it would not include it. When it gets to your motion, you can clarify that it would. And that's
Okay,
that
so we
seems to
don't
be your
agree with
intent.
that. We vote no. I vote no. If I don't agree with
So-
that, I vote no.
Correct.
You would
And
vote
then to
no
the
on the
original
substitute
motion, everything will go to the committee.
There is a substitute motion. You just voted. Okay.
All right, so we have a substitute motion on the
Make it
floor.
easy. You know, we have to ask.
Well, I'm just saying that. I'm
Okay.
just saying that. I'm not.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
not
have to
doing
be
that.
pushy.
It's about, this is 2
Who
a.m. I
pushed it?
understand. I understand. Okay. So we have the substitute motion on the floor.
Okay. Substitute motion, roll call vote. Councilmember Doe,
No.
Councilmember Ho, you're muted. Yeah.
So if you vote no, then what are you voting?
Right now, we're on the substitute motion that excludes the Quang Tri Monument from the committee's review.
It forms the committee, but the committee will only review monuments that get created after this date. To get the idea of those monuments comes up. It would
Correct.
exclude Quan Tri.
Correct.
I would vote no.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails 2-3.
All
Here we
right.
go.
So now we go back to original motion. Yes.
And just to clarify, my understanding is that the motion would be to create the committee as we discussed, and that the committee would review all new monuments, including the Quang Tri Monument. If and when someone comes forward with a new concept for it, or a modified, or maybe even the existing one. Is that correct?
Correct. That's what I understand. Yeah.
Correct.
All right. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
okay, Councilmember Ho, and you're muted.
I have a question. What happens if it's not an army related or any related monument?
And we can include.
I think there's a mixture of everybody, and there's a lot of expertise in this particular group.
If it's a non-military, if it's a non-army or battle related, then what do you do? Like if it's the monument of flowers, the best flowers in the world.
A monument for a police officer that has, died in the line of duty.
We can include that.
I think
If it makes.
I think it's included. I think that
If they have the expertise that's set up, so they can include it as well. Any statutes, any.
Okay, you got everybody covered then? You got it all covered?
Wait, so this is all monuments, statues, plaques, donor tiles, everything under the sun.
In all parks, right?
Anywhere in the.
Everything under the sun. Yes, that's the correct word. Everything under the sun. That's good work. That's what
That is,
attorney
that
work.
is the 2 a.m. version, guys.
Everything under the sun. Perfect.
Okay, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
No.
and Mayor Ta.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. And again, we're gonna bring this obviously back to finalize.
All right. I see. At 2 a.m. in the morning, I understand. All right, but thanks all the council member. All right, so before we set for the close section, we have comment and request for agenda item for City Council agency member and the AB 1234 report when required. Anyone? Any council member?
I go first?
Okay.
I could. I would like to agendize to discuss the Quang Tri, the construction of the Quang Tri Monument to be done by our city rather than the foundation. We are going to build this monument, as I said. I'm going to make sure it happens, but I would like to discuss to see, it doesn't look like we have the, well, I just don't want to say anything more. And I'm gonna stop there, is that I'd like to agendize to discuss the construction of the monument, the Quang Tri Monument by our city.
I'll second it.
So you guys don't really have to do this voting thing, but did
What
you
I'm trying to say.
did you want to?
Oh,
'Cause
I guess
remember
we don't have this voting thing anymore.
No, you can, I mean,
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
we need to
right. So
vote
I-
anything.
you
know,
could
as
for a
council
fact, or you
member,
could just
yes.
email it.
We don't need to vote anything right
Okay,
now.
perfect.
You're more than welcome to bring anything to the next meeting.
We can if we want to, right?
You,
We
you,
have-
you could.
We can vote if we want to.
Right,
You could
we
for the
vote
dramatic
to-
effect if you'd like. So
I mean, the majority of the city council, you already passed, the rule that any council member could bring anything. So we don't have to, we don't have to inform in advance.
You wanna just
Okay.
yeah, if you want to just do it here, since you're here, just say it and then she'll write it
I
down.
think that you're more than welcome to bring up for the next meeting yourself. That's fine. No.
Okay,
no issue.
we can vote. Or you, let's see.
You don't have to, everyone wants to.
I think we don't have to vote. We got to say, because every member you allowed to bring your your proposal to the next meeting. Because if we keep voting, I mean, what what is the meaning that we passed last meeting that council member allowed to bring his or her own project? Because if we do that, we need to take more time. Okay, so all council member, you're more than welcome to bring anything for the next meeting.
I have something that I would like the consensus to bring up to the next council meeting. I've been a little disturbed to listen to all the commotion that going on in this meeting today, and I feel that it's time for us to address the issue with Vice Mayor Nguyen. I think that we need to have a council reorganization, and we need to appoint a new vice mayor. I guarantee you, I will not be one of those candidates. And I always want to bring it up for discussions next council meeting.
I mean, that's a request, but I mean, like we usually have to vote, have to select, the vice mayor position, in December. I mean, like, if you really want to unite all members of the city council, I mean, like how we don't need to create, anything against, the current vice mayor. I mean, it's not fair for him. And I want to say that it's not fair and it's not healthy. I mean, like many times, you always said in the meeting, you want, everyone to sit down to work together. And I mean, it is not healthy. So I asked, our council member, we made this agree in a meeting, but by doing this, we go after the vice mayor. This is really for personal prevention. And that's not what we elected to serve the people. If you don't like him, that's fine. Wait until December. Only a few more months. Come on, only less than 5 more months. Why we have to do it now? Why? That's what I don't want to see it happen in our council. We may disagree anything. However,
But we're agendizing to talk about it next time, right? So we can't discuss it now.
Right.
Yeah, so may I make a comment because I wasn't done yet, but I'm done agendizing. I just need to make a real quick comment. Was a comment earlier made by Councilmember Taido regarding myself crossing the line. I just want to say that I'm independent. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I really do. And so as you see that there were some very, very contentious agendas from January, February until now. And so when it comes down to it, I really assess and I, thoroughly, I truly want to give people the benefit of the doubt, like I said, but I will in the end vote for agendas that I think bring benefits to the people and to our city. So I just want to let you know that. And so some people have asked me, what if have I changed or, no, it's like as if they're asking me if I got up on the wrong side of the bed or something, what happened. you know, did I have a concussion or whatever? But I just want to say that, you know, I always want to support my colleagues. And, you know, I always like to support Mayor Trita and Vice Mayor Chief Charlie Nguyen and everybody. And I know that I think a lot of people from the West Side, I won't say a lot, just a few, you know, who've, I think it's, you know, I've been on council, this is my 5th year, 2nd term. And so I think you realize that, you probably finally realize that I'm, you know, maybe you would not have recalled me or tried to attempt to recall me if you really know how I operate. And, but you know, I just think that, for me, like I said, if an agenda is not good, does not bring benefits to our people, you know, to our city, I will vote no. So I am on the side of everybody, all my colleagues. So like I said, once again, you know, I will vote for Mayor Trita. And as a matter of fact, we had a closed session last time. I won't talk about what it was, but you know, I did vote for mayor and vice mayor. And so please just understand that, you know, I am neutral. Okay, thank you. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I think we're done.
I need this, okay. I need a consensus on my agenda item.
I would say it merits discussion. We have a lot of division in our city, and we need to do whatever we can to turn the ship in the right direction. There's a lot of, at times, it seems like not all council members are looking out for the best interest of all the community. So I think it warrants discussion.
But you don't need to have a vote on it right now. I think, yeah, you could just say you want it on the agenda based on the council policy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want.
I
to
want
see
it on the
that.
agenda. We can talk about. Okay, City Clerk, you got that? Thank you, ma'am.
Is it my turn
I
yet?
just want to say thank you to everybody, all staff. I don't know if this is a record for staff for time, but you definitely have my deep appreciation for all you do. I know it's not easy. You still have to drive home. So hopefully you get be able to get some sleep. I got about 2 hours for me to wake up. So
I thought there's another. I thought there's another meeting after this.
Are we going to do it?
Yeah, it's up to the council. If you don't want that, hey, so we don't have that. Hey, it's up to the council.
Can we do it tomorrow around 10 o'clock?
No, I mean like.
Well, somebody. I remember vividly that from council member Doe that we, you know, you said that we need to serve whatever, and also council member Ho. If we have to stay, you know, if we
let's bring it on,
then,
Charlie. I can stay here all night.
Yes,
No problem.
No problem with me.
Do it.
You know.
All right, Vice Mayor, your turn. Vice Mayor.
Well, I'm very sad to see that people said that they want to unite this community, but then, you know, they brought all kind of force and you know, and accusation on this and that. Yeah, and today I know where it's going. I just want to prove it to the people of the city of Westminster, for this community here. What the truth is still the truth, okay? The fact is still the fact. And I am speaking up the fact. I'm speaking up the truth. And I am talking with the evidence that I showed to you. whatever the decision make on December 20th, everything still stay the same, and the progress is going along. There is nothing changes. There is no violation, and I am speaking to the people who for the people from Quang Tri Monument Board of Directors or board members, and I'm talking to the people who support the projects, and I'm talking to the people who object the project, because I'm bringing the facts. I want to bring up the facts. I am not. One thing is to me, I'm not lying. I'm saying the truth, and I'm saying according with the fact that I showed to you. So I'm very sad to see what came out of this meeting, and decided by majority council. We are here to serve the community. I heard that you guys said over and over and over again, but then when I present the facts, you guys try to stop. When I ask when I ask staff, you guys trying to stop. That's not democratic. We need to open up and work with the people, work with the council members, and I'm not afraid to speak the truth. I am not afraid to speak the truth, and I tell you, and I tell to the community here, to the people who vote for me or people who don't vote for me, I am speaking the truth, and I am accompanying with the facts when I present it. So I am very sad to see that people always mention that they serve the community, they want to unite the community, but at the same time, they are actually the people who divided this community. I am done. Thank you.
All right, so all the council members already spoke, am I right? Or okay, so it's already 2 a.m. Before we have a close, we continue with the close section. I want to thank all the members from the public for raising the concerns, for speaking either in favor or to oppose any item on the agenda. I think that this is democracy, this is freedom of speech. I appreciate that. I think that's good, that's healthy. So member from the community, they always encourage to participate in the meeting. All right, so with that, I'd like to reset for the close section then.
All right, so at this time, everyone.
Can we do it
Attorney,
immediately?
may I ask you for city attorney, so do we have to come back after the close meeting?
Yes, we just
Okay,
need
got
to
it.
report out if there's
All
anything
right,
to
okay,
report.
got it. Okay.
Just briefly.
Let's
All
do it quickly.
All right,
Can we do it quickly?
it's up to council, it's not me.
Yeah, so right now,
Let's not talk about it though until we get into closed session.
yeah, no. So right now, anyone who just please log out so I don't have to put you in holding. And then as far as who needs to stay in closed session, if you're not in for closed session, just please sign out. Makes it easier for me at this hour to lock the meeting and remove everyone.